Χαιρόμαστε πάρα πολύ που σας έχουμε μαζί μας.
Recording in progress.
Στην πρώτη μεγάλη εκδήλωση του Athens Security Forum. Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα ευτυχείς που από την αρχή της προσπάθειας αυτής του Ινστιτούτου Διεθνών Σχέσεων ο Δήμος Αθηναίων ήταν εξαιρετικά υποστηρικτικός και πιστεύουμε ότι μια τέτοια πρωτοβουλία εντάσσεται απολύτως στη λογική της ανάπτυξης της Αθήνας ως ενός κόμβου όχι μόνο προσέλκυσης τουριστών αλλά και ανθρώπων με επιρροή στο διεθνή χώρο. Η Αθήνα ούτως ή άλλως είναι μια ιστορική, αιώνια πόλη. Θα μπορούσαμε να πούμε ότι η ασφάλεια, η άμυνα, η πολιτική γεννήθηκαν εδώ. Δεν υπάρχει τίποτα καλύτερο για τους τωρινούς χειριστές διεθνών σχέσεων από τα κλασικά κείμενα, όπως του Θουκυδίδη.
The classic literature like Thucydides and other thinkers or scholars. We believe that the municipality of Athens, with Mr. Bakoyannis being the head of it, serves this very aspirational agenda concerning the growth of the city, and that is why we're deeply happy to have him with us for the opening remarks of this first Athens Security Forum. And we would like to believe that we will have you now next steps as well. Thank you very much for being here. I will give the floor to the president of the BOD of this, Professor Mr. Kostan Ifandis, for the welcome address. You have the floor, Professor. Thank you. Besides, allow me to thank our partners, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. Let me also deeply thank for his president, Mr. Altmaier, and the other officials who are present here with us. Thank you. Professor. Dear Inno Afentouli, Executive Director of IDIS, that belongs to Panel University, as you know, we are very proud, all of us, to have with us from the beginning of this academic year the University of Pantheon, in spite of the fact that we have been collaborating, and I have been saying so for many years. But let me insist, Athens Security Forum was born as an idea through discussions with Inno in Brussels when she was the head of one of the directorates of NATO, but also discussions had among us. To be frank, Mayor, I will not repeat how thankful I am. Inno was clear, but allow me just to welcome Mr. Damianos as a representative of the Association of MEPs and, of course, the delegation coming from the School of National Defense. It is an honor to have you with us, as well as everybody else. Furthermore, I would like to thank all students who are here with us today. Besides, the audience, in principle, are our students, the students of Pantheon University, and this is our core, rather. The idea of this forum, a forum on security and strategy in Athens, was born when I realized that in many different European capitals, there are this kind of fora, this kind of events. I can remember when I was invited and I participated in the first Global Security Forum of Bratislava, which back then was started and then was institutionalized by some enlightened students of the University of Bratislava in their master's degree, and then this was embraced by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Slovakia and became what it is today, the biggest forum in Southeastern Europe after the Munich conference, in order to be fair. This is the general idea. We started in 2022, and there is no doubt that 2022 is an annus mirabilis, because we have the Russian invasion to Ukraine, which from every aspect seems to change the status quo at the international scene in a way that truly frightens and concerns us all. Many people keep on wondering for what reason such a big fuss for this war, and since there has been no similar concern for other turmoil in any other area of the world which might be more bloody than this war. The reason is very simple. The reason is that Russian invasion to Ukraine has brought to surface, has re-brought to surface and into the public debate worldwide at a European scale, but also at a national level, all these matters that we were afraid to tackle, such as a very offensive war at the heart of Europe after so many years, such as, for instance, the possibility, the realistic possibility to have and to see the use, the potential use of nuclear weapons at the heart of Europe. And then also we're talking about the relocation, the abrupt and the violent resettlement and transfer of populations within Europe, the full destruction of infrastructure that it took us many decades to build. All these reasons do make this clash so important, so iconic, I would dare to say, at the same time, so frightful. Furthermore, 2022, and this was our initial inspiration, is the anniversary. And what do I mean by that? When it comes to the inclusion and integration of our country in NATO in 1952, 70 years have elapsed since we joined NATO. This we didn't pay much attention to that exactly due to the fact that we had the Russian invasion to Ukraine. For that reason, all of us, we do agree that NATO was revitalized. This is the pretext, or this is the cause, along with an inherent aspiration in IDIS, in the team of IDIS, to do something more. And thus, we started. This is the first live part, the first live piece of Athens Security Forum. 3 online have preceded, which were very successful. I would say that overall, some thousands of people were connected online, and we dealt with all current matters. That is, we started during the first one in late March on the new strategic perception of NATO and how it meets or it doesn't meet an ever-shifting landscape in Europe and regionally. I remember that we had significant speakers such as Mrs. Benedetta Berti, who is the head of the policy design unit of NATO, the Greek consultant on national security, Mr. Dokos, and of course the former Minister of Defense and the Chief of the Staff, Mr. Apostolakis. Then second, in May, this event was related with transatlantic relations and the war in Ukraine. And I remember that we had equally important speeches, and like Ian Lesser and Ana Gomez from Portugal, Ian Lesser from Marshall Fund in Germany, and along with them, Mr. Konstantinos Varitopoulos, Mr. Kostarakos, Alex Papayouannou from the Greek Minister of Foreign Affairs. The third event was about the relations between the West and Russia after the war. This was a bit in a rush because the war has not ended yet. I remember that during this third event, we had an exquisite team to exchange and reflect upon challenges like Volodymyr Dubovic from the University of Odessa, such as Paula Redondo Alvarez Palencia from NATO, who is the head on matters related to Russia and Central Asia, and discussions came from all around the world. But I don't mean to tire you with these details. We're here today doing the first live event. Thank you very much for your presence here. We have, as the Anglo-Saxons would say, we have a brilliant lineup of speakers, given the circumstances. Once again, allow me to thank the municipality of Athens, because from the very first moment, and the mayor in person, Mr. Bakoyannis, because from the very first moment, they embraced and they put under their aegis Athens Security Forum. We do want to believe that we shall work together closely. His team, the team of Idis, along with his team, we will work closely in order to render this forum an iconic event for our city, and thus we will oblige the mayor to even more support it. Nothing could have been a reality without, of course, the financing and the support from NATO in the framework of the 70th anniversary from Greece's integration. And, of course, it goes without saying that this event couldn't be a reality without the support of Konrad Adenauer Stiftung and the relevant financing. Of course, I should not forget it, because scientifically wise, and also when it comes to financing as well, it was of decisive importance, the cooperation and the support of Harriman Institute for Russian, Eurasian and East European Studies from Columbia University in New York. If Harriman is Avril Harriman, you can read the books of Mr. Papasoteriou to see who Avril Harriman was, a member of the political elite from the enlightened US. But it is this institute that shaped the post-war strategy, the Cold War strategy, I would say, said the speaker, of the US, having as a head Zbigniew Brzezinski. Once again, I would like to thank you deeply for being here. I would like to thank our sponsors and our supporters. And now let me give the floor to the mayor of Athens, Mr. Kostas Bakoyannis, after thanking him once again. Thank you. Mayor, you have the floor.
So good morning and welcome to Athens. It is a privilege to join you, and I would like to thank you for the kind invitation. Herr Altmaier, willkommen in Athen. It is very important to us that the Athens Security Forum is born here in the birthplace of democracy, and I would like to congratulate the exceptional team of Idis for making it a reality. And you will now allow me to switch to Greek. English, of course, is spoken by billions and billions around the globe, but we are particularly proud of our ancient Greek language and how it survives in modern times. Κυρίες και κύριοι, φίλες και φίλοι.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, let me repeat in Greek that I'm very happy for being among you today. Some of you might ask themselves, what is the mayor of the city of Athens doing in a security forum? This is a million-dollar question. I introduced myself to Mr. Altmaier as the one collecting the garbage, and this is one of my main duties, no doubt about that. But today I would like to suggest a different approach of the city of Athens and of the municipality. The city of Athens, the municipality of Athens, is the closest democratic institution as to the citizen. The city, the municipality, has the possibility to interpret the feelings of the citizens. The municipality, by its nature, can and should build bridges bottom up in a modern world where the networks have substituted hierarchies, in a world which resists to the harsh red tape, a world where technology and the blockchain opens new avenues, more flexible approaches are valuable, particularly in the field of external relations. And this is very important for the city of Athens because we have the inconceivable privilege of being able to meet here, right at the Museum of Acropolis, in the shadow of the ancient rock, and we are very proud of our ancient glory, but we also want to take pride in our modern and dynamic selves. Because, ladies and gentlemen, and please, at this point, Mr. Ifandis, please allow me to address the younger generations, because now in the city of Athens, something different takes place, something happens. Athens breaks 3 records. The first is the record of the visitors, of the tourists. The second concerns the investments, and the third one is that we are materializing a major technical project. This means that we have the foundations to be self-confident, something we were probably missing 10 years ago, to have a brand new face for our foreign friends and to undertake new initiatives. And this is an effort that we are conducting right from the first new moment in the city of Athens. Please allow me to quote 3 specific examples. 3 years ago, together with my counterpart, Mayor of Istanbul, Ekrem İmamoğlu, discussed about the network B40. This is not an original title, no doubt about that. B means Balkans. This is a regional development network. This is what we wanted to do, fully recognizing the difficulties in our bilateral relations, fully recognizing the difference among us, and fully recognizing the fact that we are condemned to coexist in this part of the world. We wanted to build a bridge of mutual respect, of mutual understanding, a bridge of communication, a bridge of cooperation. And this is something we did very methodically against all odds in order for B40 to meet last year for the first time in Istanbul. We are going to welcome the next annual visit in Athens in January. Athens will be the president of this network. B40, little by little, starts leaving its footprint in the cities of the Balkans. Some weeks ago, I visited Istanbul and we inaugurated the park of B40. I was really impressed, dear friends, by the thousands of people that gathered there. They were really enthusiastic. Very often we tend to forget that Turkey is not represented only by the Erdogan regime or the government, and polls show us that 60 to 70% of the Turks say that they want to have a friendly relationship with the Greeks. I do not claim in any case that the mayors can solve the issues that separate us in Cyprus or in the Aegean Sea. But it is well founded to say that we can contribute to an improvement of the climate. This has already been done. A second example I would like to mention is the example of Ukraine. Mr. Ifandis mentioned the Ukraine war. I would like to underline an initiative undertaken by the mayors of Europe in the framework of Eurocity. It has not a very original title. So 8 to 10 mayors met and visited Kiev. We all went to Kiev in order to meet with our counterpart, the mayor, to express our solidarity and our support. We also wanted to see Zelensky and talk about reconstruction of Kiev and Ukraine, because of course we are not able to supply them with weapons or with the economic support badly needed by them. This is beyond our means. But there are things that we can do. We can contribute to the urban planning. We can contribute to the territorial planning. And of course, we can contribute so that we will be able to respond to the humanitarian needs of Kiev. Yesterday, the President of the European Parliament declared that in cooperation with the Eurocities, we will send generators to Kiev. And hopefully the life will become easier during the winter. There are big reception centers for people who sleep in train compartments, in train wagons. Just think what it means sleeping in a train without having electrical current. I'm talking about families, about parents, grandparents, and small children. These were just two initiatives that we have undertaken, but there are some stable points of reference that have to do with international issues, international challenges, which need local solutions or local answers. One of the most important one is the climate crisis. Well, you might say that climate crisis has to do with decisions taken in Washington or in Brussels. Well, let me say that the role of the urban centers is of paramount importance. More than 70% of CO2 or internationally, globally, comes from the urban centers. The unsuccessful COP in Egypt said only a positive conclusion. There where the central governments failed, the central states failed, the municipalities and the private sector were very successful because quite a lot of initiatives have been undertaken during the COP meeting. The C40 is one of the most important in this framework. We exchange practices, ideas, and of course all of us together try to exert pressure upon our central government so that they will do something in order to solve the issue of the climate crisis. It is very important to jump on the bandwagon of growth and continue pointing towards our target. This enables us to work within our own cities. The way we tackle the climate crisis is one of the main considerations of the city of Athens. I don't know whether you've heard about pocket parks. They used to be landfills. They turned into small parks, and they are equally important compared to the projects in Lake Avitos. They are small as the materials we use for our sidewalks. We use cold materials because of overheating in the summertime, or another major project is a double growth concerning the area of Botanikos, more than 50% of Greek areas, or the project to be implemented in Central Avenue of Athens. Let me wind up now, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure we'll have the opportunity to conduct a discussion later on. What is very important is to bear in mind that modern cities are not our neighborhood, only our nest. The modern city is a gate to globalization and an outward looking attitude is what we need, because it is sure that we are participating in a race, and this concerns all the cities of the world. The prizes are three: visitors, investors, and talents. Human brain. In the era of globalization, the cities should play the role of a protagonist. Thank you once more for your kind invitation.
Κύριε Δήμαρχε, ευχαριστούμε και εμείς θερμά για αυτήν την...
Mayor, thank you so much for this thorough description of problems that pertain to urban centers and the need to consider the multiple aspects of security, not only the traditional one, but also environment, cyber security, cooperation with neighboring countries and neighboring cities. We are delighted to see what has been happening here, and let us not forget that President Erdogan started as a mayor of Istanbul 20 years ago to start his journey, a journey which indeed has deeply changed Turkey. We need to acknowledge that. And so now, given that indeed our audience features so many young people, we would like to give the floor to the audience for a Q&A session. Allow me, first and foremost, to welcome Mr. Mikuláš Džurida, former Prime Minister of Slovakia and President of the Wilfred Martin Center for European Studies, the think tank of the European People's Party, who is honoring us with his presence. He will be a speaker later. And of course, allow me to stress that through Wilfred Martin Center, the European Parliament is a supporter of the European Security Forum, and we indeed thank you so much for that. Okay, so anyone who would like to have the floor? Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank you for your presentation. My question is this. Knowing your multifaceted action, I would like to ask you, to what extent is it easy for the biggest municipality of the country to contribute, to leave a footprint in the foreign policy? How do you see this challenge? Thank you. Thank you very much for your topical question. And allow me to have no recourse to diplomacy to give an answer, and I would like to be crystal clear. Now, I firmly believe that the municipality of Athens, the city of Athens, or any municipality should be substantial in their contribution. We have to work at the service of national foreign policy. We cannot afford to be inward-looking. And let us not forget that for many of us, inter-party consensus is required in the framework of foreign policy. So no one can afford, when traveling beyond the national borders, differentiate themselves from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs objectives. So we are fully aligned in any of our actions, in any of our initiatives. When I was in Turkey 3 weeks ago, you may remember that there was the unprovoked and unacceptable rejection of regional governor Gigi Kostas's entry in the country. And the next day I was about to travel to Izmir when I was invited in the very same forum that Apostolos was about to speak, and I also wanted to pay the visit to the mayor, to my counterpart, to the mayor of Izmir, and in full consensus or with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I just cancelled my trip to Izmir, although I had to pay the visit to the mayor there, who, by the way, is in the opposition of Erdogan. Any other question, please? Mayor, good morning. I would like to ask you, in your view, what are the main issues for the city of Athens?
Η καθημερινότητα.
Everyday life, you mean? The small problems. Let me explain myself. Since 2000 to date, 2 out of 5 have left the center of Athens. We tend to forget that before all these consequent crises, Athens was suffering from an urban crisis. So our objective is to allow families to come back to the city of Athens and to open our arms to young people, and this needs to be active. For example, the sidewalks. Right now, we have completed more than 50,000 square meters of sidewalks. There are several works taking place across the city. Electric lighting, we are updating 45,000 bulbs. Or the playgrounds, we have been building many tens of playgrounds, or all the courts that are being retrofitted, the new parks we are building, and the maintenance of the existing ones. Asphalt laying on the streets. It may be that these are small solutions that may make a small difference to the life of Athenians, but all of them together upgrade the quality of life. Any other remark? Any other question? Thank you.
Καλημέρα.
Good morning. Thank you very much for your input. Now, Mayor, you talked about the climate crisis, and I was wondering what are the measures taken by the municipality of Athens to promote the sustainable urban mobility. Now, I, for example, have a bicycle, and apart from the Megalos Peripatos, the long walk of the municipality of Athens, I have seen no implementation of other measures, and also I'm wondering to what an extent participatory approach is adopted in Athens. Okay, let us first of all explain what sustainable urban mobility means. It's a buzzword. This means that all are entitled to rights. So rights have the drivers, have the pedestrians, have also the bicycle riders. And this leads me to the second thing I would like to say, that in the 20th century, cities were designed and they were centered to the car. In the 21st century, we need to have human-centered cities, and in practice, this requires us to change our habits, and this is difficult. Now, where are we now? We are between the Onision Aeropagitou Street, and some of us may remember when many years ago the neighboring streets were open to cars. Many thousands of people were circulating here. Many drivers will remember. Yes, I'm one of them. I am one of that drivers. So when the decision was taken to pedestrianize this street, there was a government crisis between the then transport minister and the then minister of the environment, and the then prime minister Simitis had to intervene. I don't know whether you remember. So I remember that when Prime Minister Simitis visited the yard, the construction site, he was criticized. Do you now imagine that this area could ever be crossed and used by vehicles? Of course, no. What I mean by that, I mean that to upgrade the quality of life, there are various phases. First is reaction, second is acceptance, third phase when we cannot imagine our lives in a different way otherwise. And this you will see in the city. One part of the Syntagma Square has been completed, now we have revitalized the Syntagma Square along Panepistimiou Avenue. By the summer, you will have room to ride a bike, and I will have some room to walk. Vasilissis Olgas Avenue will, and the related works will start in January. And in conjunction with Ammonia Square, we will create a set of interventions for a more humane city. But of course, the city of Athens has wasted time, unfortunately, because of the financial recession. It was a city frozen in time, and this is why much needs still to be done, and we continue along this direction in the neighbors and downtown Athens. Thank you again. Of course, I am in favor of closing Historic Center to cars, so we will back you. We will support this initiative, Mayor. Well, if I may add something, says the Mayor. I firmly believe, and because I will be candidate in the forthcoming elections, I will ask a vote of confidence for this objective, to close Plaka, Psyri, and this triangle to motor vehicles, exclusions, of course, for the local inhabitants and other cases. I mean, we see that's happening abroad. We can do that as well, and we can do it better. Thank you. There's another gentleman. Good morning. Isografos Ilias. I would like to ask, what are the actions implemented by your municipality to increase the feeling of security of both citizens and visitors? Colonel, thank you very much. This is a wide-ranging problem, not only of Athens, but of all urban centers. And there are two things we can do. So there are two directions we may take. First, prevention. Second, repression. The short one, which is the prevention, it is closer to our capability, as it were. We intend to create an environment which will be friendly for our citizens, a safe environment. For example, electric lighting. You're familiar with Athens. You have been walking through Athens. You know that one of the main issues we have in the neighborhood of Athens is the inadequacy of lighting. So we have been upgrading the network of electric lighting, through the replacement of bulbs, of 45,000 bulbs into LED bulbs. And so automation, savings. There's no need for you to advise us that a bulb needs to be replaced. We get in real time information on that. So just walk through Acharnon Avenue, Academias Avenue, where this has taken place, to witness the difference. And certainly we are very close to meet the energy-saving related objectives that the government has set. We, in no case, will we turn the light off, of course, but we will save energy. Second, repression. Now, we have established a center with the Hellenic Police, which is delivering. Of course, I believe that there are no adequate police squads patrolling across Athens, but I would like to assure you that I believe that more methodically we will be up to the task. Mayor, thank you so much for this substantial discussion we have had. As we said, Athens Security Forum has just started, and it will take place each and every year with many intermediate initiatives under its umbrella. So I am confident that the City of Athens will continue to support us. I wish you all the best, and I would like to welcome Minister of State Akis Skertsos. Thank you.
Κύριε Υπουργέ, καλημέρα.
Minister, good morning. Thank you very much for your presence here. As we said at the beginning, this is the first important event in the framework of Athens Security Forum, which we intend to turn into a platform to debate security-related issues within a wider perspective, which is why we are delighted to have you here today. To combine the concept of security and to consider and study it at all levels. I believe it's a good opportunity after 3 years of many reforms having been implemented concerning the life, everyday life, but also the security and safety of citizens, to discuss with you how the combination of elements of power, for example, economic success, digital transformation, green development, the use of the recovery fund, the pandemic, also a security issue by excellence. So all these aspects of security, how can they go hand in hand with the traditional, the conventional needs for security that objectively our country needs? I mean, we are not a country that can focus only on digital transformation or climate change or financial growth. We just believe, and the organizing committee, that the International Relations Institute group believes that these elements of power are a springboard, a starting point for us to discuss issues of traditional security. And having said that, I would like to give you the floor to share with us what are these elements of security that the government has achieved, and then discuss together the big picture. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Afendouli. Thank you very much for having me here. I would like to congratulate the organizing committee for the initiative, and congratulations also for the national self-confidence concept that you have referred to, proportional, of course, to the size of a country. We know that Greece is neither a big country with a too powerful economy, nor a very small country. It is a medium-sized company in the European South, which over the last decade was confronted with an economic crisis, a financial crisis. Thanks to the European partners, we managed to save our country from economic default. So reforms were implemented in order to transform the state, but there was something missing, that is national ownership. To a big extent, unfortunately, in 2010, when the very serious financial recession exploded, Greece was unprepared to identify how this financial deficit actually emerged, what were the factors which took us there, and what were the solutions that we had to find. As a consequence, in the very first years, there was a debate about the depth of the reforms necessary, the necessary conflicts, the inevitable conflicts, because, of course, we all know that there are some who win and some who lose in case of reforms. Unfortunately, in our countries, reforms were interpreted as only negative reforms. Now, our view is that reform can benefit all, but of course, the necessary time to get prepared is necessary, as well as means which will duly allocate the benefits to all those who may seem initially or apparently that they relinquish some kind of rights. So what actually differentiates today's government, as against the previous ones, is the national ownership, the government ownership of the necessary reforms that are required in our country. We know very well what the standing is. We know that the starting point for Greece is very low. Greece is not close to the convergence with the remaining member states of the European Union. I'm thinking of the disposable income, social services, function of the state. We know very well what's the starting point, and we also know where we are heading, what the destination is, and we know that we have a very strong ambition, considering the size of Greece, for Greece to become a role model for Europe. And we can see that over the past 3 years, we have been up to the task. Of course, this is a gradual procedure. You cannot see differences and results in a fortnight. There are specific segments of the population, of society, of the economy, of the academia, which ask acceleration, more aggressive reforms. However, we need to acknowledge that reforms are there, are happening, are taking place, and thanks to those reforms, Greece now stands here. And I would like to show you some diagrams, because one picture is equals more than 1,000 words. You may see that Eurozone stands at 2.5%, Germany no growth, and growth rate for Greece stands at 5%. So over the past 3 years, this means that the appropriate economic and financial reforms have been implemented, which have been supporting those who suffer the most because of the crisis, while at the same time lay the foundations for an investment-friendly environment in order to have more public, private, national and foreign direct investment. And here I would like to show you another table from the Intelligence Unit of Economists. It was published some weeks ago, and according to this, Greece is the first country, ranks first in increasing the attractiveness of its environment. This is thanks to tax reforms, tax policies, entrepreneurial policies, digitization, that is, the transactions with the state as companies and as individuals. Also, the energy transition-related policies which favor what you said, that is, the green transition, digital transition, the encouragement of more better quality private investment. Now, all that, of course, certainly have to do with the fiscal level. And I would like to show this because it's important. Some argue that Greece indeed has a better standing as against the other members of the European Union because it has invested heavily in that. This is not true. We have a record high of direct private investment, foreign investments, and private and public investment, and all that has led a drastic reduction of public debt, which means that the relation between GDP and the reduction of debt is very important. The more dynamic the growth is, the better the relation between gross domestic product to the public debt. And this is very important indeed, because we have put in place a policy which is targeted when it comes to aid and assistance to the vulnerable, but at the same time moderate, financially speaking, in order not to undermine the fiscal discipline, which is important. So this year, indeed, you will see that according to the results, we will have a better financial result, and in 2023 we will even reach a surplus despite the energy crisis and all the other crises, and this will help us achieve investment grade. And what this means for a country, investment grade means that Greece finally finds its way to the map of all the foreign investment funds which have not seen our country because of the absence of investment grade. We have managed to achieve attracting investors here in the absence of investment grades. Let let's imagine what will happen as soon as we get the investment grade. But of course, this means that we need to be very cautious in fiscal management. By way of conclusion, in this first round of discussion, in our first part of our discussion, yes, of course, promotion of the country is inextricably linked to soft indicators that have to do, for example, with how a country, for example, achieves the climate change objectives or the energy transition, how it manages digital transition. All that, of course, mirrors what a country may do, and this is a message to be conveyed to foreign investment. And considering that Greece is very active, is speeding up, because of course it needs to catch up the remaining member states of the European Union, and I believe that eventually this is acknowledged, this is publicly accepted, and we are delighted after 3-4 years of this government having been in office to have managed tangible results here and abroad.
Minister, who can put in doubt figures? Figures are here. You presented them. It's a truth. Indeed, there have been impressive changes when it comes to figures, numbers, but also to the substance of our country's orientation. Perhaps this is a reason that neighboring countries sees us in a very hostile or offensive way, to be quite general in my terminology. But since we are all citizens of this country, and you know that we have the tradition of Sisyphus in this country that is one step forward, 2 steps backward, many backs and forths. Today, we have one unique chance after so many years, after 12 years, we would argue, of crisis, really to follow the way that you have highlighted. How do we build this resilience? How can we build this resilience in our investment pace, in reforms, and in an environment, either good or bad, of crisis? The environment is one of uncertainty, instability. We have much pressure due to the change of geopolitics. How can we build resilience with a direction, or having as a horizon 2030, we would say? I think that it takes a change of culture in Greece. This government is trying to serve that. Indeed, challenges are many. Challenges are big. Crises and challenges coming from abroad are historic and unprecedented, which makes even more important the development that we're having in the indicators discussed before. In a very thorny environment, we have managed to stay intact and deliver even better compared to more powerful European countries and economies traditionally, which is not just the result of a trigger or of self-action. It is the result of a systematic work across many levels of politics. What I would like to stress is that in order to achieve this transition into a more stable environment where all these reforms will get roots and will be owned by the citizens, so no political party in power in a potential new government could deroot it, is for us to be able to manage at the same time, along with the short run and what is temporary, we must also manage the situation in the long run. We have a plan for 2030, which we are proving daily. Yesterday, we were in Patras, where we presented a very aspirational plan of growth, of hyper-regional growth of Patras, a gateway for our city towards the markets of Western Europe with a horizon 2030. We did the same for Thessaloniki in 2030. We are doing the same for Greece and the whole region of Greece through the plan of RRF that we have built, which has been adopted with many merits by the EU, because there is a balanced mixture between public investment across all sectors and reforms. Let me here say that we want to be pioneers, to look ahead and dedicate a significant part of our daily life when it comes to governance. And of course, we need to focus on planning, monitoring and implementation of investments in the long run. The same goes with politics. It is very easy to get trapped into a management that will be reactionary or just show some reflex internally in our agenda, because the opposition obviously wants to do its job. They need to verify their own positions. We would like to have an opposition that would be more fruitful with a vision for the future. However, this is not the case. Unfortunately, I would argue, we see a very hostile effort of deconstruction even of the national endeavors and the national achievement, which is a pity. However, we don't get trapped in this vicious circle. We will try to give replies where needed, when needed, at a political level, but at the same time, and let me repeat it, it takes this institutional persistence in building better, more resilient institutions. There is investment that should take place in public education, because thus we can see change of culture for our offspring. Younger children have a better view and better position in themselves vis-a-vis what is today the icon and the model of an active citizen, what means contribute to the common area. There is a more substantial culture with youngsters, which is very hopeful. We must enhance that through the readaptation of curricula across all levels. At the same time, we must build better institutions and better public goods, public assets in health, in social welfare. We see now incidence increase that touches all. We see phenomena in the society that are not tackled at the level of prevention, because we don't have the necessary infrastructure in our social welfare. Thus, we must create a better framework of a better, more effective award of justice. The rule of law, in my view, is the crown jewel of the operation of our republic, in a Western-type republic, and there must be no shadow to that. Greece is a country, is a republic that has a specific justice, which is open, which meets all different phenomena, all different adverse phenomena, and awards justice. There is no big delay, which is a big problem, because I know that there are many pending issues in the courts, and there is a denial toward justice, which we should cure. And I should argue that even for that, we have an aspiration plan, not communicated to the extent that we should have, because the reform of justice means investing in the HR, invest in the magistrates, in the bailiffs, in the different employees, in buildings, in IT systems, in evaluation of all the different personnel, and in the evaluation of the judges and the magistrates, so that we can be able to improve this critical pillar of democracy, which is justice. By way of conclusion, let me tell you that it takes persistence and respect to the institutions. Only through institutions and procedures may we skip the personalized tackling of issues, and we will not just depend on a good government or on a good PM that someplace will come to the end of his mandate and then there will be a populist prime minister. There will be, on the contrary, a public administration that could retain all that and create a counterbalance, so that we can be steadily on a good track. I'm happy because you touched upon the political landscape. As you see, we have here young people, we have students who are with us in the audience, and of course we have political reps coming from countries where consensus has taken quite long, like the reps of Germany or the Mr. Dzurinda coming from Slovakia. Consensus is and consent is what we need for this growth plan that you have just described. And I should say that Greece will be tested in the next time period, because we're going to have elections domestically, and there might be some partnership governments. How do you approach that? How do you see that? And in my view, there must be no contradiction here. In other words, we must find the necessary political consensus, and we must agree about main political targets. Because let me repeat it, this agenda that you have just described should be implemented in an era of uncertainty, at least regionally, and given a hostile stance coming from other countries in the region. So there is a dual bet here as a country. Any comment on that? Well, personally, I am an individual of consensus and consent, and I want to find the common place with others. But I believe that Greece, for the reason that we said before, doesn't have this culture yet. We saw some partnership governments in the previous years. These were governments of partnership in a country in need. We were on the verge of extinction. That is why these governments were created. But in Greece, we lack this government of partnership. This will come from youngsters, because young children should be taught how they can collaborate from the early ages. Partnership and collaboration are the cornerstones of a democracy. Right now, we have a lack of this type of culture. However, we must not leave that without any solution. That is why I'm saying that we need a powerful government with a plan, an autonomous government, having a plan for the future that will be ready to implement it and then get the proper mandate to continue with this implementation. In other words, we need deeply rooted changes in order to do so and feel it more tangible in the administration across all institutions. There must be a government with 8 years ahead that will finalize its circle, its political circle. It will complete a plan of reforms that will deliver, that will bring results, that will be owned by the citizens, and then nobody could challenge that. We've seen that many times in the past, that the political system embraced all changes. Why? Because changes were embraced by citizens. Right now, Greece is invited to take a leap. Always there is uncertainty. I do know. There is the uncertainty for the unknown. But I would like to invite all citizens to trust us. We know what we're doing. We work always based on the best possible practices. We do collaborate with the best possible advisors. Right now, we are exporting know-how towards the EU on different matters. We saw that in the era of the pandemic. We are seeing that now. Due to the energy crisis, Greece participates in the mechanism, participates in the group of states that are discussing intensively about how we can mitigate the impact of the energy crisis, and I'm talking about the fuel prices. We have contributed through proposals. We have tabled proposals. The Greek mechanism has turned into a European mechanism when it comes to how we can recover the overprofits. This means that we work in a method which creates trust, not just domestically, but also amongst our European counterparts, and we have followed domestic practices that are turned into European ones. Let us take questions from the audience, please. Some comments, please.
Καλημέρα κύριε Υπουργέ.
Good morning, Mr. Minister. Thank you very much for your presence. My question is the following. Knowing the role you play to the coordination and the tracing the government policy, what do you think realistically for our country for 2030? Do you think we can become pioneers in various sectors? I believe that if we proceed in the we go ahead, today, Greece will be beyond the average of the European Union. Talking about energy transition, Greece has a better performance on a global scale. Greece produces 46 to 48% of the energy consumed from renewable sources of energy. This means that licenses have become given more easily, and on an annual basis, traditional sources of energy are being substituted by alternative ones. Greece has a top position, and this is a conquest. Talking about energy transition, we are ahead compared to the rest of Europe, and by 2030, 70% of the energy will be produced by renewable sources. As to digitalization, and I believe this can be clearly understood by all the citizens, there are some applications that make things easier for us and constitute a model for the rest of Europe. They help in improving the relation between the citizen and the state, in supplying better services to the citizens, and this contributes in having a restoration of the confidence of the citizens to the political parties, to democracy itself, to the capabilities of the public authorities to stand by the citizen, attributing value to the taxes and taking into account the need of the most vulnerable part of our society. Any other questions? Any other comments?
Εάν όχι, να σας ευχαριστήσω πάρα πολύ.
Thank you very much for your intervention. Hopefully you will participate in the next events as well of the Athens Security Forum. We're not talking about military security, which is a paramount factor for stability and continuation. Security nowadays has many aspects, and one of these aspects is economy, as well as climate change and digital transformation. They will enable us to tackle a lot of threats in front of us. Thank you very much.
Φίλες, αγαπητοί φίλοι,
Friends, in a few moments we will be linked with Brussels and the Atlantic Alliance headquarters for the intervention of Mr. Mitsegi Ioanna, Deputy Secretary General. Are there any short interventions or any comments that you would like to make? Please bear with us and let's see if we are ready to connect with Brussels.
να καλέσω τον κύριο Αρβανιτόπουλο στο...
Mr. Arvanitopoulos, can you please come to the tribune? Mr. Arvanitopoulos will be the coordinator together with the Deputy General Secretary.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ, αγαπητέ.
Thank you very much, dear Mr. Arvanitopoulos. Good morning. You can make some short introductory remarks till the moment we connect with Brussels. We have had a very good start with Mr. Bakoyannis and Mr. Sketsos. We discussed on the way in which we will approach the security issues in a non-conventional dimension. We have major issues of security and defense, but there is no doubt that many issues, pandemic, the climate change, have an impact upon the security landscape. You are quite right. Let me say good morning to the participants and to the friends and colleagues here today for this important initiative of the Institute of International Relations. This is a very important initiative because we are amidst a very major crisis of a war which constitutes a historic turning point in my personal opinion. This is a historic moment because nobody could think that we would witness a war right in the heart of Europe. In reality, this war reveals a systemic provocation the Russians, besides invading Ukraine, in reality, they are questioning the status quo as a whole. As a result, this war assumes wider dimensions and has a very important impact upon our future. Once we connect with the Deputy General Secretary of the Atlantic Alliance, I wish we could ask him to talk about the role of the Atlantic Alliance, because we all remember that before the Ukrainian war, the Atlantic Alliance, according to the Americans, was considered to be obsolete. The former President Trump had educated the public opinion to believe that NATO was obsolete. And as President Macron said, for many Europeans, NATO was considered brain dead. On the contrary, today we realize that the Atlantic Alliance has become stronger, has enhanced its presence and its reason of being, and it also expands with new members such as Sweden and Finland, countries which abandon a neutrality they have been supporting for many years. My personal opinion, but of course the most competent person who will take the floor after me and present his own point of view, my point of view is that you did not dismantle such an organization of security and defense because you are going through a period in history without threats and challenges, because we know very well that this can happen at any moment. This is what happened with the Ukraine case and with the Russian revisionism, which is a threat for the post-war status quo. So we realize that after 70 years of peaceful coexistence and prevalence, what we call the liberal Western order, we go back to the realpolitik of the 19th century, a competitive system described by Mia Seimer as a system of tragedy of the great forces, of competition between the great powers. The role and the importance of NATO come to the scene once more. This reminds me of an American expression: if it ain't broken, don't fix it. This is exactly what we try to do within the Atlantic Alliance. We went through a mid-period where peace and democracy prevailed. We thought that this was the end of history and we could move ahead peacefully and the war tried to convince us that NATO is not necessary anymore. In a tragic way, the war in Ukraine is a proof of the fact that for the liberal class to survive, they need the Atlantic Alliance, which was the important factor for this period of democracy and freedom. Of course, we should pay tribute to President Macron. He made this provocative remark 3 years ago, and he troubled the waters, and he reconsidered the issue of Ukrainian defense. Of course, Ukraine shows us that it is very important to have a deterrent mechanism, but I believe that this cannot last for the future. As a result, Europe should take some steps for its defense. This is a very Interesting question. Mrs. Afentouli has worked for many years in Brussels and in the Atlantic Alliance. I might say that Europe is heading towards the security regime. For reasons I do not need to explain, the European defense was characterized by a relation of strategic dependence from the American security umbrella and the Atlantic pillar. Today, Europe is talking about strategic autonomy, but I believe that in this mid-period, it is better to talk about strategic complementarity. We badly need a new Atlantic Treaty, a new agreement such as the Atlantic Charter of 1941, which would define a new distribution between the two sides of the Atlantic. The defense dependence of Europe from America and the Atlantic pillar of NATO decided when the western part of Europe ended war, defeated to a great extent. This is what Western Europe was in reality. From the defense point of view, it depended it created a relationship of dependence in order to be able to restructure and be led to the liberal class. Today, Europe is different. Today, we are talking about a united Europe from the Atlantic to the Urals of 25 member states, a Europe which has a high percentage of the global GNP and investments. It's giants, half a billion population. This is another Europe, totally another Europe. So we should have a new division of labor between the two sides of the Atlantic. Another agreement, top agreement where Europe should and could participate to the defense expenditure of the Atlantic Alliance, assume more responsibilities, and this will give the opportunity to the United States to tackle another challenge that they have called as a primary one, or the so-called pivot to Asia, that is the emerging of China. We can use a term of military complementarity. Before talking about a strategic autonomy, I believe that the term military complementarity reveals the needs of the common interests and values, because if we discuss this issue, the issue of autonomy and decoupling of the two parts of the Atlantic, I'm afraid that we will end in a vulnerable Europe and an isolated America. I believe that it is beneficial for both sides of the Atlantic to continue this coupling. I prefer the term strategic complementarity with a new division of labor, and not strategic dependence, which is what characterized the relationship between the two countries during the Cold War, or strategic autonomy. Thank you very much for your introductory remarks. Are we ready? We are ready to connect with Brussels in 2 minutes. Okay.
It is a distinct honor and a privilege to introduce the Deputy Secretary of NATO, Mr. Mircea Goiana. Mr. Secretary, it's a privilege to have you with us today. And in a way of introduction, I was trying to tell our audience that a year ago, NATO was recipient of much criticism coming from both sides of the Atlantic. The former president of the United States, President Trump, had educated the American public opinion that NATO was outdated. And there was fear that the second term of President Trump would result in America pulling out of NATO. That was all over the American newspapers and the punditry. But also criticism was landed from European capitals. Macron was talking about NATO being brain dead. But today we see a different situation. NATO has become reinvigorated. It has a new raison d'etre and new members. Sweden and Finland are abandoning a policy of neutrality that characterized their foreign policy for many decades. And they're becoming members of NATO. And of course, NATO has been very instrumental in safeguarding the security and defense, not only of Ukraine, that is in war with an expansive and revisionist Russia, but also the rest of the European member states, the rest of Europe, I might say. So you are the most prominent person representing the Atlantic Alliance to tell our audience the position of NATO in the European security architecture and how NATO is responding to the war in Ukraine and to the challenges that we face once this war is over.
Evaristo, Constantine, and thank you to the Institute of International Relations and the City of Athens for hosting myself. You mentioned this totally changed environment in European security and in world affairs. Today we have 9 months. 24th of February, Russian forces invaded Ukraine, shocking the world and reshaping the course of European history. And if for some allies from the East, Russia's behavior was not a big surprise, but for many countries in NATO, especially in western part of Europe, they were shocked. But NATO was shocked but not surprised. And NATO allies have been warning about Russia's plans to invade for many months. So when Russia invaded Ukraine 9 months ago, to the very day, NATO was ready. We activated within hours our defense plans to protect all allies. And the Ukrainian forces were better prepared and better equipped to resist Russian aggression, thanks to the significant support from NATO allies over the many years, since the illegal occupation of Crimea in 2014. And we see the difference that kind of training and the massive support we are giving Ukraine is making a difference every day on the battlefield. But Russia's brutal war of aggression did not start in 2022. It started before, in 2014. It started in 2008 in Georgia. And this is something that is showing a pattern of aggressive behavior by Russia against NATO allies and also against our partners. Many cyber attacks, assassinations on Allied soil, interference in our elections, massive disinformation campaigns, and yes, using energy as a political criminal tool. Look at the attacks that Russia is conducting in an indiscriminate way on civilians and critical infrastructure. And what's more barbaric than to start a war, but to leave millions and millions of innocent civilians out in the cold and dark this winter. Also, there is this dangerous nuclear saber-rattling, which is attempting to intimidate us and jeopardize our security and our resolve in helping Ukraine. And everything else, weaponization of food, of energy, other critical commodities, Russia is threatening the world with hunger and further instability. But I know one thing, they will not succeed. because NATO will stand by Ukraine for as long as it takes and defend every allied inch of territory. And of course, we are looking forward to receiving, we hope very soon, Finland and Sweden as the newest members of our alliance. In that moment, 94% of the population of EU member states will be living in a NATO country. 94% of the population of the EU will be living in a NATO country. And you asked me at the beginning, how is NATO doing? We are doing great, thank you. And we are doing great because this dramatic transformation of European security and world affairs is indicating the indispensable role of NATO as the real guarantee for European security and the need for the transatlantic bond. And of course, NATO-EU partnership is critical in making sure that we have coherence and synergies. Also, NATO is doing much more across all domains, at land, in sea, in air, in space and cyberspace. We have taken since last February fundamental steps to strengthen deterrence and defense, from the Baltic to the Black Sea, and with Sweden and Finland from the north to the Baltic, to the Black and to the Mediterranean Sea. So that's an eastern flank of significant length and depth. And I think this is good for European security as a whole. Greece is a highly valued NATO ally, and it's a key to security and stability in Southeast Europe and also in the Mediterranean. And your naval forces strengthen our maritime posture. Your jets keep the skies over Montenegro safe, and you contribute to our missions in Iraq and Kosovo. Greece also leads by example when it comes to defense spending, investing 2% of GDP in defense. And continuing to invest in defense is continuing to invest in our future, in our security. Because as the war in Ukraine shows, security is the foundation for everything. We don't know when this war will end, but we know one thing. We must continue to adapt and evolve to shape our security architecture in line with our values: freedom, democracy, the rule of law. Or others will shape the future for us, which I don't think is a great proposition. So you mentioned also the strategic concept that our leaders adopted in Madrid. It's a very interesting read, and I encourage you to read the succinct and compact piece of strategic thinking from NATO. We prepare for a world of increased global competition and instability. We see Russia, but also terrorism, as main threat to our security. We also look at China's coercive policies and how they challenge our interests, security, and values. Climate change is defining a major challenge of our time, and NATO is doing things in that direction too. We also set our approach to counter-terrorism, to cyber and hybrid threats. But also, most importantly, the new strategic concept reaffirms our values and states that NATO's greatest responsibility is the collective defense of 32 nations soon. And of course, I mentioned NATO-EU. I'm also from Romania. For me, the European project is one of the most exciting and important journeys in world history. So we have to make sure that what NATO does and what the EU does are complementary and synergistic, as I mentioned before. You asked at the beginning how our American friends and allies and how European citizens and European politics are looking at NATO. I've seen a recent poll by the Chicago Conference on World Affairs, and 80% of American citizens are supporting NATO. I know America well. I was ambassador in Washington a few years back, and there is a very solid bipartisan support for NATO. And also, America understands one thing. The Secretary General has said in a speech in front of the joint session of US Congress to the American lawmakers, it's good to have friends. And if you read the new American national security strategy, it indicates that the major strength, other than America's own strength, in the competition with China and in the competition for a predictable world order, it's Americans' alliances and partnerships. EU is a partner of the US, NATO is a big alliance, and I think this is something that we should cherish and harness from both sides of the Atlantic. That's an indispensable transatlantic bond, and this is something that we are here to continue to protect and strengthen as NATO. Let me say just something about the Western Balkans. We are heartened to see that yesterday evening, with EU and US strong diplomatic leadership, it seems that the outstanding issue of the registration plates has been at least postponed. We're also happy to see that in Bosnia, the UN mandate has been prolonged and EU EUFOR and Althea operation continues to do its job in Bosnia. I'm just saying that at the foreign ministers meeting next week in Bucharest, our foreign ministers will also be inviting the EU, like every time, but also for the first time ever, the foreign minister of the Republic of Moldova and the foreign ministers of Georgia and Bosnia and Herzegovina. I think the Western Balkans is unfinished business for Europe, and the fact that many of these countries are members of NATO, I hope, as a citizen of that region, of our region, that will be helping them to get into the EU, and thus to the east, in the Balkans, and across the Atlantic, to have a homogeneous new security architecture and democracy prevailing. And you, as the inventors of democracy in Greece, I think you should be the happiest of all of us, as we all are, that democracy is here to stay in Europe. Thank you so much, and I look forward to hearing your comments and questions.
Mr. Deputy Secretary, thank you very much for this excellent tour d'horizon, and let me use the prerogative of the chair and ask you two very short questions. When this war is over, most people believe that the United States will again be consumed by the challenges coming from Asia. Where does that leave us in NATO's future and the European security architecture? And the second short question is that, as you very well know, Greece, a very staunch ally and member of NATO, is being challenged by another member of NATO in ways that have become very dangerous these very days. How does NATO deal with this situation of Turkey being a country that is threatening another member state?
No, thank you for the questions. You know, when it comes, I'll start with the second one. I mentioned Greece as a key strategic ally for many reasons. Also, Turkey is a key strategic ally for many reasons. And of course, what NATO does is to bring everyone, all allies, even if, and especially when there are difficulties, and difficulties appear. This is not, the Garden of Eden, this alliance. And over history, we had many complicated moments. The Suez Canal crisis, we had the Iraq operation created some rifts. And sometimes there are rifts, and we only hope and put, all our diplomatic and political skills to help those allies address those issues and to manage some tensions that might appear. When there was this difficult situation, I think 1.5 years ago, on this exploration navies, because this problem of energy and territorial waters, and here, of course, we are not taking sides in any way. NATO activated our deconflicting mechanism. Secretary General Stoltenberg talked to both allies, to Greece and Turkey, encouraging them to de-escalate and come back to, the mechanisms that do exist, bilaterally and also multilaterally through NATO. So I'm just trying to tell you that we appreciate every ally's contribution to this alliance, and we discourage, escalation of tensions amongst the allies, especially in a moment when we need to keep our unity in front of a much larger problem. Now, when it comes to this, cyclical discussion, especially in some European corners, about America's pivoting to Asia. We have then seen this under President Obama, and then always that America is leaving Europe and moving to Asia. This is, I think, oversimplistic. We are living in a world which is interconnected, and security is also becoming less geographical. I mentioned space, I mentioned cyber, I mentioned nuclear, where China is investing in its high-end arsenal. So we do not see any sign of the US paying less interest in Europe. I mentioned before, it's good to have friends. And America's alliances around the world, in Europe, also in Asia Pacific, and in treaty allies like the Philippines or Thailand or Japan or Australia or Korea, are strength to America. So I don't see, and we don't see here, any intention or any predisposition for the US to basically choose one continent over the other. I think the idea is for all of us to try to bring the resources of the political West and manage this big period of transformation, which is also dangerous. We need each other more than ever. We need each other not only to make sure that China's rise will be a peaceful transformation, but also because the developing world is not always convinced about our rhetoric. And this is something we have to do much better, all of us. Not preaching to these countries, but trying to enter a new partnership, a real partnership of equals with these many countries that will also be shaping the balance of power, if you want, around the world. So I don't see any sign that America will be disengaging from Europe and moving everything to Asia. I think that's oversimplistic. This is how this game is played. America and all of us, we need America here in Europe, and I think America needs all its allies, big and small, European or non-European.
Thank you very much. With your permission, let me open the Q&A with our audience. If you allow me to take a couple of questions, if you have the time. Mr. Deputy Secretary, thank you. One question, yeah. Our student from...
Nobody can deny the support that the NATO has shown for the Ukraine. So why is it so difficult for the NATO states to close the skies over the Ukraine in order to prevent Russia to leave the Ukrainian peoples from dying from cold or from starvation?
Thank you.
Thank you, my young friend. And this question has been addressed to me and to us by many of the young generation all over Europe. But let it tell me what NATO is all about. Okay. The number one obligation and job of NATO is to protect allies. That's Article 5, and that's sacrosanct, and that's the main job of NATO. The second job of NATO is to support partners like Ukraine in the just fight for national survival, sovereignty, and the right to choose its own future. And we do that. And the third obligation of NATO is to avoid escalation. So, there have been many requests from Ukraine and also from people in civil society, academia, and even governments or members of parliament saying, why is NATO not doing some operations over the skies of Ukraine? We're not doing that because this will really mean escalation and a risk of imminent war between NATO and Russia, which is something of even more danger than the war they're doing. So we do these things, defending allies, helping Ukraine, and we are helping them not as NATO, but NATO allies and partners, almost 50 nations, including your great country. They are helping Ukraine have the best equipments, and you see that they use them very smartly and very bravely. And thirdly, to avoid escalation, because escalation of a war between NATO and Russia will be already something that will be so severe that it's our obligation to do three things at the same time: defending allies, supporting Ukraine, and avoiding escalation. This is something that we do every day.
Thank you. I think we have time for one last question. Yes, please.
Thank you. In case an unprecedented escalation occurs on behalf of Turkey, what measures are to be taken? Thank you.
I think I answered this question again. It is our strong desire to see the differences that might appear. And sometimes they do appear amongst allies are treated through diplomacy and through dialogue. And again, NATO is a platform where we work by consensus, but also where allies can come, and that's, I think, a natural platform to try to find that harmony and that spirit of consensus and unity that we have. So NATO is not the answer to all these questions, but the fact that, let's say, both Greece and Turkey, they rely for your security on all the rest of the alliance is also a sort of a friendly, gentle encouragement from all of us to try to make these differences be addressed through diplomacy and not through escalation. And this is something that NATO is encouraging all sides to go in that direction.
Mr. Deputy Secretary, thank you very much for taking the time to speak to our conference and address this audience. Thank you for your remarks. Thank you for the responses to our questions, and for giving us a full picture of NATO's present and future. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, my dear friend Konstantinos Vanitopoulos. Now, let me give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Altmaier, former Minister for Economic Affairs and Energy in Germany. You can take the floor, and my dear friend Marilena Koppa, who is going to be the discussant of this panel. Thank you once again for your presence here. Thank you.
Kalimera.
Good morning.
Everybody, Mrs. Chairwoman, dear speakers, participants, everybody in the room. When Marian Wendt of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation asked me in the beginning of September at short notice whether I could make to Athens this morning to take part in your panel debates, I gladly and immediately accepted your invitation. I arrived yesterday from Brussels, and I will return back to Berlin, and I did it for 3 reasons. First is, when I was a high school student, long ago, I have to admit, I'm quite as old as I look, and it was in 1976, I was studying ancient Greek rather than English. English was never taught at school because I had voluntarily chosen ancient Greek, and then we went to Athens for 2 weeks, and we visited the Acropolis and all the wonderful monuments, and I must say that I realized almost 50 years ago that Greece has been a European superpower for more than 2,500 years, and in an intellectual way with regard to culture, but also with regard to military and political power in the Mediterranean, and nothing has changed so far. We owe an enormous lot to Greece, and this is especially the case of Germany. Without the contributions of hundreds of thousands of Greek guest workers, migrant workers in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, we would certainly not have been able to achieve the economic miracle Germany has achieved after the war. And I must say it is an irony that Turkey was mentioned. I know everything about the difficult history between Greece and Turkey, but we owe so much to our Greek friends, but we also owe quite something to our Turkish friends, and it's a pity that NATO and the EU have not been able to help you and to support you more in overcoming all these tensions and conflicts. The third point was that this was the beginning of Marian Wentz's presence in Athens as the representative of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation. He is so far the highest ranking representative. He has been member of parliament for many years. I know his devotion. I know his interest in cooperation with the civil society, with the intellectuals in Greece, and therefore I decided to leave rainy Berlin and Brussels and to come to sunny Athens and Greece to exchange some ideas with you. First of all, if there is a lesson to be learned from this war is military still matters. We've been able to preserve peace in Western Europe. Greece is part of that Western Europe now for more than 75 years, after a century of terrible wars. But we have preserved peace and welfare and economic growth, not because we have destroyed our military capabilities, but because we have created NATO. And we have been able to demonstrate that military equipment is not an evil thing as such. Soldiers are not evil as such. It always depends on the purpose. And the fact that we have been democracies, that we have been able to respect freedom and dignity of human beings is closely related to our military defense and to NATO. And therefore, I would like to say thank you to all of you, also the younger representatives. If Mr. Putin, with his terrible war and aggression, has achieved something, then it is the fact that for the first time in post-war history, NATO in Germany, in all parts of Europe, is entirely undisputed. When I look back at my political career, I have been member of parliament for almost 30 years. I have been in government for 15 years and in Angela Merkel's team for 20 years. NATO has always been disputed by large parts of the Green, by large parts of the intellectual left. That all has gone now, and the Greens are the biggest defenders of NATO and of defensive action. And therefore, Mr. Surinder, we have learned the lesson that the new democracies from Central and Eastern Europe have taught us, perhaps a bit late, but we have learned it, and this is a profound change, and it is promising for the future. Second point, I hope, and this refers to the remark of the student to the Deputy Secretary General of NATO, I hope that we will be able to provide relief to Ukraine much faster and in a more efficient way. I agree with everything the General has said from a point of view of avoiding further military escalation between NATO and Russia. But at the same time, we have seen we can help the Ukrainian people, we can relieve the burdens of war, and we have to consider what we can do in order to make sure that the energy supply to Ukraine will remain possible and will remain reliable, even if Russia continues to destroy the energy infrastructure of this country, which is a breach of international public law, but it is a fact, it is an objective fact, and therefore we have to act to help Ukraine. The second lesson we have learned is that Russia was, and perhaps still is, superior with regard to NATO countries when it comes to the sheer quantity of weapons. They are still not running out of rockets. They are still able to provide the army with tanks and other weapons, but these weapons are old-fashioned. They are outdated. They are no longer state of the art. And this is one reason why Russia is now attacking the infrastructure, because they know they have lost the military war against Ukraine already, and this is due to the enormous courage and willingness to defend the country by the Ukrainian youth and soldiers, but it is also true to the superiority, the technological superiority of the weapons from the US, from other NATO countries, yes, and perhaps a bit late again, but finally from Germany, from France, and other countries as well. And this brings me to the third point. If we want to defend our values, our democracies, in the future as well, then we have to make sure that our economic power and our technological power will remain uncontested over the next couple of decades. We are living in a decade of disruptive innovation. Disruptive innovation means that when I was able to buy my first mobile phone in 1994, it was just a telephone, nothing more. Today, it is still called a mobile phone, but it's a smartphone. And it's a completely different technology. Now we have the knowledge of the world in our pocket, and we can organize the work of the world with these small devices. And you know, the mobile phones have been produced in Sweden and Finland by Nokia and Ericsson, largely. The smartphones are produced in Asia and other countries as well. When I was elected member of parliament in 1994, I was told the most successful export goods from China are plastic toys for children, extremely cheap plastic toys. When I was appointed Minister of the Environment by Angela Merkel in 2012, and I was urging the Commission to impose anti-dumping tariffs on China because they were trying to monopolize the production of solar panels at a global scale, and we thought it was all done with state subsidies, what was true, by the way, as far as I can see it. And then my counterpart from the Liberal Party said, why are you so nasty against China? The solar panels and the toys are the two only products they can export. Today, China is a high technology country. Today, China is developing technologies with regard to AI and internet platforms, Internet of Things, much faster than any other country in Europe. The US, being seen by so many as old-fashioned and out of touch 20, 30 years ago, have recovered in a remarkable way. And that is why I was, as a Minister of the Economy in 2019, ready to present a draft industrial strategy. It has become, in the meantime, after a joint initiative taken by France, Germany, and Poland, it has become a European industrial strategy. And the question is, will we have the jobs for you, for the younger generation present in this audience, that you need, and the technologies that you so badly need to impose and to prevail in the future? We have seen so many waves of innovation over the last 250 years. And always there was a prediction we will lose lots of jobs. It became true. But more new jobs have been created. When the old sail ships built at the coast in Germany, in the North Sea, were replaced by the steamers 200 years ago, then all the people in the shipyards building sail ships became unemployed, but they were hired a couple of weeks or months later by the new shipyards for steamers. And now for the first time in history, there is the risk that the old jobs would be lost in Europe and the new jobs would emerge in China or in the US. With regard to the internet, with regard to biotechnologies and other innovative technologies. Third point. This crisis is offering some challenges, but even more chances for Europe. To start with the challenges. I know that some people in Greece have been criticized by others in Europe because the Greek government has spent money or is willing to spend money to ease the pressure of the energy crisis and the increase of energy prices. Germany has been criticized as well because Germany has announced to spend 200 billion in order to ease the pressure of higher energy prices for the industry and for the citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm no longer an active politician, I'm a pensioner. But I have been working in favor of European integration and European unity all my life. I come from a region in Germany, Saarland, it is called Saarland, where we have seen 3 terrible wars between France and Germany. 1871, the First and the Second World War. And therefore, I deeply regret that my country and its neighboring country, France, have not yet been able to offer Europe leadership in this Ukrainian challenge as it is expected by all our friends. I remember moments years ago when Germany and France were criticized for working too closely together. But now people are desperately looking for advice, for guidance, and of course, not by unilateral guidance, but by a guidance that would involve Greece, the Eastern European countries, and others as well. But without a consensus between Germany and France will not be possible. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I'm convinced and I remain convinced that if there is a lesson to be learned from the Greek, euro, and sovereign debt crisis in 2010 and 2015, then it is the importance of European solidarity. In 2010, it was a difficult moment for you in Greece and for us in Germany as well, because you were hoping for help and relief, and our country was told that bailouts and other things would be radically excluded by the European treaties. And mistakes have been made on all sides. A price has been paid, especially by the people in Greece, but Greece is still part of the euro. We have provided, at the end of the day, billions and billions of guarantees and of help, and that was basically a good thing not only for Greece but for all of us in Europe. Imagine that Europe would have ceased to exist as a political union as a consequence of the euro crisis, not only touching Greece but also Cyprus and Portugal and Ireland, and in a less severe way countries like Spain and Italy. No, we have overcome it. And if I may say that this lesson that we have learned, and they all have made progress, can be seen in the COVID crisis. In the COVID crisis, Germany announced to spend 400 billion euro to ease the economic pressure from COVID, to help small and medium-sized companies, to help the workers in the closed shops and companies. And then Margrethe Vestager, the European Commissioner, with whom I had to negotiate the approval by the Commission of the subsidies, said, "Oh, Peter, you know, Germany is such a big and such a powerful country, and now you can afford what others cannot afford, and then you will emerge stronger than you have been before." And I said, "Margrethe, you are right, entirely right. But you know also that if Germany gets a cold, some of our neighbors will suffer from a lung infection. And this is why we have to preserve our economy." And then at the end of the day, President Macron, Chancellor Merkel, and Commission President Ursula von der Leyen managed to have a fabulous idea. And that was that Germany and France and Austria got the approval for their national help programs, but we have set up the 750 billion European Resilience and Reconstruction Fund, and then every country, regardless whether poor or rich, small or big, was able to benefit. And if I may say it, I'm not interfering with Greek politics, but I'm very much impressed how much the last two governments in Greece, and especially this government, has been able to improve the competitive situation of Greece and to use the money coming from Brussels for new and innovative solutions. Fourth point, I believe that the solution that we will see for the energy crisis can be similar as the solution that we have seen for the COVID crisis. Of course we need European solidarity. And of course it can never be one country alone or two or three countries alone providing the help to the people and others just watching it and doing nothing because they have no means. And I hope that France and Germany will be able to overcome the tensions and the paralysis that is at least so perceived by many, and that we will see some movements soon over the next couple of weeks. And then, what is the future? The future means that you have not only to consider the risks, but also the chances. The chances for your economies, and this is especially true for the Greek economy as well. Both Greece and Germany were reliant on Russian gas. Germany at 55%, Greece at 45%. It's a difference, but not such a big difference. And it was true for various reasons in Germany. We have been committed to climate protection. We have decided to switch off all our coal-fired power plants in order to reduce emissions of CO2. We have doubled and tripled the amount of renewable energies in our grid, from wind parks and solar. But at the same time, you need a backup when the sun is not shining and the wind is not blowing. And this can be either nuclear power plants. We have decided to switch off as well at the demand of the Green Party 20 years ago, or it can be gas. And then the option was made for natural gas. At the same time, we have reduced the production of natural gas in Germany by 50%. We have increased the demand more than 50% and reduced the production at 50% because there is a NIMBY mentality in many, many countries and also in my own country. That means not in my backyard. We have still natural gas and also shale gas in Germany, but no political consensus to produce it. And we could produce it at lower cost for the environment than in many, many other countries in the world. And now Greece can and will become an energy hub. When we discussed renewable energies for Greece in 2010 and 2015, in between, the idea was to help Greece to overcome the euro crisis and to help small and medium-sized farmers in Greece to find new income by using their land for wind parks and solar panels. Today, given the fact that energy prices have risen worldwide at global scale twice, 3 times over the last couple of months, today energy prices are as high that Greece could easily benefit from that and could become an important part of the European infrastructure. First of all, by becoming a hub for natural gas in the region. Second, by implementing renewable energies in a way that would allow it even to export it to other countries, because there is so much sunshine, so much wind in this wonderful country. You have all the monuments, you have all the philosophers, you have lots of excellent lawyers and professors, but you have also the climate. And the climate would allow you to do much more for energy than has been done in the past. And then, let's work for technological leadership worldwide with regard to artificial intelligence and many others. Greece has ingenious people, ingenious students. We need more startups. We need more initiatives. We need European platforms. We have created a 100 billion fund for venture capital in Germany to help the startups becoming unicorns and decacorns. And I think this is not a national challenge, it's a European challenge. And I would be very happy if our Greek friends and our Greek colleagues would torture us with tens, dozens, hundreds of proposals, what we can do in order to overcome that crisis and to emerge stronger from the crisis than we have entered it, with a free and democratic Ukraine. Ukraine has deserved its membership with the European Union after the war already now. It's a European country, and everybody has seen it, and it is proven by the lives of tens of thousands of Ukrainian people. And if we have an idea how to organize economic cooperation, not only between Greece and Europe, not only between Greece and the Balkans and Europe, but within the entire region, stretching from Greece to Ukraine, from Ukraine to Scandinavia, then we could generate an economic dynamic that would make us stronger than we have been so far. Ladies and gentlemen, these have been some ideas. Thank you for your attention, and I'm very happy to accept your questions, your critique, and everything you might have to say. Thank you.
And if I may say, it is the war in Ukraine proved the risks coming from energy dependency, and that makes energy security one of the key objectives for European security for the future. But if I just may put on the table some thoughts before my dear colleague and member of the parliament, Dimitris Keridis, takes the floor. We see that there is a renewed determination on this at the strategic military level after the war in Ukraine, increase in military spending, renewal determination for NATO in Europe, and discussions about integration at the military and strategic level. Still, Europe is faced with a severe economic crisis, an energy crisis, and even the word solidarity that Minister has mentioned many times, we still try to find the content. What does European solidarity means today under this critical circumstances? Please, Dimitri, you have the floor.
Thank you, Marilena. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here with all of you. And I would like to congratulate, before I start, the Institute, IDIS, for taking this initiative and bringing us all here together. INO and the board of IDIS, many, many congratulations. You make us all proud as a member of IDIS and a member of the faculty at Pantheon University. It's a great pleasure to see this flourishing and growing, and hope it becomes a permanent institution in the conference circuit in Europe, where we will meet to discuss the very important critical issues in these critical times that we live with such huge geostrategic changes. The honor becomes even greater having to be in the same panel with Peter Altmaier, who has been a leading politician in Europe, a protagonist in the German political scene for many, many years, very well known here in Greece, for better sometimes because of the crisis as well. We have been fixated with German politics, especially since 2010. Now, as he mentioned, he comes from the westernmost part of Germany, the wider Rhine region, and he represents the most pro-European, let me say, tradition of German politics, starting with Konrad Adenauer, the famous mayor of Cologne, near nearby, with a CDU strong commitment to Europe. And me coming from the same political family, New Democracy, Nea Demokratia, the European People's Party, I feel very much at home. And it's great that in our audience we have a former Prime Minister as well from Slovakia. We had a chance yesterday to listen to you, sir, Mr. Dzurinda, who is now heading the Martens Center of our EPP, and many, many other distinguished guests from here, ambassadors, military officers, and foreigners as well. So, in that spirit of family, the family spirit, allow me to be what I am quite known as a straight shooter and come to the chase with where we stand. Now, I'm not only a professor, I'm also a politician representing the Greek voters. And as such, let me say the following. Greece has done its part for solidarity with the Ukrainian crisis. This is a country that has a very strong historical bond with Russia. My own father was born in Russia, and I was brought up in a family where Russian was spoken, just like many, many Greeks, and we continue to have a diaspora there. It has to do with history, it has to do with religion, it has to do with culture, it has to do with Turkey, it has to do with many things. But the Greek people have been emotionally close to Russia. Nevertheless, and despite that, the Greek government, and we are very proud of that, took a very clear position in condemning Russian aggression, Russian revisionism, Russian brutality. And I was the speaker in the Council of Europe in regards representing EPP for the expulsion of Russia from the Council. And it is symbolically important to have a Greek and not a Pole or a Baltic state representative arguing about that expulsion. And on top of that, we send weapons, and we have received thousands of Ukrainian refugees in ways that our friends from Eastern Europe did not in 2015-2016. So I hear your pledge to send advanced weaponry further to Ukraine. And I had that discussion in Prague a few days ago in our COSAC meeting there of the national parliaments, when the German head of the German delegation from the Green Party asked to send Leopard, advanced tanks. And my counter-argument is, of course, we have to send, and we have already sent, and we should do more. But how am I supposed to convince my fellow parliamentarians and Greek people, Greek voters, when I have a country next to me threatening me with invasion on a daily basis, and I have a Turkish President Erdogan saying time and again that he will come, they will come at night. They doubt and question the sovereignty, the Greek sovereignty of the Greek islands of the Eastern Aegean. They go all the way to Libya to sign agreements circumventing Crete and the rest of the islands. How am I supposed to weaken Greek defense in support of Ukraine when I have this very concrete, very real threat on my eastern border, on top of which Germany continues to sell weapons to that country, advanced weapons, including submarines, with which this country is threatening me to invade. So there is a question there that needs to be answered. This is question number one, solidarity and what to do with this kind of threats. Question number two has to do with a certain feeling here in Greece, maybe unjust, but it's certainly a well-established feeling that Germany has, for a very long time, until recently, and certainly under Mrs. Merkel, followed a policy of equidistance between what we claim to be a victim and a victimizer, between Greece and Turkey. Now, we are seeing a certain movement towards the right direction recently, mainly because of the Greens. But there are some complaints, let me put it this way, with the German policy vis-à-vis that problem so far. And the Greek argument is that we cannot afford another Putin. We have had one. We made big mistakes, and I want your opinion about these mistakes that happened during the 2010s with Russia. After Crimea in 2014, we doubled on our energy dependency on Russia. We went to build Nord Stream 2 to further engage with Russia. We did not hear the warnings against Putin. And now we have many Poles and many others in Eastern Europe telling us, we told you so, right? And I wonder if there is any self-criticism and any kind of debate, especially within CDU party, vis-à-vis that. And what does it mean for the future now? Because what has been done, and we are trying now to correct it. But we have a revisionist power in our midst, which happens to be a NATO member as well, important country, very important country, on which Greece invested a lot and supported its European vocation a lot after Helsinki in 1999. Nobody can accuse the Greeks for being in bad faith, on the contrary, but which unfortunately in the last few years has turned authoritarian domestically and aggressive externally. I would like to ask you about your involvement in the decision of shutting down the nuclear reactors in Germany in 2012. I noted that you blamed the Greens, but it was the Angela Merkel government.
Nonsense. Sorry. I come back. Go on. Go
yes,
on. Sorry.
Yes. It might be nonsense, yes. No, I heard you saying that under the pressure of the Green Party, we closed the, right. I misquoted you.
No, you have correctly.
Okay.
Come to that back. So
good. So I heard that, and so, but the Greens were in opposition, and of course it is their policy, but it was the CDU-led policy that took it, and I wonder if there is counter thoughts today in Germany about that and where we stand vis-à-vis this thing. Now, when it comes to Eastern Mediterranean, which is fundamental for this part of the world, we tend to look at various divergences between the big powers of Europe, and I'm referring to France and Germany. France is taking a very clear position against hegemonic desires of Turkey. Has signed a military pact with Greece with a mutual defense clause. And has taken the position of Egypt, Israel, Greece, Cyprus, and all the other littoral countries, bar Turkey. And I wonder if, and this goes to Libya as well, and the problems now we have in Syria, etc. And I wonder if this perception is real or wrong, the divergences, the disagreements between the two, France, Germany, if you have a thought on that. I don't want to go further. Again, I want to congratulate you for your European commitment, which is very important to us. The Greeks have proven time and again that they are true Europeanists. We went through a lot in 2010. A crisis no other EU country has faced, and nevertheless we remained, we stayed the course, thanks to your help, no doubt, the German help. I want to congratulate you about the fact that you have been a politician who stayed with your beliefs and your ideas. Many people in the audience might not know that in 2017 you voted your conscience in favor of same-sex marriage, which makes you even more commendable, because I truly believe that we need these politicians of principle. And having said all that, I would very much love to have your opinion, just like the audience, on all these fronts. The criticism against Germany vis-à-vis Russia, what is to happen with Turkey, what is happening within EU, the same way that Marilena, my dear colleague, mentioned, to build that arm capability, the disagreements with France, and where we are heading in this very full plate that we have. Thank you.
I think you have a series of provocative questions,
thank
please.
you for this very friendly but also open and concrete question. First of all, is it working? No. Thank you so much for this very friendly but also open remarks and contributions. And I will answer it very frankly as well. First of all, you mentioned the nuclear issue. That's interesting, because Germany has done something that was not done by most of the other industrialized countries like worldwide. We have decided to switch off all our nuclear power plants. This decision was taken 22 years ago, not by Angela Merkel. It was taken by the Red-Green coalition government of Chancellor Schröder and Foreign Secretary Joschka Fischer. I was member of parliament. All my colleagues in my group voted against it. We promised in our election manifesto in 2002, in 2005, and in 2009 that we would revise that decision as soon as we are elected in government again. We lost the 2002 election. Chancellor Merkel won 2005, but was confined to a grand coalition with Social Democrats. They were against revision of this phasing out. Then 2009, we won the election and we entered a coalition with the Liberal Democrats. And then we revised, as promised in the manifesto, the decision, and we extended the lifetime of almost all nuclear power plants until the mid-2030s. That means 10 years longer from now on than originally expected and decided by the government. I was at that time a close collaborator of Chancellor Merkel in my capacity as a chief whip. We had a narrow majority of only 30 people in parliament, and that means when 15 defect to the enemy, you lose the vote. So I managed to get a majority in order to extend the working of the power plants. Half a year later, or a year later, the Fukushima incident occurred. And then the Green Party, who has been campaigning against nuclear power, was campaigning day and night. It was supported by the Social Democrats, and then it was supported, yes, by some Christian Democrats as well. But this was according to the political will of 80% of the German population at that time. We had lots of debates on TV between churches, trade unions, employers, climate activists, everybody. And there was a large consensus to phase out. And then, indeed, it was Chancellor Merkel was a chancellor. When we then, 1 year after the extension, we decided to go back to the red-green decision, switching them of all. But this was the decision supported by the largest majority in parliament ever in Germany, by the leftist party, by the Social Democratic Party, by the Green Party, and by Angela Merkel's coalition government as well. So you can still say Angela Merkel is to blame, but I can tell you she was the only one who tried to draw the conclusion from the fact that we were implementing at large scale renewables and would have to switch off coal-fired power plants. And by the way, I cannot remember that our European friends, and I have, as you have mentioned, and I'm very grateful for that, I have been a European all my life. I've been a European Commission civil servant. I worked with Greek colleagues door to door. I cannot remember that any European friend approached me in the critical weeks and said, oh, you are making a big mistake. Nobody, and certainly not from Greece. I would remember if this would have been the case. So, nevertheless, mistakes have perhaps been made. And now you have a debate on what to do and whether to use the 3 remaining and 2 already switched off power plants. These are 5 out of 15 we have had in the past. Power plants for a certain while a bit longer to ease the energy pressure. It's not the problem of the Liberal Party in government. It's not the problem of the Christian Democratic opposition. It's not the problem, I suppose, by the Social Democrats. It is the veto of the Green Party. And I'm not in a position to criticize my government from outside, from abroad, even if Greece is a friend. I would never criticize my party. There was one exception when I said, and that was not as a critique, that was as a strong conviction when I said the European solidarity and the Franco-German cooperation are key for me all my life and will remain key, and I'm disappointed that it does not exist in this very moment. So you can discuss it with others. And when it comes to new nuclear power plants, Finland has realized one, by the way, with Russian help. They basically bought it in Russia. The French and the Polish have announced to build new nuclear power plants, but it will take many, many years. And it would take certainly 15 to 20 years in Germany as well. But then the question is, what will our neighboring countries do? Is Greece interested in building some nuclear power plants or providing Europe with electricity? If you look to the webpage smart.de, then you can see the production of German electricity from fossil fuels, from nuclear and from renewables, and the demand, and then you can calculate the export. Germany still is an electricity exporting country. And if we will have some risk of energy shortage this winter in Central Europe, Germany, France, Austria, Netherlands, Belgium, Poland, then it is not because we are not producing enough electricity for ourselves. It is the fact that we have to export so much electricity because half of the French nuclear power plants are out of functioning. For security reasons, we have the biggest and highest security requirements in Europe. I'm arguing that Germany has a responsibility because it has been an electricity exporting country for many, many decades. But you cannot blame us that we are an electricity exporting countries if others have not done the homework that is necessary. And I'm not talking about Greece, I'm talking about the European Union. So why not coming together in the European Council or in the Council of Ministers for Energy and discussing also the energy mix, even if this is not mentioned in the European treaties. But the fact that we have an electricity market in Europe, interdependent, in my eyes means that we have to discuss the contribution that could come reasonably from every country, including Germany itself. The second question with regard to Turkey. Please forgive me. I'm not interfering with the politics of my country and certainly not with regard to Greece and Turkey when I'm not in Germany. I'm not doing it as a pensioner every day. It's a matter of style and politeness. But I have been, as a Chief of Staff to Chancellor Merkel between 2013 and 2018, I have been confronted with severe rhetoric attacks by the Turkish president against Germany. That was a big, not a crisis, but a big tension. And I have answered that on behalf of my government. And I have refused it. But at the same time, I'm deeply convinced that Turkey, and this is the difference with Russia today, unfortunately, Turkey still is, and despite Mr. Erdogan and all what he has done, is a democratic country. And that you can see when you look at the results of the last municipality elections in Turkey. Mr. Erdogan's party lost the majority not only in Izmir, not only in Istanbul, in many, many other countries. In Turkey, you have a democratic society with intellectual heritage over centuries, as it is the case, perhaps not as intensively as in Greece, because you have invented democracy, you have propelled democracy throughout the world. That is unprecedented and will never be reached by any other country. But this is, and Turkey is a NATO member. If we want to keep NATO working and together in external action, then I would not recommend today to say let's dismantle NATO. You are not proposing, if I understand you correctly, that we should exclude Turkey from NATO membership. And if it is part of NATO still, and they are reliable members of NATO, then I think you have to try to solve conflicts and to avoid attacks. You can blame me for being wrong, but I still believe that a solution is possible, but it would require efforts, very, very hard efforts, in order to reveal an internal thing. I accepted Marian's invitation to speak today and to share some thoughts with you and to learn from you. But a couple of weeks later, I received an invitation by a Turkish institution to take the floor on a similar event. And of course, I would have accepted that as well if I would have been in a position, but unfortunately, I had accepted another engagement somewhere else, and therefore I had to say, no, it is not possible, perhaps next year. But never stop talking as long as you are in an alliance with another country, and the Western alliance is the best thing we ever have made. And then the last point, perhaps, and then we will take questions from the audience. The last point is, yes, indeed, solidarity. It is a learning process. The first step was to say we will not let down Greece in the crisis of 2010. And then very severe restrictions were imposed by the European Union as such. And some of the measures you have implemented were later criticized by others. For example, the fact that the harbor of Piraeus was privatized. It's now heavily criticized by the same people who have insisted on the privatization of the harbor of Piraeus. And then I say, if we believe critical infrastructure should not be privatized to countries outside the European Union, and I basically share that position, then of course we should provide offers from inside the European Union for taking over the critical infrastructure that has to be privatized in order to become functioning again. So these are lots of issues we have to discuss. In the second Euro crisis related to Greece, when Mr. Tsipras and Mr. Varoufakis were in government, I can tell you there have been leading figures from my own party quoted is over after the second program expired, and the night from Tuesday to Wednesday. I have, but Angela Merkel and myself, I was chief of staff at that, a minister in the chancellery at that time. We were always resolved, and we said, no, it's not over. We want Greece to stay in the Eurozone, and therefore Greece has to accept, of course, basically the conditions. What Mr. Tsipras finally did, and Mr. Varoufakis was fired. That was not, by the way, our demand. We were not interfering in Greek politics. But the point is, and Prime Minister Surrender is here, Wolfgang Schäuble, when he said it's over, disposed over a majority of the Eastern European countries. And they said we are poorer, we have made more reforms and undertaken more efforts to help ourselves. And now we shall be taken responsible to provide help to Greece, and we see no results of reforms that are so badly needed. That was the situation. Nevertheless, Greece is still a member of the Eurozone, and all the other members who entered the Eurozone are still members of the Eurozone. And I think this is a big success. Together with NATO, the internal market in the Eurozone, we made us stronger and more resilient against countries like Russia and other non-democratic countries worldwide. And as far as France and Germany is concerned, I have told you my ideas. I hope that we can repair it and that we, Angela, we have always had divergences between France and Germany, not because we are so similar, but because we are so different in mentality, in experience, in ideas. But then it was so important for President Mitterrand and Chancellor Kohl to overcome the divergences and to build on the euro and the internal market. It was so important for Gerhard Schröder and President Chirac to overcome the divergences in the Iraq war, even if the result was not the result I would have preferred. The third one was Angela Merkel and Nicolas Sarkozy in Deauville in the first euro crisis. The third one was Mr. Hollande and Mrs. Merkel in the Ukrainian crisis in the Minsk agreement, Russian aggression against Ukraine the first time in 2015, and the last one with Nicolas Sarkozy as far as the Resilience and Reconstruction Fund is concerned. And now again we need... Macron, yes, Macron. No, Macron. And now we need a next Franco-German consensus on the necessary solidarity in Europe with the European countries first, and with Ukraine at the same time, how to proceed further and how to deal further with it. We have been able to manage reverse flow of natural gas that we have bought in Russia to Ukraine for almost 8 years. It was organized with the European Commission. We bought the gas in Germany from Russia, and we have sold it to Ukraine and make sure that that nobody had to freeze. And this is now becoming the next big challenge of us. Make no mistake about this. Russia had lost the war from a military point of view, and now they are destroying the infrastructure.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we are absolutely out of time. I know you have a lunch commitment, and thank you so much for your insights. Thank you, Dimitri, for your provocating comments. Thank you all for being here with us this morning. So we have a lunch break, and we will resume at 3 o'clock, at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock.
Είμαστε στην πολύ ευχάριστη θέση στο πάνελ το οποίο ακολουθεί να συζητήσουμε για ένα πολύ ενδιαφέρον θέμα, θα έλεγα κρίσιμο θέμα, με έναν πολύ σημαντικό συνομιλήτη, έναν από τους keynote speakers σήμερα.
Interlocutor, one of our keynote speakers, Margaritis Ginas, Vice President of the European Commission. And so we are delighted to have him here. Of course, no need for further introductions for Mr. Skinas. This is true in Greece, in the European Union, and so no need to provide you with any details on his CV. He is well-known Margaritis Skinas in our country, across Europe, and of course in the world, with a portfolio, amongst other things, which seems to embrace everything, the norms, the values, the principles, which are at the very basis of our European living, and which is cross-cutting. Equally interesting, though, is the very content of the discussion we shall have, which I'd like to remind you is Europe of security, from the era of naivety to geopolitical self-confidence. This is a quite interesting title, which, by the way, sets the framework of the discussion we shall have. This was the case this morning again. So after a brief introduction, the keynote speaker will make a presentation, will deliver a speech, and then we will have some time by 3 o'clock for a Q&A session. So allow me to say that the concept, the notion of safety and security is much more complicated, much more complex and multifaceted as against some years ago, in the sense that, traditionally speaking, security is more clear. Today's concept of security, that is a holistic, comprehensive security, as it were, is a much more complex concept which embraces many more activities, including soft power, energy security, and of course also human movements, displacements, migration, etc. It's also important to acknowledge that the journey from the era of naivety to geopolitical self-confidence has not always been easy. I mean, the European Union has not always had self-confidence. And when I kept traveling for many years to the US, I remember observing, noting the different stance of the European Union from an economic entity to something which gradually started stirring the American creativity, sometimes even reservation. So the journey from the era of naivety to geopolitical self-confidence is, as we all know, a journey which, because of the invasion of Ukraine by Russia on February 24th, 2022, has changed. And it is a journey which in the past also experienced difficult and sometimes even complex conjuncture: invasion in Georgia in 2008, Crimea in 2014. I'm thinking how the European strategic autonomy, to use this buzzword indeed, has increased because of these challenges we are here to discuss. Let me remind you, though, that there have been stimuli to intensify any geopolitical self-confidence of the European Union coming from the Euro-Atlantic world. And I'm thinking of the Trump period. Of course, my intention is not to level any criticism on the Trump administration right now. It concerns more the Americans and much less our panel. However, it goes without saying that the initial uncertainty led to some kind of pressure, some thoughts. I mean, if we assume that the US would rather achieve decoupling from Europe, what will or how the European future will be like. So often there have been stimuli within the Euro-Atlantic world which have led Europe to think in the Euro-Atlantic framework, the idea of achieving a much more comprehensive strategic autonomy. I have mentioned this new notion, comprehensive notion of security, which has to do with management of human migration, how we intend to use the soft power to promote the role of Europe. All that, of course, touch upon European security. I would like also to add that there are some aspects of the traditional approach which are of interest today. For example, often there's an argument from the US that when it comes to the burden sharing of defense between allies, many European countries are left behind. Germany is one of those, and this is not a secret, of course, today. The fact that Germany is trying to enhance its defense standing is something that we in the Euro-Atlantic world, of course, welcome. However, the burden sharing and similar concepts need to be important to matter when we talk about other aspects of security, as, for example, the correct or the appropriate management of migration flows. Here again, we need a burden sharing within the European Union. By consequence, I believe that the concept of security is critical today, is multifaceted, has many layers and aspects, and it is difficult to systematically think of ways that this concept may activate all actions together. I mean, by definition, this is a process, a lengthy process, and so it will require time for us to meet the objective that is geopolitical self-confidence. And certainly, very few people in Europe would have the same possibility to address this issue. In Europe, one of them is, for sure, the Vice President of the European Commission, Mr. Margaritis Schinas, who has a thorough knowledge in these matters. This is known to the public opinion, of course, not only to us. And of course, this is known to this audience, made up of students, and for all of us who are familiar of the work of Margaritis Schinas. Certainly, we firmly believe that Margaritis Schinas is one of the few people that can discuss effectively the role of Europe in this complex reality. Let us not forget that the role of the European Union in security has experienced difficult times, but certainly, according to many thinkers, may set the framework. There are many practices and arguments by people who argue that it is so important for Europe to continue along the path of normativity, while, of course, also enhancing its geopolitical self-confidence. Having said that, I would like to give the floor to Margaritis Schinas, who is kindly requested to come here to the podium, and of course we will have some time for Q&A session at the end. Thank you.
President Jurida.
Professors, dear friends, I am delighted to be here with you in the proceedings of the Athens Security Forum this afternoon. No doubt, European security, the topic you have been discussing, is at the core of current affairs and the political agenda as well, especially today, a symbolic day, an important day, because today it is 9 months from the beginning of this illegal war of the Russian invader in Ukraine. And frankly, this war is not only an utter violation of international law, is not only the return of war on a continent which twice experienced in the past century similar conflicts. It is especially a threat, not against security, but a threat against the social paradigm we represent as European Union, at the very core of the Western civilization's principles. That is the democratic model, the democratic paradigm of a society which, to us, is a matter of pride. For the attacker, the invader, is a strategic threat. And I am very happy to see here many young people, young Greek citizens, European citizens, here in this hall, because this war concerns you. It is a war which should remind you that even in the European Union, nothing should be taken for granted. And it is a war happening only 30 years after the war in Yugoslavia, 50 years after the Turkish invasion in Cyprus, and 60, 70 years respectively from the Soviet invasion in Prague and Budapest. These are anniversaries which are important for the young generations of Europeans, not anniversaries that you should Google to understand how important they were. They are the very roots of the democratic social value paradigms which have been guiding our societies in Europe. Now, this dark page of war, and now I'm addressing you in my capacity as a European official, so is to be added on top of a sequence of multiple crises we have been experiencing in Europe over the past years. We had the debt crisis, the first invasion of Russia to Crimea, the migration and refugee emergency in 2015, the pandemic, Brexit, terrorism, the jihadist terrorism, and so on and so forth. So in these 13 years, from 2009, the very rule that has been guiding European politics, the term which better characterizes the landscape in which we have been operating, is the word permacrisis. I'm not sure whether you know that the term permacrisis has been declared, has been announced by the Harper's Dictionary, the word of the year. And this is something very well known to the Greek public, of course. So this term is setting the backdrop of what we have been discussing here, especially in the European continent, especially if you look back and you see that the only period free of crisis, the only period smooth interval was a very brief period of time after the situation normalized at the beginning of 2016, after the migration emergency, to Brexit. Now, when it comes to the von der Leyen Commission, which took office in December 2019, in the roughly 3 years we have been in office as commissioners, the only calm period was 3 months. December 1st, 2019, mid-March 2020, when the first quarantine, the first lockdown started. Now, I'm saying that just to understand that discussion and debate on security of Europe certainly goes beyond external or internal security. It also touches upon the resilience of European societies against powerful, profound, consequent crises and threats which are disrupting to us all and concerns us all. Now, the first conclusion to be drawn in the framework of this perma-crisis period is that, indeed, Europe was indeed disrupted, but did not collapse as a result of that crisis. So it has proven much more resilient than what many friends who were expecting and many enemies were hoping. So for the first time in history, maybe because of these very threats, Europe took initiatives, have taken unprecedented initiatives and took unprecedented steps. The debt crisis of 2009-2010 found Europe utterly unprepared, without a legal basis, without resources, without institutions. And thanks to the unique sacrifices of our citizens, we managed to keep euro alive, to create European mechanisms to promote a burden sharing of debt and to maintain competitiveness of the euro. The same unprecedented measures were taken also in the wake of the war. Since February 24th, for the first time in the European history, we have activated the temporary protection status for more than 6 million Ukrainian refugees who have been granted immediate and unconditional access to our labor market, to the educational system, to our hospitals, and to our societies. For the first time, we have the European Peace Facility, so European funds which belong to the European taxpayers, to purchase weapons for a third country, that is Ukraine. For the first time, we have provided Ukraine with 19 billion euro macroeconomic assistance for a pledge for an additional 22 billion next year. So this macroeconomic assistance support is what has been allowing the Ukrainian people to fight for its independence. Ukraine is fighting because the European Union is financing the operation of the Ukrainian state. The same we did to uphold and to protect our institutions against cyber threats. And also, in another important issue, that is critical infrastructure, which also is of interest, of course, to our citizens. We need to shield, to protect our critical infrastructure against known or unknown threats. No need, of course, to explain to you how deleterious was the sabotage of the Nord Stream 2 and other cables. It's very important indeed to protect our critical infrastructure because they are part of what we call as the European security acquis. Now, the second conclusion we may draw in the wake of this perma-crisis period is that Europe, and this is the title I have given this panel, is that Europe steadily, slowly, but steadily passes from the era of naivety, no problem to use that term, to an era of self-confidence, so increased certainty. Let us be frank. For many decades in Europe, we have been living in an ivory tower. We had no problem whatsoever not building masks or ventilators in Europe. And why should we, when we could afford importing them from China or India? Or the fact that the raw materials for our industry came from China, or it was no problem for us to receive low-cost energy from Russia through at relatively low cost, having the illusion that we had to do with partners, with just providers. But it took the pandemic to understand that if you do not have masks and ventilators, then you depend on who does build them. The pandemic made us decide to build a vaccine creation industry, a mobility certificate to create the RRF, which we did not have. And now, in the case of energy, to steadily stop relying and depending on powers which we consider bona fide providers or partners. but who have viewed energy as a weapon, which they instrumentalize, they weaponize not to affect and to attack the government, but to attack the vulnerable, the household. This is eloquent as to the complexity of the threat we are called upon to address as Europeans. This transition of Europe from the age of innocence and naivety to self-confidence goes without saying, is clear, and this is said by someone who experienced the first phase and now is experiencing the second one. So this is reality, this is happening. However, it will not be as quick as is expected. So it will not be spectacular, let's say. A series of measures and steps need to be taken upon political will and convergence, and this will take time. I mean, do not expect this transition to be dramatic, to be spectacular, to be instant. If there's a sector in which this process is more visible, is of course European defense. Indeed, when it comes to the European defense is positively based on a direction we have traced. We as Europeans understand that we have to coordinate our research in the defense industry. We need to orchestrate, to coordinate procurement. I mean, Europeans cannot purchase whatever is produced, no matter where on this globe, and then think how this defense material may meet our needs. We need to coordinate the significant resources for the first time earmarked by the European budget, and what we need to coordinate especially is our ability as Europeans to step into, to intervene when our strategic interests are under threat, they are jeopardized. I'm not sure I am provoking this noise, says the speaker. And so, as I was saying, we need to find as Europeans the ability to coordinate ourselves when our interests are jeopardized. And to provide you with an example, let me remind you of last August, after the announcement of the withdrawal of the American troops from Afghanistan in the airport of Kabul. That August, in the Kabul airport, we needed to get out of Afghanistan the citizens of the Western citizens and citizens of the European Union, and of course all our partners there. The Americans, with 3,000 Marines, managed in just a week, in only a week, to take out of the country both the American nationals, American citizens who cooperated with them. We as Europeans, if I'm not wrong, we had 8 national troops in the airport, every one of which would try to take its own people out of the borders. We had no one, for example, so we needed to agree with the Finnish, and the Finnish needed to agree with someone else, etc. I'm using that argument just to laugh on that, on the failure of Europe, of the biggest market in the world, the second most important currency, which managed to buy vaccines, etc. That very Europe finds it so difficult to coordinate in such a delicate moment as is the evacuation of the Kabul airport, and as a consequence, we already have taken the decision within the strategic compass to set up this rapid reaction forces, and I believe that in the next year there will be some kind of a preliminary European rapid reaction force which will be able to step in. It will be made up of 5,000 soldiers, and they will intervene in similar occasions. Now, in order to leave some time for a Q&A session, allow me just to add a couple of things. An important point is that Europe, do you prefer me to be seated? Hoping that this noise will just stop. Hopefully this is not a hybrid threat. The speaker is joking. Now, of course, I apologize for this noise, although it's not because of me. Hopefully it will stop, says the speaker. Now, before I wrap up with my initial speech and to leave some time to discuss with you, Mr. Lavdas anticipated that. I believe that when we discuss European citizens' security, we need to go beyond the borders or the boundaries of security as we know it, as we view it, that is the external security and the homeland, as our friends Americans call it, cybersecurity, that is counter-terrorism, counter-organized crime, money laundering, and so on and so forth. So European citizens' security needs to have all these characteristics: external, internal, touch upon cybersecurity, counterterrorism, etc. But at the same time, it needs to be able to mobilize when necessary, when required, all the tools and instruments provided by the Treaty of the European Union: trade, sanctions, import, duties, standards. So the end of the age of innocence entails the end of an age of a Europe which is generous in giving, but finds it difficult to take, to receive, and also presupposes the abolishment of the several silos, which instead of cooperating, interacting, competing one against the other. And there are similar construction sites, as it were, in Europe. Allow me to conclude with three observations, three remarks that will be decisive as to the European security, and they may sound surprising to you. First, energy. Energy is a strategic competition sector. It is an area which resembles more to a weapon than to a ground of cooperation. It is a section of political action in which the ability of Europe to be independent and self-sufficient will be tested. They started with the effort to stop being dependent on the Russian fossil fuels. A critical aspect is being discussed this afternoon in Brussels by the Ministers of Energy, who for the first time are called upon to decide upon a proposal the Commission presented last week on a ceiling for natural gas. So for the first time, Europe will have a ceiling-like shield against speculators and all those who threaten us. And this corrective mechanism, the reduction of demand, the reliable energy providers from third countries are just parts of a mosaic which has to do with our security and needs to encompass other things as well, including, and this will materialize, I have no doubt about that, the common energy procurement by Europe instead of a procurement at the national level, according to terms and conditions, of course, which are less attractive. So if we manage to build this resilient and independent Europe, certainly we will enhance not only our economy, but especially our security. And this will touch upon our relations with our neighbors and also whatever has to do with research in maritime zones, which, as you know, is a matter of international law, not community law. However, to have such a European energy identity will have a direct impact on security for European citizens. Second critical sector, the migration issue. We have experienced over the past years 3 unprecedented geopolitical junctures when 3 leaders of Europe have instrumentalized this emergency to affect Europe. The first in 2020 in Evros, second in Ceuta, the Spanish city located in the north of Spain, and third in September last year, August or September, from the latest dictatorship of Europe, which organized Belarus that is, which organized an unprecedented campaign to allow refugees to move through Minsk to Europe. In all these 3 cases, the European Union has proven very efficient, effective to stop those threats at the external borders. In the case of Belarus, to even stop the 10th flight from other transit countries, to organize the returns of those people suffering who were victims of that instrumentalization. And now we do have a know-how to address this crisis, but this is, of course, no remedy for the issues against our security. We need to come up with an efficient and effective framework for asylum and migration that will rely on the principle that our external borders will be safe and will be guarded, not only for the countries which are located across the external borders, but will be collectively guarded by Europe through Frontex, which will have by the end of next year its own aircraft, 10,000 standing corps, and the only agency of the European Union which will be armed and will have uniforms with the emblem of the European Union. This is, therefore, an effort through this migration issue to enhance security and to deter any thinking of people to instrumentalize the situation.
And third point, critical but not self-obvious, not obviously connected to security, is the fact that we can empower the monetary union and euro. Many would say that here we are to talk about security, not about economics. But I believe that a powerful financial and monetary union and a powerful euro undoubtedly are linked deeply to a powerful identity of defense. Having the second reference currency, the word, if you have federalized your monetary and financial policy, these are deterrent factors vis-a-vis all those who stupidly believe that it is simple to threaten the Eurozone. That it is a simple thing to create an incident at a point of Eurozone, creating a financial tsunami throughout the world. We have a duty to work for a powerful monetary union, for a powerful euro as a shield of protection. And for that reason, some days ago, we tabled a new proposal that modifies significantly the limitations of the Stability Pact. That is, it lifts this cross-cutting dimension of the previous Stability Pact with the same targets for all member states. It individualizes and we customize different objectives by abolishing the monolithic approach that existed in the past, by giving more fiscal space to the state members of the Eurozone to act as adults, not as minors that should be learned a lesson by Brussels or by Frankfurt. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, this is how I portray Europe of security, Europe that will not just be a very popular and likable one, but it will be a power to measure necessary. Nobody will take it for granted, but it should be respected by all. And this Europe, we have a duty to build not just for us, not just for young generations. It is our duty to build it as a matter of defense vis-à-vis all these forces, the forces that are Euroscepticists, both to the far right and to the far left of the political scenery. These forces need to convince us that the best solutions of security lie within national isolation, lack and borders. The better defense of Europe is Europe itself. Thank you. Thank you deeply, Vice President of the European Commission. Thank you, Mr. Schinas, for this quite concise approach of yours, which indeed was about the very critical aspects that we wanted to listen about, and some other aspects that we didn't expect to listen. I believe that there will be many important questions. This was the source of the problem. We found it. Problem solved. Okay. Glad to listen to that. Okay, so I believe that we can have very interesting questions. Instead of using my hat as a moderator to raise the first question, I will do something else. I will seize this opportunity in order to ask from young people, students, to take the floor. We have students in a master's degree or before the master's degree. I would like to give them the floor and see some hands. Well, looking to my partners, I believe that we'll have half an hour, not just a quarter. Yes, half an hour, even better, 30 minutes for Q&A. So many questions to take. I propose the following. Let's first take 2 or 3 questions, reply, and so on and so forth. I saw one hand, second hand. Yes, you have the floor, madam, please. But please do use a microphone, please. Thank you.
Καλησπέρα.
Hello. I would like to ask you, what is your approach when it comes to the development of the development of different texts from European strategy to global strategy in 2016 and now in the strategic compass of 2022? That is, do you believe that these texts meet the demands of the EU? Is there something lacking here? Is there any prediction about annual reports to see where we stand? Thank you. Thank you. I wonder whether this question should be replied before moving on, because it is of particular importance and it can be examined separately. What do you think? Yes, I do agree, but I'm not pretty sure that my reply is the one that matches this audience, because I believe that the audience and the members of the academia have a trend to overestimate these institutional texts. I don't fall under this category. I don't belong to the category of people who believe that these texts are a panacea or that they open the gates to this new Europe of decisiveness. These are useful texts, I agree. Well, look, they are useful texts because they allow, amidst the complexity of people, institutions, bodies involved, to focus on a specific matter. But the texts do not follow Hamilton's perspective. And I'm saying so. I have monitored and I have contributed to many out of those. I am against the institutional fetishism. If these texts were the ones needed to have the Europe of security, we would already have it. We wouldn't need more texts. But since we're talking about the compass, this aspect has an added value because without it, we couldn't have had the rapid intervention force. If we assume that this link will be done, then this text at least did the job. Apologies for my heretic reply, but I'm trying to be frank here. Thank you. So we can move on after this very interesting reply and question, then to the lady and then to the other person at the back. Yes, you. You can have the microphone. Thank you. Hello. I would like to make a question to the Vice President of the European Commission, Mr. Schinas. You mentioned before that the Russian President has instrumentalized energy to be able to threaten Europe. So my question is the following. Monitoring the issue through the press, shouldn't we talk about the position of the former Chancellor, Madame Merkel, who signed some contracts of energy with Russia in the past, and she guaranteed before everyone that there will be no threat coming from Russia? What about Germany? Did Germany fall in this energy trap set by the Russian president? This is my question. Thank you. And the reply is quite simple. Yes, you are absolutely right. This is right. The German Chancellor, the former German Chancellor, who for many, many reasons has proven her skills to be a leader in critical moments in Europe, or at least to create the critical mass of political support for difficult decisions in Europe, in this issue, she failed. And this failure was the failure that even Germany has to undergo now. And with Germany, us as well. We must be frank when it comes to different moments. The example that you mentioned is included what I said before of this end of naivety. We do not produce ventilators or oxygen masks in Europe. Okay, no problem. We get them somewhere. The same goes with energy. It was a German perception that energy is not a problem. We have the Russians and they can provide it to us. But this was reversed in real life. And this whole effort, to which I alluded, that is the energy independence, steps on that. It steps on this strategic error. It steps on this problem that we are trying to leave behind. Thank you. So we have two questions. Let us take two questions together. One hand over there, towards the back of the room. Yes, yes. And then the other person there to the right. Please.
Έχουμε ένα θεματάκι μετά. Αυτό.
Δεν πάμε άσχημα στην εξάρτηση
τεχνολογία. Yes, there is a button. Please switch it on. Switch the microphone on. You're right.
Θέλω να σας ρωτήσω αμφότερους.
I would like to ask you both. What is your view when it comes to the development of the war in Ukraine? Because after the annexation of the four areas, there is the Ukrainian counterattack and further escalation. One view about it. And then, secondly, we have opened again the debate, the proposal that is to create a pan-European army in the framework of tackling threats. Your views about these two issues. Thank you. And mainly, and possibly rather, we can take the next question. Yes, please. What's the next question? Hello. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. My question is a follow-up you told us that this is the end of the era of naivety for Europe. But we see Germany, in spite of the fact that even itself and other countries are paying this error of the energy dependence on Russia, the actual chancellor insists on a continuation of trade relationships with China, whereas risks are quite clear. May we talk about the end of naivety or not? And to what extent Europe may truly be independent, having this close relationships with China? And the follow-up, is this a viable option just to have as an ally the US? Because this is the alternative, I imagine. Thank you. Yes, I will take the easy part.
Δεν συμφωνούν. Λοιπόν, ξεκινάω και μετά συνεχίζουμε μέσα στο πλαίσιο του χρόνου. Είναι πράγματι θέματα που χρειάζονται.
Yes, I agree, because this could take us 2 hours to reply. Let us clarify three points.
Γνωρίζουμε κατεξοχήν.
We can all acknowledge, and even the texts are very interesting, talking about many different poles and things that are not created in China. Europe is talking about different poles. We don't accept unipolarity. So Europe does know that West is not the whole planet, of course. If we see demographics, the planet is India, China, India, and then the other parts and the other countries. This is acknowledged by Europe by definition, but I believe that we are in a phase of transition during which these many different poles that is erroneously merged with China or India, it will find a new balance and a way to move on. Of course, it is a problem trying to add a reply to the previous question. Of course, it is a problem to continue war and Russia to become more and more a marginalized country, a country that Russia depends on China these days. And then there are more problems apart from this dependence related to sanctions, related to the turmoil in the world economy, etc. So, point one. It is clear that Europe is, par excellence, a region of ideas and action, as demonstrated in the past. It does not believe that West is a panacea at the center of the universe. This does not mean that we shall accept any prior decisions, and that is why the fact that we should condemn Russia was necessary. When the message was not conveyed to Russia upon the annexation of Crimea, we should be very specific. But on the other hand, as long as the war is in force, there are some new data that have been shaped. In this era of multipolarity, it is of the interest of none for the West to catch up with time. It's for the interest of none for the West to get a second or third role. No, the West should play its own role, which is a regulatory one. This is what we need to believe. It's not just a trade or financial role. And secondly, we should start tackling the different partners in a separate way, always with due respect. Of course, a big partner of Europe is India, which has a past with the non-aligned forces in different historic courses, but Europe should face different partners in a way that should respect everybody. Coming to the end of this quick reply to two very good questions, I believe that we must remember that there's always a very delicate line. When should we take the decision? When is the moment to negotiate, to consult? When is the moment for the end of the war phase? Consequently, and coming to the end of the first question, I would say that for the last 2 months I have been arguing that it is high time we ended with the war. But this first depends on Russia and to an extent on Ukraine, that is on all of us. When this delicate line can be reached, it is a moving target, but it is to the benefit of Europe, undoubtedly. First, to learn the lesson that we cannot accept any fixed decisions. But secondly, we must also get into negotiations when conditions allow us to do so, so that this line could not become too excessive and thus talk about consequences that are not wanted. I hope that we come closer to this phase of a more generalized negotiation. There are some indicators, even if we consider that to exist also in March. This is my first quick reply. Yes, I don't disagree. As bullet points, let me answer. The development of the war, I don't know. It's difficult to read a system in Moscow which doesn't work with characteristics of a Western political system. We're talking about a closed system which is legalized by different intelligence services, a system that has no public opinion to face, has no independent media, there's no civil society. Such a system cannot be read easily. And the strategic threat of the touched by fate moms, because these moms do not dwell in Moscow, they dwell in different areas of the federation, so it's not obvious, this image of mourning moms. So the system cannot be easily interpreted. The first conclusion is that the war did not justify the attacker. On the contrary, historically, morally, it justified the defender. Another war where the defender has better chances than the attacker. And another conclusion was what Mr. Lauda said. Now there should be high time for negotiation, but negotiation time will come, as always in these negotiations, when there will be a certainty of the following certainty. With whom are you going to negotiate? Because a golden rule of negotiations is that you cannot negotiate the same thing with two different interlocutors. Negotiation should take place with the one that could be committed, and this reply is not that clear yet. Now, European army, yes, there will be a European army. But let me inform you that the different divisions of von der Leyen and the brigades of Juncker are not ready to start tomorrow morning. There will be, in long run, such a development as an evolution, as a development of all these procedures we're talking about, that is, convergence and common mindset, that since threats are the same, symmetric ones, then defense should be of a similar type. Personally speaking, since I have many contacts with the staff both in Greece and in the European Union, I'm pretty happy when I see that this convergence is already taking place. There is this common perception, there is partnership, but yet I'm looking at Mr. Arvanitopoulos. This does not create any conditions, according to Hamilton. It will not be any big bang, but we will get there. Now, another point. China, yes, indeed, we need much time for the discussion. What I can tell you is that we, as Europe, always, and I leave European politics for the last 30 years, but we have always followed a golden principle. The interest of Europe is, in English it's better, a rules-based international order, which is a bit different from multipolarity, because multipolarity might exist, but they cannot necessarily be rules-based. We need such an international scene that will be based on rules in trade, security, the environment. Let me here tell you that this is what we want, but many times we felt lonely in this commitment of ours, especially during the Trump administration. We felt desperately lonely. As a representative of the European Commission, now let me share a personal experience with you. Let me give you a personal view. I participated in the period 2014-2019 in all the different summits of G7 and G20 where the president of the Commission participates. It was the Trump administration era. I should tell you that the remaining one, that is Australians, Japanese, Brazilians, the remaining were the Canadians even. They came to us telling us, luckily you exist. Luckily you exist. This commitment overcomes a relationship with China, a relationship with India, because if we build such a rules-based system for international order that will be rooted on conditions and principles and rules, then we will do better with everybody. Yes, so this normativity is very important with many different aspects. Any other question, please? Yes, the last round. Don't threaten us, come on. Yes, we already have many threats in our mind. So 3 questions to finish with them. Hello, thank you so much for your speech. I would like to ask you the following. You said that European security may not be based on walls or on fences, and you mentioned the migration crisis. Let me ask you, what is the institutional role of the Union to tackle these flows at the first place? That is, in the countries of origin, and what does the EU do? In Theta, we saw that there were people from West Africa. What is the presence of Union, not just in countries like Syria or Afghanistan, for instance, but also in countries that send migrants? And then I would also like to learn more institutionally what's the reaction of the Commission when countries like Poland and Greece are facing problems with migration, and when they opt for pushback conditions. How do you tackle these violations of international law? Yes, another question from here, third row. And the third question to wrap it up. Yes. Hello, thank you very much for your speech, which was very interesting. I have attended other speeches from the European Parliament. In 2001, I was at the European Parliament because I had a stage, and I was happy enough to prepare some fact sheets. Ever since 2001, we were prepared, and I was responsible for the relations between EU, the US, and third countries on the energy problem that, at the end of the day, turned to be crisis. By crisis, we're not talking about the institutional social crisis, but of course we're talking about an energy crisis. Ever since we have analyzed how a country, how should I put it, how an ensemble of countries, that is the EU, can have the proper means, socially, politically, institutionally, all these together, so that it can truly be independent. And then we observe in 2022 that what we had started back then as a research in the DG research, when I conducted this study, that Greece, for sure Greece, which strategically is at a crossroad, can be a pioneer, it can be independent energy-wise, and can also be a part of the solution of the problem. That shouldn't be a problem normally, because ever since we have seen that through a study and can be finalized positively. Now, when it comes to Ukraine, last Friday, was lucky enough, under the aegis of the European Commission, in the American College, I attended a very good fashion show on children from Ukraine. It was very interesting. They said something very, very important, which I keep. They said that the war would end quickly. Maybe we are close to a positive result, so I'm looking forward to your own replies. Thank you so much. Yes, okay, let us wrap it up with these 2 questions. The first one is related to my portfolio in the Commission. You are asking me about the role of Europe. The idea on migration is like a building with 3 floors. The first floor should be about the relationships with the countries of origin, with the transit countries. We will never manage to tackle migration internally in Europe if we do not manage it with our neighbors. Second store, we said before, security of the external borders. There will be no migration policy in Europe if we don't have powerful and safe borders. Third floor, the allocation of burden and solidarity. All for one and one for all, not few for the many. What's the problem up to now? We have on the table this proposal since September 2020, but the member states, for the time being, want to get the elevator and only visit the floor they are interested in. That is, first liners go to the third floor directly, and they are saying we want solidarity and allocation of burden. The countries of admission just go to the first, second floor, and they are saying if we have less arrivals and a powerful control at the borders, why should we talk about solidarity? Maybe we won't need it. They have made quite clear, and your question allows me to repeat it, that this building will be built at the same time with all three floors ready-made with the same capacity of bearing loads. There will be no emergency exit. Everybody will participate in the same way, especially when it comes to the transit countries and the country of origin. We have failed, especially with Africa. We have given away too much money. We're the biggest donor in the world, but our money did not deliver. They went to the elites. We've built presidential manos in Africa, airports, motorways. The majority of those were built due to European constructing companies which get the money back. This should change. The EU money in Africa should build opportunities for the people, for the youngsters to have a better life there, enhance the borders of these countries. And these are the characteristics of the first floor. Now, when it comes to pushbacks, the situation is quite simple. Pushbacks cannot be perceived in the framework of this building. When this building operates, there's no room for pushbacks. When you listen about this phenomena, this is exactly because we are in transition phase where the European building is under construction. And let me come to the end with Greece. The final question gives me the opportunity to say something that I should have said. Greece, indeed, is an EU member state, which is fortunate enough to see through it and to deal with many different constituents of security. This is not a problem. This is a tactical advantage, because here in our country we can see not just the geopolitical fence, the limit that we can reach this point, and from that point onwards we're talking about different things, but here we can have on the same soil the energy pipelines. We are the part of Europe that is closer to the moment that the Arab world will give the cable to Europe. We are the ones that will lay hand first on that cable. Then migration. The success of Europe in migration largely is judged from the Greek seas, and the big victory in Evros verified this momentum. I shall never forget the people from the villages in Evros who went out from their houses during this weekend, and they gave a big round of applause for the forces of Frontex. Generations of Greeks were raised to learn that our borders, Greek borders, are the borders of the EU. During that weekend, this was demonstrated. So we should all work so that these tactical advantages in our country that set us in an unprecedented good conjuncture after so many decades to be used adequately. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Of course, it goes without saying that we conducted a wonderful discussion with Margaritis Kinas. Thanks to you all. Do not go away. Let's come to the next session.
We now have two linked sessions.
Έχουμε δύο.
Ukraine war, the greatest, largest scale war that Europe has seen after 1945. And first we want to hear from Nicolas Dzurinda, who was Prime Minister of Slovakia, a state that borders with Ukraine. So Slovakia is much nearer the problem or the crisis than we are. And after that, we'll have a panel that will look at, in part, military aspects, military lessons learned, which are also very interesting. But let's start with the Prime Minister, Dzurinda.
Thank you very much, Professor. My dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning, I'd like to thank the organizers, the Institute for International Relations. I am very happy always to be in Athens for many reasons. And I am proud that the institution which I led in Brussels, the Wilfried Martens Center for European Studies, which is a political think tank of the European People's Party, is co-organizer of the event. The title of our panel discussion is Lessons Learned from the War in Ukraine. One could argue that it is too early, after 9 months, to contemplate what are potential lessons learned from the war. But I think that it is possible already now. Maybe at the beginning I will make you surprised because I have good news. Despite the fact that we follow a lot of atrocities every single day. You know what is the situation, how is the situation is in Ukraine. Margaritis Schinas rightly pointed out that Putin or the Kremlin has decided to weaponize and also energy sector, food or delivery of grains. But it is very dangerous, and we are not so far of genocide in Ukraine. Having said that, I have also a good news, because the question is whether there are some lessons which can be taken as the lessons learned from the war. Look, the message from my side is very simple. Democracy is better than autocracy. Why? Because it is evident that Mr. Putin was heavily mistaken, especially on the battlefield, on the ground. Everybody is in shock in these days that Ukrainian soldiers are winning ground. We won in Kharkiv, we won in Kherson, and Ukraine is getting more and more occupied villages, municipalities. For me, it is also a personal shock because I had been serving as a foreign advisor of the previous president, Petro Poroshenko, and we had a special program as Martin Center in Ukraine between 2014 and 2018, sharing experience from doing reforms. And I have to admit that I underestimated also a bit the Ukrainian forces and soldiers, and maybe overestimated the Russians, noisy voices and the Kremlin with huge propaganda. Look at the battlefield of these days. It is evident that Putin didn't receive right information. At the beginning, he wanted to promote a quick, special military operation. This is true. I have a lot of information. He wanted to do something like with Crimea. He was heavily mistaken. And now it must be for him a cultural shock to follow how the Ukrainian forces are beating the Russian troops. Why it is so? Because, you know, in democracy, the things are complicated. You have to negotiate all the time. On Monday, you have to reach a coalition agreement with the government, but on Tuesday, you are beaten by the opposition, by media, NGO, free society, media. But this is substantial, that every one of us is under control. As the Prime Minister, I was not very happy that I have very, very brutal opposition or media checking every single my step. But it is very healthy for society. I was listening to Mitt Romney, the Republican member of the US Congress, the candidate for the US presidency at the time before the pandemic. It was very, very, I would say, interesting and impressive to listen to him when he argued that also the US Army is not in the best shape in these times because they are spending more and more money for maintenance, not for the development. He gave us fascinating presentation. What is the proportion between maintenance and development in China, for instance, and the United States. So democratic control is something very healthy and very perspective. And this is a good news for us because sometimes we were afraid of Russia or Kremlin maybe artificially too much. And then maybe there are also some other lessons which can be learned from the war also in these days, especially from the perspective of us, the European Union. The first comes from reality that the EU was created after the war, the World War the Second, to avoid the new one, the new war, internal tension coming from inside of Europe. And we succeeded, I would say. The level of confidence now in the continent is very, very, very high. I strongly believe that such instruments as single market, common currency, Schengen area, and many others, our common European institutions, it is a very strong guarantee that we are not only united, but we are not unable to produce new atrocities or new war. It is great. But what has happened within the last 15 years? We have been facing 4 major challenges, but all of them were coming from outside, not from inside the EU. At the beginning, it was global financial economic crisis. And then we had very heavy or strong immigration inflow. Then COVID-19 pandemic. And now we have the war of Russia against Ukraine. All these challenges are coming from abroad. So my second lesson from the current development is that we need to change this paradigm, to change our community from inward-looking composition of member states, cooperating sometimes very, very complicated way, to a community of member states and EU institutions which is ready to develop itself but also defend itself if necessary. And this is substantial. This is substantial. It is not enough to enjoy life as a community which is happy with itself. It is necessary to be able to be competitive in the global space and able to defend our values but also our interests. The lesson number 3, which I would like to mention, is that we measure the quality of our life by money in the past. Our own wages, salaries, our own assets, GDP per capita, money, money, money, money. Everything was circulating about money. In these days, it seems to me that we are going to measure the quality of our life through security. And not only in military meaning of the word, defense, but also when it comes to energy security, when it comes to security or supply chain security, food security, security of the environment. And this is fascinating in my eyes, how this basic paradigm is going to be changed. And last but not least, I would mention the change or lesson number 4. And it is related with the previous 3. If it is true, I believe that the EU should proceed to the final stage of its integration. It means, or I'm dreaming, I'm talking about the gradual federalization of our European Union. What does it mean? It means that we need to build or to proceed to the final stage of our integration, in which, on one side, we will defend natural competencies carried out by the member states, but on the other side, we will pass other competencies to the communitarian level, at which it is much more effective to execute or carry out these competencies. One simple illustration. I strongly believe that in such areas as culture, religious, national traditions, and all relevant issues, we should strongly defend the prerogative of our member states. We are different. Europe is not big, but we are very, very diverse. Unity in diversity. You remember the main slogan of our European fathers? Unity in diversity. And believe me, I am a Slovak from the center of Europe. I am a European. I feel like at home here in Athens, but also in Lisbon. Not speaking about Prague or Poland or Germany, Paris. So these cultural issues are very important for people, for everybody. And we should resign on potential harmonization or centralization of these events. If I want to be brutal, I would say that I do not need any institutions to grow my children or my grandchildren. It is absolutely not needed. I want what is needed. I know very well what is necessary to do to let my grandchildren grow in a positive way. But when speaking about foreign policy issue, and especially when speaking about defense, I am strongly in favor, making long story short, of an idea of our united European military forces. We are listening to a man who strongly believes in the future of European army. Not tonight, as Hinas has stated rightly, but we should proceed from the words, from declaration to concrete steps. This idea is not new. The soldiers know better than me. But there is a lot of proclamations, a lot of words, but very little concrete steps. PESCO, okay, it sounds nice, but in reality, nothing substantial. Defense fund, okay, there are some projects that are needed. But on the other side, it is evident in the light of the war of Russia against Ukraine that Europe should be much stronger. And I am not calling for, separation from the United States or for duplication or something like that. Not at all. I liked very much the expression of my colleague and friend, Professor Arvanitopoulos, who was speaking this morning about strategic complementarity or military complementarity. Okay, maybe it sounds less provocative in Washington than strategic autonomy, but we are speaking more or less about the same. It is not normal that Europe is more numerous than the United States. economically comparable with the United States, but we are powerless. It cannot work. And I am sure that it is also good for the United States, for our allies in NATO, if Europe will represent equally strong military pillar of NATO, which is able to defend not only the eastern flank of NATO, but also the southern flank of NATO. So these are the 4 main lessons learned from the war in my head for the moment. And thank you very much for being invited.
I think we have time for a few questions. Yes, please.
Can you hear me? Oh, okay, great. Thank you so much, dear Mr. President. To my mind, today's forum offers the perfect background to connect your today's lessons with yesterday's argumentation that a common European military force is needed. I would like thus to ask you to illuminate aspects of another crucial topic for European security and integration. Is the creation of a common European military intelligence also needed? If not, how do you envision European cooperation on this extremely delicate issue? Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. I am not an expert on security, on defense. I'm a politician. Even though I spent almost 2 hours in military service, it was a compulsory in my time when I was young. But I am well aware that we live in a new era when we face not only classical military threats or challenges, but also hacking of our computers, different hybrid forms of attacks. And there is no doubt that without efficient intelligence, we will not succeed. It is absolutely evident. It is very cynical, but I understand why Putin is now attacking the energy infrastructure and the different institutions which are important for sharing information, mobile operators or some other facilities. So making long potential answer short, I would tell you that you are absolutely right. This is necessary to not unified, but to build higher level of confidence between our intelligence services, being able and willing to share information much broadly than so far. So when I call for European army, the issue of common intelligence is an integral part of this potential defense architecture. You are completely right.
Evgenia.
Thank you very much for these remarks. I would like to ask you, with regards to the European army, if a European army is formed, or when, what would happen to the NATO states that are not part of the EU? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and my instinct prompts me that I understand your question very well, even though it was not explicitly pronounced. Look, nothing dramatic will happen in my head. If I want to be brutal, I would say that we should not talk how measures should be adopted against Turkey. I am a man who is thinking positively. Forget them, let's do our own business, European business. When we create the European army, it doesn't mean that we resign on the United States, on UK, on some other potential members, not at all. NATO will do its job, as the army of the United States does its job. The same equivalent should be applied to Europe. Before the pandemic, yesterday, I believe, or I'm not sure whether I said it at the public event, but maybe during the dinner with my fantastic friend Kostas Karamanlis and the other friends that before the pandemic I visited the US. I am in US every year, once or twice, and I was confronted with some anger. What do you want? A man who pushed my country to NATO and to the EU. I am American #1 in my home. And all of a sudden I was asked, what do you want with Europe? What I want? I want the same as normal American or US citizens wants or expects from the United States Army. This is absolutely the same. Do you have your federal military forces? Do you have your National Guard still? Are you able to operate independently if you want? You speak with a man who sent voluntarily troops to Kosovo, to many peacekeeping operations, but also I opened the airspace for bombarding Belgrade. I sent my troops voluntarily to Iraq and Afghanistan. In Iraq, we were divided. Chirac shouted at me, "You missed an opportunity to keep silence," he told me. Why should I keep silence? I am convinced that it is needed, I did it. So we were heavily divided when it comes to Iraq. What happened? So in this composition, I strongly believe that NATO is fantastic value. NATO, transatlantic alliance, is a fantastic value. But it doesn't mean that we are not allowed to defend also our own interest or to help Americans to promote peace in our neighborhood. Does it run against the US interest if we are able to help democratically elected African leaders to fight terrorist groups? Would it be good when it comes to immigration or bad? Does it run against the US interest? Not at all. So we need to talk to our, not friends, allies, to talk to them because I strongly believe that we have the same goal, to defend our values, to defend our civilization, to defend our way of life. Not everything is perfect in Europe. Look at Orban of these days. But in general, this is fascinating, our rules, our institutions, our way of life. But I strongly believe that we should do much more in Europe, especially when it comes to defense.
Okay, we have to proceed with the panel.
Good luck, and see you soon in Athens. Thank you.
Okay.
His mustache is nicer than mine.
Okay, let's. Yeah, but they'll change it. Fanno? Είμαστε όλοι. Ben Barry will join us from distance. So now we have a panel with which will examine other aspects of the lessons learned from the Ukrainian war. Right. And I'll give the floor to Nicola DeSantis.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you today. I'm very pleased that the NATO Public Diplomacy Division which I represent at this conference, supported this event. We think that it is very important to promote a better understanding of NATO's policies and goals, and also of the issues and the different perceptions, and you've heard several today, which shape today the agenda of the alliance. So let me thank EDIS for inviting me, especially the Executive Director, Despina Fentulli, came recently back from a distinguished international career from Brussels to Greece. And also it's very nice to be with a lot of friends, starting with Tanos Dokos, who we are friends for many, many years. We've been working on common issues, especially when it deals with Mediterranean, Middle East security. And I'm very pleased that he's now the National Security Advisor of your country, of Greece. There's different ways to look at the topic that we're discussing now. The inspiring thing working, through the Acropolis is that I'm in Greece, in the cradle of civilizations, of the Western civilization. More than 500 years before Christ, Greece invented democracy, the polis, the mos kratos. And this is something very inspiring today, because democracy, although rooted in centuries of civilization, the Western civilization, today is threatened. It's threatened by authoritarian states, is threatened by the Russian Federation, is challenged by a systemic challenger, like it is the People's Republic of China. Today, we have a war in Europe. In the new strategic concept that only 4 months ago NATO revised for the first time since the end of the Cold War, we label the Russian Federation as the major threat to Europe. I joined the international staff of NATO in 1991 when Secretary General of NATO Manfred Wörner traveled to Moscow upon invitation of the Russian authorities and declared that Russia and the NATO countries were not adversaries, were not enemies anymore, and they opened a new season of partnership with Russia. Until the strategic concept, the NATO, the third one, they revised in 2010, Russia was defined a strategic partner for NATO. Today, it's labeled the major threat to Euro-Atlantic security, peace, and stability. What has happened? Let me tell you that starting with Manfred Wörner, in July 1991, he went to Moscow. In November 1991, NATO revised the strategic concept for the first time following the Cold War, and he made it public, because the strategic concept until 1991, the strategic concepts which had evolved. What is the strategic concept? It's a document in which NATO lays down the way in which it looks at the security environment. The security environment evolves over time. You want a security organization that had to protect your security, to update the way in which, with the evolution of security challenges and threats, it would deal with it in order to deter war, to prevent war, but should war occur, to manage it in such a way that successfully we can restore peace. So Russia was included, and this is something that I want to stress today, because it is sometimes forgotten in academic debates. Russia was included by NATO in the new security order, not only starting with the visit of Manfred Wörner there, but in November 1991, the strategic concept we approved, NATO's heads of state and government created a new body, a new institutional framework for cooperation, which was called the North Atlantic Cooperation Council, in which NATO invited all the successor states of the former Soviet Union, the emerging democracies of Central and Eastern Europe, and you just heard one of the former prime ministers of one of these countries, to build together a new security order, one of peace and stability in Europe. In 1994, Russia was included in the invitation of the Partnership for Peace program, together with other successor states of the former Soviet Union. To do what? To promote civilian oversight of the military, what we call democratic control of the armed forces. Second, the transparency of defense budget, the fact that in democracies, defense budgets are discussed in parliament. where also the opposition knows how the government, the executive, wants to promote the national security, and we have a national security advisor here, national security concept of a country by allocating adequate human and financial resources to it. Third, interoperability, possibility for NATO forces and the countries of Partnership for Peace to train together so that if a crisis had to occur, we would manage it together. In 1995, 1 year after launching the Partnership for Peace, NATO forces and Russian forces were on the ground in Bosnia, Operation IFOR. Not many people know that. And I want to remember this, to tell you how NATO's security concept has been inclusive rather than exclusive. It has been aimed at not marginalizing anyone in Europe, starting with the Russian Federation. In 1997, in a summit between Boris Yeltsin and the heads of state and government of NATO, we established a body, a permanent body of cooperation, the Permanent Joint Council between NATO and Russia, which we promoted political dialogue, practical cooperation. This is when the founding act was signed of mutual cooperation with Russia. And in 2002, at the Rome summit, the bilateral body, the Permanent Joint Council, became the NATO-Russia Council, in which political dialogue and practical cooperation between NATO and the Russian Federation continue to be promoted. We need to remember this, to see what has happened in between, what has brought together this brutal aggression towards Ukraine, killing innocent civilians. This is not a war in which there are two armies facing each other. There is the deliberate targeting of killing of civilians, of civilian infrastructure, committing war crimes. And so this is very important to outline today. If we want to understand also why, as I started at the beginning, democracy, the values upon which the Western civilizations, which are the values of the preamble of the Washington Treaty, democracy, individual liberty, and the rule of law, why are these values threatened today? Because in 2007, Mr. Putin, at the Munich Security Conference, outlined a different vision. The vision of NATO, which included Russia as a partner, starting in 1991, was to move from confrontation to cooperation in the security sphere. In 2007, with the speech at the Munich Security Conference, Mr. Putin moved from cooperation to confrontation. So he started to switch the watch of history backward. And in 1 year, in 2008, it attacked Georgia, in 2014, Crimea, today, Ukraine. And that is why NATO allies are doing a number of things today. NATO had to adopt a number of measures. Individual NATO member countries are helping Ukraine with the necessary military means and training so that it can exercise its right of self-defense, which is enshrined and sanctioned by the UN Charter. This is a country which is the victim of aggression. There is an aggressor and there is a victim. And NATO countries are supporting that country so that it can defend itself. NATO as such, as an organization, is not involved in this crisis, but of course, also the fact that Ukraine was for many years part of the Partnership for Peace program has surprised everybody. The first lesson Mr. Putin has learned from this war is that he couldn't go directly to Kiev. The heroic resistance of people defending themselves, defending their territorial integrity of their state, defending their freedom from a brutal aggression. This is the first lesson of this conflict. And therefore, we cannot allow that this conflict ends with the military victory of Ukraine, because of Russia, against Ukraine. This cannot be allowed, because if we were to allow this, we would endanger even more peace in Europe. And this is why, defending Ukraine, we are preventing the possibility that NATO member countries are attacked and then we can have an escalation of this conflict. So stop Putin in Ukraine, prevent that this conflict can spill over. But this also is a warning to other autocratic states, to other autocracies that could be thinking from a victory of Mr. Putin that they can challenge the rule-based international order. And Today, if you look at the new strategic concept that we approved in Madrid, while on one end you have Russia labeled as a new threat, the major threat to our security, we also have a systemic challenge coming from the People's Republic of China. One other thing that we have learned from the conflict with Russia is that we have to cut our dependency from authoritarian states. Energy, gas, oil. We have learned these lessons and we are trying to diversify our resources with regard to the possibility that others can use that dependency to undermine our security and the stability of our countries. Of course, this has a cost. It has a cost in economic terms for our countries, but the cost, while we have economic costs, which are very high, in terms of energy, in terms also of food, the impact, the adverse conditions of this conflict on our economy, the consequences for Ukraine are much worse because they entail the enormous loss of human life. And so we have to stay the course, we have to continue. At the same time, we should not allow that our countries continue to become dependent on others. And I'm thinking about China. Why China is defined in the strategic concept a systemic challenge? Because, of course, China is using its diplomatic, its military power, its economic power as a form of coercion. On one end, not to respect the rule-based international order. On the other, trying to undermining, create a dependency to create a new system of rules, which is, of course, not responsive to the one from which I started, the one of democracies, the respect of the rule of law, human rights. And while NATO doesn't seek nor a confrontation with Russia and not a confrontation with China, at the same time we have to factor in the challenge that comes from the fact that China has taken advantage more than anybody else of the globalization that we have liberal countries, liberal democracies have encouraged, has been used also against us, and we have to remain vigilant. So this is another important lesson from this crisis. Manage the fact that authoritarian states are becoming more and more aggressive in different forms. They use in different tools, from military aggression to cyber tools, to hybrid warfare, to disinformation. And that is why it is very important to remain vigilant. And NATO is trying to also continue, if on one end, of course, with regard to the possible spillover of this conflict, we have to work through containment, deterrence and defense. It's a core security function of NATO. This is what you expect for an organization which our countries are spending also considerable amount of money. You expect that it will continue on one end to deter the possibility of aggression towards its member, to defend should this happen. But at the same time, is also involving other countries, a broader number of countries going from the Mediterranean, which we started in 1994, the concept of cooperative security, partnerships with different countries, going from the Mediterranean, the Middle East, to the Indo-Pacific, countries which share with us the same approach to the way in which we want to make sure that security is something which is indivisible. It cannot be built at the expenses of anybody. So NATO is helping these countries develop their capacity and their capabilities to resist an armed attack should it happen to them, so that they are fit to do it. And you've seen how this has worked with Ukraine, that taking advantage of that work has been able also to defend itself. So we are trying to enlarge the space of security, the space of stability. Very important also that NATO continue to maintain the door of the alliance open to other countries. And now one of the major achievements of the Madrid summit has been, together with, on one end, supporting Ukraine, the other one reinforcing also the defense of the alliance. For the first time since 2014, since the invasion of Crimea, NATO has stepped up the defense of NATO's territory. Today, we have deployed 40,000 troops at the borders eastern part of the alliance. We have gone from 4 to 8 battle groups. We have also developed the capability to maintain at high readiness a large number of forces, 300,000 in Europe. But also, at the same time, we are expanding the possibility, expanding the space on security and stability with Sweden and Finland, who have decided to become members of the alliance, so that the space of the complementarity also between NATO and EU, which was discussed before, continues also to be enriched by the possibility and the contribution of these countries to the security of the alliance as a whole. As an introduction, I'd like to stop here and therefore turn the floor back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. De Santis, for this very interesting and very comprehensive presentation on NATO's role in the rules-based international order and security issues. Very interesting. Now we'll turn to Brigadier Ben Barry and look at some military lessons learned from this. There's a lot, I think, that we can learn about military strategy. So, Brigadier, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can the audience hear and see me all right?
Yes, yes.
Good, okay. I should start by saying that although the ISS headquarters is based in London, we're an independent organisation, and we're particularly independent of the British government. Now, I agree with the first speaker's remarks that Ukraine's democratic government has been better than Russia's autocracy. But we should be under no illusion that democracy has failed elsewhere. The US-led coalition failed in Iraq, and the Taliban won in Afghanistan, both defeats for the West and its values. And in both wars, many European countries were reluctant for their troops to engage in combat. If anyone has won the war in Syria, it's Assad, Russia, and Iran. And the recent withdrawals from Mali by France and Britain also represent strategic failure. And it's notable that some European nations have provided much less support to Ukraine than others. So we mustn't be complacent. I'm going to discuss some military lessons that have implications for NATO, the EU, and Greece's military contributions to both. The war has demonstrated key features of a modern war between states. It's reaffirmed that war is a highly dynamic contest of wills across multiple domains, where both sides seek to outfight and outmaneuver and outadapt each other. And the battle of the narrative is a key factor. Now, in the months before the invasion, the US and UK made unprecedented use of declassified intelligence to show that Russia was surrounding Ukraine with mobilized forces. We should be under no illusions that these efforts failed to deter Russia from attacking. Maxar, a civilian satellite imagery company, published photos of Russian units deployed in Belarus and Western Russia. And Maxar has continued to publish such images ever since. So this shows us that civilian satellite observation companies are now strategic actors. There are also hard questions for those European countries, and indeed the European External Action Service, that appeared to ignore this intelligence. There are much harder questions, of course, for the Russian forces, which displayed over-optimism and lower standards of tactical competence, command, leadership, and logistics than the Ukrainian forces. And this is a hard reminder that the prime military capability is competence in combat, and high standards of leadership and training are essential to achieve this. Over the previous 15 years, Russia greatly invested in military modernization, but this appears to have been greatly eroded by the effects of an authoritarian political culture, as well as by nepotism and corruption, all undermining the effectiveness of defense ministries and armed forces. The lesson is that without investing in the capability of personnel, including the competence of commanders and adequate individual and collective training, investments in modern hardware can be wasted. Another major contributor to the failure of the initial Russian attacks on Kiev and Kharkiv was Russia's inadequate coordination of its tanks, infantry, and artillery, whilst Ukrainian defenders proved much more skillful at coordinating their infantry's use of anti-tank weapons and strikes by mortars and artillery. Subsequently, both sides have continued to wage combined arms warfare against each other, with the Ukrainians increasingly using deep precision attacks by guided rockets fired by HIMARS rocket launchers. This all illustrates the continuing importance of combined arms tactics to land operations, albeit with drone and counter-drone capabilities integrated into land units and tactics. Much of the fighting has revolved around control of urban terrain. It showed that urban terrain often favors determined defenders who can hold out against superior numbers of attackers and impose delay. And this illustrates a wider point that the global mega trend of ever-increasing urbanization means that urban warfare is the new normal. Armed forces that aren't competent in urban combat should increasingly be seen as incompetent. And success in urban combat requires especially high standards of leadership and training. Russia quickly, initially, neutralized Ukraine's navy, but the subsequent successful Ukrainian attacks using anti-ship missiles, including sinking the Moskva, and more recently by remotely operated unmanned surface vehicles, greatly reduced the utility of Russia's fleet. And this reminds us that sea control can confer great advantages, but warships maneuvering within the effective range of coastal defenses will continue to be very vulnerable. Many commentators, including myself, had expected Russia to rapidly gain air superiority over Ukraine and were surprised when they didn't. Ukraine appears to have fielded a distributed overlapping air defense network with radar, missiles and guns, all using guerrilla-style shoot and scoop tactics. It's also created a layered air defense, and it also seems that the Russian Air Force was inadequately prepared for combat, including coordinating its activities with the Russian land forces. And Russians' apparent failure to achieve either maritime control or air superiority reinforces the importance of both domains in modern war, as well as the considerable potential for anti-access and area denial approaches, as well as of asymmetric ways of countering maritime and air capabilities. Lessons, along with many others, that I think are directly relevant to NATO. There are, of course, implications for defense equipment and defense industry. Weapons and equipment that have performed well, for example, the US Javelin and UK Swedish NLAW missiles, will gain a marketing advantage. And the apparently poor performance of some, but not all, Russian military equipment may create opportunities and threats. Think of India, for example, whose forces are highly dependent on Russian systems, both purchased from Russia and manufactured locally. Russia planned its attack as a short special military operation, but it's become a large-scale conflict between states in which prolonged fighting has often been at a high intensity and over a wide geographic area. Although Russia occupies only half the area of Ukraine it occupied at its high tide mark, it still occupies an area 3 times the size of Belgium. The war shows that numbers and mass still count, both on battlefield and in logistic stockpiles. And I suspect many militaries and NATO itself are going to have uncomfortable questions to answer about the size of their stockpiles. For example, both sides have been expending artillery ammunition at a prodigious rate. Take, for example, the delivery of 126 US M777 howitzers to Ukraine in the summer. 411,000 artillery rounds were provided with this, over 3,200 shells for each gun. But the very high expenditure of conventional unguided ammunition has been accompanied by an equally high expenditure of precision weapons. So a previous assumption that precision weapons were needed in lower numbers than unguided weapons because they were more accurate. Well, I'm not sure if that's still true, but clearly both unguided and precision ammunition have complementary roles. And of course, the necessity of growing NATO nation stockpiles to the sizes required by NATO's new strategic concept, when it is fully implemented, is going to clash with the demand for Europe's industry to supply Ukraine. Russia is finding it much more difficult to prevail against Ukraine than the US did in its two regime change operations against the Taliban in 2001 and Iraq in 2003, where it took little more than a month to accomplish regime change. It's difficult to predict the outcome of the war. Both sides may still surprise us. My personal view is the war might be more like the war in Korea, which lasted for 3 years, as indeed did the war in Bosnia, and the war between Iran and Iraq lasted 8 years. But the outcome of the war, its military dynamics, and the wide range of likely lessons will have a significant influence on global military thinking and planning as defense ministries and NATO contemplate future wars. I think this all means that big war is back, but this poses uncomfortable questions for the armed forces of many European nations and for NATO and the EU. That's it, thanks.
Thank you very much. That's it. On very important military lessons learned that we need to take into account in our strategic planning, both as in member countries and as NATO as a whole. Can we go to the Greek National Security Advisor, Professor Thanos Dokos?
Well, thank you very much for the invitation and for putting together a great group of speakers today. And all of them have spoken at some point about lessons learned from Ukraine. And I will try to avoid duplication and add I have a list of 10 very concise, I hope, lessons learned and conclusions from the Ukraine conflict. First of all, revisionism is not something to be found in history books or in faraway places. We have it in Europe as well. We thought that after centuries of conflict and endless bloodshed, we had managed to finalize borders. It seems that not everyone agrees with that. Vice President Skinas spoke about a rules-based international order. International rules do change eventually, and this is not necessarily a bad thing. But if there is one rule we should try to avoid changing it almost at every cost, is that countries should not be allowed to use force to change the borders at the expense of their neighbors. And Greece has taken a very strong position from the very beginning on this question, in the case of Ukraine, both as a matter of principle, but also for very practical reasons, which I don't think I need to explain. Conclusion number 2, use or public threats for the use of nuclear weapons have been an almost absolute taboo for many decades. Even if what Russia and President Putin have been doing over the past few months is only posturing, this is still an issue for concern. The taboo has been somewhat weakened, and this is important, I think. Now, point number 3, hard power matters. In Ukraine 2014, it has been a shock for the EU. We said that the message has been received and progress has been made, but obviously not enough. So now there's a consensus that soft power will continue to be the EU's main foreign policy and security tool, instrument, but it needs to be complemented with hard power. And I will come back to that when I will say a couple of words about European strategic autonomy. Number 4, China is not a rival of the West across the board. There are some common interests, like avoiding nuclear war or preventing worldwide political and economic instability. But how to deal with China will remain probably the most difficult and important strategic challenge for the West in the decades to come. Point number 5, the foundations of the European security architecture have been eroding for many years. It has now collapsed. We need to rebuild it to cover both conventional weapons and nuclear weapons, and of course, to try to build confidence between European countries, or between one country and the rest of Europe. Point number 6, for the Biden administration, the EU is a close strategic partner for the US, and that has been the case for decades. Now, without interruption, one is entitled to ask, and should we assume that all future US administrations will consider European and American security interests to be identical across the board? Now, not all America First proponents need to have orange hair. And I hope that Governor DeSantis is a family member.
No.
I was hoping that you could somehow introduce me to. But this is a school of thought that is here to stay. And it is a legitimate choice for the American people. But I think we Europeans need to factor in this into our strategic planning. And that brings me to the question of European strategic autonomy. And I think the EU needs to think more seriously about this. Words and pledges are important, but deeds and actions even more so. Of course, as Nicola reminded me a few minutes ago, it's not simple how one can avoid the 3 Ds, duplication, discrimination, decoupling, and how to assure deterrence. It's not easy. But I think it's doable, just to add a 5th D into the list. I think it's doable. It won't be simple to find ways to increase European capabilities, and there are obvious steps that need to be taken that would also strengthen the NATO alliance, like consolidating European defense industry. I have my favorite example of that in Greece's tender for a new frigate. There were 7 companies that expressed an interest. 6 of them were European ones. Now, this is not a viable situation. We need to consolidate. And there are steps that that can be taken. And I think France and Germany need to strengthen and streamline the relationship and act as a locomotive for European defense and security. But again, we need to make sure that this is not at the expense of the NATO alliance, which is my next point. Now, after the end of the Cold War, a number of people said that NATO is a relic of the past. No need to keep it anymore, probably too expensive. I always like that analogy, or the answer that you don't throw your umbrella away because it just stopped raining. It may rain again, and it happened. So NATO has proven its value. NATO has adapted to new strategic realities, has diversified its missions, but keeping the core tasks. It is an important instrument for European security. Of course, it needs to continue safeguarding both its eastern flank, where the emphasis is today for obvious reasons, but also the southern flank, and increasingly the Arctic, which is emerging as a new area of competition. But I think all sides involved, and that means NATO, the EU, nations, should try to avoid turning a plausible scenario, which is a new Cold War in Europe, into a self-fulfilling prophecy. If we can, because it always takes 2 to tango. Point number 9, well, there will be a day after Ukraine. It was mentioned by several speakers. All wars end at some point, better sooner rather than later, and we should start thinking whether we can somehow reintegrate Russia into a new European security architecture. Of course, to end the war, let me say there are important preconditions, one of which is there should be a clear message that aggression doesn't pay. And we should think about the reconstruction of Ukraine, which has been a victim in that war, but that it will be a day after. So we start to thinking about ways to engage Russia, if possible. Again, it takes two to tango applies fully in that situation. But it's certainly preferable to have, not to have Russia as a bitter rival, a nuclear armed rival which acts as a spoiler across the board in the former Soviet space and elsewhere. Now, again, not an easy task, but I think we should make at least the mental effort. Point number 10, Europe is vulnerable. In addition to the obvious hybrid threats, cyber warfare, disinformation, and so on and so forth, it became clear that there are other asymmetries that can be exploited to create vulnerabilities, food, energy, raw materials. I think energy diversification should be an obvious priority. Of course, increased use of renewables for the sake of the next generations of the general health of the planet, basically for our survival. But in the meantime, we need alternative sources of natural gas, whether from the Southern Gas Corridor or from the Mediterranean, where you have options with LNG, with pipelines, which have become economically viable because of the increased prices and the new political circumstances, and also through electricity interconnectors that will bring electricity from sort of green electrical energy to the European market. Just my final word to link that with Greece's national security strategy. Now, strengthening international norms and rules, and especially respect for international law, a stronger NATO, a stronger EU in the field of defense and security, regional cooperation through various schemes, deterrence at the national level, but also increased resilience are key elements of Greece's national security strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for this wide-ranging presentation on the issues involved. Now we have some time for questions. Yeah.
Thank you for your speech. I have just simple question. Three simple question. First, there is a view that NATO has stimulated Russia by expanding into Eastern Europe. Do you agree? Second, Iran will transfer drone technology to Russia and drone will be produced in Russia. The pattern of war is expected to turn into a war of attrition. I mean, not battle of troop. What do you think Russia's exit strategy is? Last one. Do you think the war will end without changing Russian regime? Regime change means this one. Thank you very much.
On your first question, you have to look at facts. The facts are that there was not a decision in NATO at the highest decision-making body, which is the North Atlantic Council, to expand. It's not that at some point the alliance said, okay, we want to go to this country, we want to go to... No, there was a request from sovereign nations, from independent states, to join this international organization. NATO is an intergovernmental international organization which takes decision by consensus. All the members have to agree. Countries can apply for membership, and then after that application, NATO governments decide whether or not that country can join. So what has happened since the end of the Cold War, that as NATO extended the hand of friendship to Russia and all the successor states of the former Soviet Union, some of them decided that their own security interests would be better served being part of NATO. Thanos Dokos used the expression of the umbrella. You know, what is NATO? It's a defensive alliance. If you're under umbrella, you always hope that there will be the sun, like today in Athens. Eventually, sometimes will rain. So you want to have an umbrella which is very well fit, so it can repair you in times, in occasions in which it's going to rain. This is what some countries wanted from NATO through applying. If you're inside, you're more secure. If you're outside, you're less secure. But NATO is more than a security and defense organization. It's a community of is a transatlantic community of values. I recalled at the beginning that democracy, individual liberty, the rule of law, these are the principles that are at the basis of this alliance of democracies. So it was the choice, the free choice of countries to decide to be in this international organization, like in the United Nations, like in the OIC, in any international organization. Nobody can tell to a sovereign country, to an independent country, to which organizations it should belong. How will the war end? I wish I knew. I don't think that anybody at this stage knows how, you know, it's wars, you know how they start, but during the conflict it's very difficult to know how they will end. Certainly, by supporting Ukraine, we prevent that a solution of this conflict will end at the expenses of Ukraine. And that's why we need to support Ukraine. Individual NATO member countries are doing so that the moment in which, because it will have to be, one thing we know about the end, it will have to end with a settlement, with a diplomatic solution, with a political solution. But in order to enable Ukraine to be able to negotiate an equitable solution for its own people that maintain the sovereignty and independence of this country, of course, it is important to support it militarily. The issue, the other question that you were making about drones, I don't think I understood it, quite frankly. It was not very well audible. I don't know if you want to repeat it. The one that you were talking about, the drones. Yeah, because we didn't understand really.
Maybe my English pronunciation is
It's
not
okay.
Ενώ αλλάζουν το θέμα το πόλεμο.
I don't have the earpiece. Okay, we'll move.
Iran will transfer drone technology to Russia.
Yes.
And drone will be produced in Russia.
Mm-hmm.
The pattern of war is expected to turn into the war or attrition.
Well, in other words, you say that if this conflict will continue as a war of attrition, we hope... I certainly, again, it's difficult to predict, but I personally hope that this will not be the case, that at some point this conflict will end with a solution, which right now we cannot envisage, but they had to be, it cannot end, the solution cannot be a military one, it will have to be a negotiated one, it will have to have a political one in which both parties will find the incentive to come to the end of this conflict. More than this, it's very difficult. There's nothing more difficult to predict in the future, and I certainly cannot do that.
Okay, other questions?
I wonder if I might add a couple of observations.
Please.
The war has seen successful maneuver and it's seen a lot of attrition. And on the battlefield, attrition and maneuver are complementary. They're as complementary as tackling and passing are in soccer. Both sides also have votes. They may choose to take the initiative. For example, it's entirely possible that Ukraine may choose to keep fighting over the winter. Quite clearly, Russia is making as best use it can of its mobilized conscripts and has earlier announced that it's building a new army corps, while Ukraine has made it clear that to mount a strategic counteroffensive, it needs to form an additional 10 armored brigades equipped with modern Western equipment. Both sides also impose quite a high degree of operational security to conceal their intentions from the others and from the international media. So the course of the conflict over the next few months is quite difficult to predict. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if one option being considered in the Kremlin is unilaterally declaring a ceasefire, perhaps to coincide with Christmas and the New Year. It will give them breathing space. It might enable them to capture a bit of the moral high ground. And we must remember that much of the global South sees this war very differently from the way EU and NATO nations see it. But the most likely course of action is that there'd be a significant increase in fighting in the spring. Hope that helps.
Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Dokos.
You asked an interesting question about regime change. Now, when the UN, the United Nations, were created back in 1945, there was the veto power for the permanent members. Now, that created, during the last 80 years almost, all kind of problems, because the UN Security Council has been almost always, landlocked because of the use of the veto. But the creators of the UN were experienced enough to know that it's risky to try to force a major power to accept a decision they don't like. Now, many years later, Henry Kissinger said, it's very risky to try to make a leader armed with nuclear weapons feel cornered and almost desperate. So a regime change would make a relationship with Russia easier, perhaps, but I don't think it should be a precondition for a diplomatic settlement.
Are there other questions? Here in the back. Here.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this very interesting conversation you had so far. Before placing my question, I would like, if Mr. DeSantis allows me to go back to the question of the audience, that the Messheimer argument that it's the West, it's NATO that actually provoked Putin into entering Russia. And in another discussion with another NATO official, I was told that at the time when Ukraine wasn't in favor of NATO so much, it was basically Russia invading Crimea that put Ukraine into such a close collaboration with the NATO. So is it the egg or the, but my question is, I was listening to you as how we need collaboration with other democratic countries, and it reminded me a bit of the Cold War situation, that we kind of left from the period that we're saying we try to democratize other countries, and it's now we have to find people that are like us, quote unquote, and have a strong collaboration against the authoritative countries. So that's a bit kind of, I understand it, we kind of say, democracy goes so far and now it's us and them. I would like a comment on that.
No, I think the idea of cooperative security is not to democratize countries, to look for countries that had to be democratized. But to share knowledge, to share experience and expertise, NATO's added value is, of course, in the security and defense field, and that is the expertise that we've been sharing with countries. And this began with this vision of the first strategic concept in November 1991. Then, in addition to having members, NATO could expand the circle of friends of countries that who were to share knowledge and an approach to security, which would be a multilateral and cooperative approach to security. That security would not be built at the expenses of anybody, but by sharing knowledge and understanding and expertise on two pillars: political dialogue to promote a better mutual understanding, and practical cooperation in the defense and security sector. Since then, NATO has developed a partnership with countries in the eastern part of Europe, in the Mediterranean. We have countries in the North Africa, we have countries in the Gulf. NATO has a NATO center in Kuwait, for example. We have partners in the Indo-Pacific region. So the idea is that security is indivisible, and that on one end there are countries that willingly decide to apply for membership in NATO, but there are also countries that want to be part of these different partnerships so that the space of security and stability is enlarged. And this is the approach of cooperative security. But cooperative security is not only extended to countries, it is extended also to cooperation with other international organizations, with the United Nations, with the OSCE, and with the EU. Before, speakers have spoken about strategic autonomy. This is a term that I don't like very much because I think it gives an idea of separation. One of the lessons learned from since the establishment of NATO is, and again, indivisibility of security between the European democracies and the North American democracies, the United States and Canada. Now, the idea is not so much strategic, autonomy. The idea is complementarity. How to make sure that the transatlantic dimension, that the transatlantic alliance and the emerging of a European security and defense identity with its own structures does not duplicate existing structures, does not discriminate the member countries of NATO who are not members of the EU, and does not decouple transatlantic security. And NATO has done a lot to do this in cooperation with the European Union. This complementarity is not a theory, it's something very concrete. Starting again in November 1991, NATO, if you read the strategic concept, said that the emerging of a European security and defense identity reflected into the strengthening of the European pillar within NATO would reinforce transatlantic solidarity and cohesion. Later, with the famous Berlin Plus agreement, we have made this concrete. NATO has given assured access to the European Union to use its military capabilities in times of crisis. Today, we have 74 areas of cooperation between NATO and the European Union in the defense and security sector in 7 priority areas. We're about to write the second EU-NATO strategic declaration, and the unprecedented cooperation that I would say that NATO has had and complementarity during the Ukrainian crisis is yet another example of this complementarity. On one end, the NATO member countries supporting militarily with capabilities Ukraine. On the other side, the essential sanctions that the European Union has put in place and has developed this synchronization, I would say, of action to manage the most threatening crisis, military crisis in Europe.
Okay, before we conclude, I'd like to ask the other 2 speakers if they want to add something. Brigadier Barry.
Yes. I'm slightly more skeptical about the effectiveness of the good guys, NATO, the EU, the US and its allies. It seems to me that a key lesson from Iraq and Afghanistan is that making strategy is very difficult, and it can only succeed when you properly align and combine all the arms of government, military, diplomatic, development, intelligence, and so on. The other thing about formulating national alliance strategy is you've got to learn from your defeats, and you've got to learn from the bad guys and their successes. To my knowledge, I've not seen a frank public piece of work by NATO explaining how it was defeated in Afghanistan. There are two of our opponents, autocracies, who it seems to me are better than us at this. One is China, who has combined the organs of state in a way that has given them great economic and political influence in a way that most Western countries don't. And the other is Iran. I mean, Iran won in Syria, and it's also won in terms of achieving considerable political influence in Iraq. And it certainly hasn't been defeated in Yemen or its efforts to disrupt the flow of ships through the Gulf of Oman or the Straits of Hormuz. One of the reasons is actually their National Security Council is very good at doing strategy. It has everybody around the table. And in the IRGC CODS force, it has a permanently constituted interagency organization that combines special forces, terrorism, military, diplomatic, and development activities. We did a study in ISS that showed comprehensively how it had done this in Iraq, Lebanon, Syria, and Yemen. When I look at the government capabilities of NATO countries and European countries, I don't see any equivalent organizations or indeed acknowledgements of why it is Iran has been so successful. Sorry to puncture the balloon.
Thank you very much. Very, very interesting comments. And
very, very briefly, complementarity between organizations like NATO and the EU is by far my preference and my plan A. Of course, prudent people know that plan A sometimes fail and you need always to have a plan B, just in case.
Okay, well, thank you very much. It's now time for a break, coffee break, and we come back sharply at 6 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Friends, please be seated. We are ready to start our final part of today's event of the 2022 Athens Security Forum. And because I know that all of us are rather struggling to keep focus after a very full day of excellent discussions and exchange of views on very topical, hot, I might say, topics. We'll start, and the final panel is equally interesting, I would say intriguing. The new geopolitics of Eastern Mediterranean. It's quite, if you like, large in order to allow our participants to indulge themselves with their ideas and their views, and we have a first-rate panel. People who have both academic and policy-making experience, people that are opinion leaders in their respective countries. And we will conduct our discussion in English. And straight away, I will it's a great privilege and honor to welcome Professor Nabil Fahmy, Foreign Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Egypt, and Dean Emeritus of the American University of Cairo, one of the most emblematic academic institutions in Eastern Mediterranean. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Let me start by thanking you and thank the organizers for inviting me to this event. I've been following some of the discussions, and I completely agree with you. They've been extremely interesting. I was a bit taken by the general topic, which was Ukraine, NATO, and Greece. But then, of course, this session on the Eastern Mediterranean, I said I was taken because having been in government for 35 years, I was always annoyed when foreigners told me what to do. And given Ukraine, NATO, and Greece, I just found myself to be none of the above and wasn't sure that it was appropriate for me. That being said, I've been careful in the past, except for the superpowers, because they've tended to take actions that affect our rights and responsibilities. And they've also tended to tell us what to do. So I try to reciprocate a bit to make it useful. I'm going to try to be straightforward, to the point, and focus on where I think I can add to this marvelous discussion. Let me, at the outset, say something, and I will repeat it as I go on later. I do not accept any justification. This is unequivocal for the occupation of territory by force. No exceptions, no justifications. I've said this back home here in Egypt, and I've said this with many of my friends, including, frankly, my Russian friends. Now, that being said, I look at the Ukraine issue, and I will jump into the East Mediterranean, see it as the symptom of the problem rather than the problem itself. What I mean by here is the international order is going through a perfect storm. The two premises in the past were there were basically two poles and an line in the middle. And the two poles worked on the basis of a balance of power and spheres of influence. Now the balance of power shifted, and therefore the spheres of influence continued to be smaller and shorter, irrespective of whether this was happening upon the request of the nation states or happening power to a balance of interest. And let me add here, back in 2014, the very beginning of the year, President Putin told me personally, I have been treated disrespectfully, and I will gain my respect. He did not say he was going to use force. And while I listened to him and I understood what his concern was, I didn't know what he was going to do. This was just before Crimea and so on. But again, it's a function of what the two poles were used to dealing with each other with. Let there be no misunderstanding. I will not justify acquisition of territory by force under any circumstance. But I would argue, just a quick reflection to the really distinguished colleagues who spoke in the session before us. I would argue that NATO needs to look at not why it was able to respond to Russia after it went into Ukraine, but actually why it wasn't able to deter or convince Russia not to take that angle before going into Ukraine. And I honestly believe, thinking backwards, that President Putin incorrectly chose what he felt was an opportune time to use force because the US was moving towards isolationism and Europe was divided among itself. But again, the world order needs to change. The big powers need to work on this, as do we. Now, the East Mediterranean. I have a map here, which I can't show you, but we have the unique situation where we have a proliferation of conflicts, any one of which can break out and create major complications between East Mediterranean countries, and therefore make these countries even less able to deal with major crises and dealing with issues that deal with the world order. I would argue, however, that the East Mediterranean also provides an opportunity. Opportunity because it tends to be medium-sized states. Opportunity because we have an emerging gas potential. And it's actually a win-win or a lose-lose situation. If we miscalculate our actions, everybody loses. If, on the other hand, we are sophisticated in doing this, then over time, everybody gains. And let me mention specifically, I can tell you that in Egypt's case, we have a lot of agreements with East Mediterranean countries on the issue of energy. And we have had very difficult relations with Turkey for some time, irrespective of the recent meeting between the President Sisi and President Erdogan. But nevertheless, in all of our agreements, when I was foreign minister and with my successor also, we always kept a provision in the agreements that would allow them to expand by mutual agreement of the parties signed and those who are not there. In other words, we would engage constructive partners, but we were not going to block out others if they wanted to cooperate. And of course, the others here was mostly the Turks. Now, I would argue that the energy capacity is a wonderful opportunity for Europe to diversify its dependencies on energy, be that your traditional energy sources, or be that new and sustainable energy sources. And I would also argue that there is now an increased capacity to create a hydrogen corridor in the East Mediterranean, which would be beneficial to everyone involved here. Now, that being said, as I said, we have a proliferation of conflicts. The Arab-Israeli conflict is just one. Cyprus, tensions between Greece and Turkey, and I can go on and on, but I don't need to repeat that to you. But let me also give you a more concrete example. My country, well, actually, it's not my country, East Mediterranean. There are 12 or 13 different East Mediterranean border delineations. 2 of them only are agreed upon. Cyprus and Turkey, there's no agreement. The argument is about the EEZ. Cyprus, Egypt, there was an agreement back in 2003. Our previous president wanted to cancel it, but the present president has kept it. Cyprus, Israel has signed one in 2010, but it hasn't been developed yet. Egypt, Israel, in spite of the increased progress we've had energy-wise, there's no official agreement on delineation. And there is overlap a little bit with Cyprus, Egypt, and Cyprus, Israel. The whole land base of Cyprus, northern Cyprus, that's of course complicated and problematic. Turkey and Syria, no agreement on the border. Cyprus, Syria, no agreement, although talks were held back in 2001. Lebanon, Syria, no agreement, even between the 2 Arab countries. Cyprus, Lebanon, an agreement was signed but not ratified by Lebanon. Just recently, Israel and Lebanon signed an agreement. And of course, there is the Gaza-Israel issue, where there are 2 agreements that provide Palestinian input, but they are under Israeli control. And finally, Egypt-Gaza, there's no agreement between us. Now, I mention these just by ways of examples, things that need to be solved and things that can be solved. And I actually think that countries like my own and Greece in particular, but also others, I think we have a mutual interest in trying to develop a context for incremental cooperation. And it's not a hypothetical thing. It is not coincidental that 2 days ago, the Greek foreign minister was here, and I believe yesterday, the Greek minister of defense was here, meeting with their counterparts. And these meetings are not against each other, against anybody else. I want to be very clear here. Let me close I'm going to jump over what I prepared to show you how important the energy hub is. But let me close with one suggestion. I actually believe East Mediterranean should start a forum. We have the East Med Energy Forum. That deals with energy only. I would actually argue that the East Mediterranean should create a forum as a kernel for a larger regional security structure in the future. And the forum should have in the back of its mind regional security, social and economic development, conflict resolution. But I think it should start, and this is my closing comment, I actually think it should start with focusing on confidence building measures in these areas in particular. In other words, I don't see it presently as a issue resolving forum, but I do believe that we can begin by engaging in what measures can we take to create a better context for politicians to discuss solving their problems or what areas of cooperation exist between us despite the conflict resolution issues. And I make this point, and I will close with it, and clearly mention that the East Med Forum that Egypt hosts has members there that don't recognize each other and is open to others likewise. So I don't want to change the East Med Energy Forum, but I do believe there are formats to create forums that don't impinge on political sensitivities, but that would be helpful to look at confidence building measures. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for laying out the context of our discussion, the very, very focused and tour d'horizon of the region, and by bringing out all the issues that are at the forefront of our strategic attention today. I understand that you are pressed for time and you have to leave us. Or are you staying with us?
I'll be with you for at least another half hour.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let's move then to our next speaker, which is Mr. Ioannis Bournous, who is a Member of Parliament for the island of Lesbos, and he is the Deputy Head of Foreign Affairs for the main opposition party, Syriza. Floor is yours.
First of all, allow me to thank the organizers for the invitation. In this panel, I'm replacing Professor Sia Anagnostopoulou, who couldn't make it. But in any case, it's a very good opportunity to share ideas with top experts, although the panel is lacking women, I should comment. So talking about the geopolitics of Eastern Mediterranean, I really cannot remember the Eastern Mediterranean without tensions or wars. The Cyprus question, the Palestinian question, the Lebanese civil war, Arab-Israeli wars, later American wars in the Middle East, the Arab uprisings, the war in Syria. Two recent developments have introduced new dimensions changing the dynamics in our region. The first one is the discoveries of hydrocarbon deposits that seem to extend all across the region. Huge population movements and refugee crises caused by the destabilization of a number of countries neighboring the region. We all understand that hydrocarbons could be a boon for countries like ours, with very fragile economies, high unemployment or immigration of their population, public debt, lack of competitiveness, and investments. But we know that hydrocarbons are all too often a source of risks and tensions, as well as military conflicts. What is certain is that they are rearranging and redefining interests and concerns, the foreign and security policy of everyone. It is also certain that the region is affected by new destabilization in neighboring regions. The war in Ukraine, Putin's revisionism, the tensions in the Caucasus, the new balance that seems to be forming in the zone between Russia and the Middle East, as well as the new energy situation. Does anyone believe that the sanctions against Russia will be lifted soon? That the energy embargo on Russian hydrocarbons will end soon? 80% of Russian gas exports went to Europe. We do not yet know whether in the long run this market will be entirely lost to Russia or just a part of it. But it is rather certain that there's no return to the previous situation, where energy imports was seen as a means of building trust with Russia and bringing it closer to the political and economic structure of Europe. No major country in Europe will allow itself again to become dependent on Russian energy. Even with a full restoration of relations, prior history will influence decisions. That is how we move in a renewed interest in the hydrocarbons of the Eastern Mediterranean, an interest that I predict will be more permanent. In the Eastern Mediterranean, there are large countries and smaller countries. Countries with varied international influence, with militaries powerful or not so powerful. It is understandable that some will be tempted to use their power to improve their position and to get a bigger share than what is fair. It is always possible for geopolitical rivalries to turn violent. But I think that everyone understands, and we should agree, that the war in Ukraine proves it, that the use of force is always a miscalculation with totally unpredictable consequences. We're fortunate to have tools in our hands: international law, the law of the sea, the International Court in The Hague. These can provide a fair solution to all regional disputes. After all, news of the Israel-Lebanon agreement was some of the best news in a long time. The EU and the US must play a constructive role, especially the European Union, that is and will be the main destination for both migration flows and regional hydrocarbons. Europe's prosperity and stability is connected to the prosperity and stability of our region. I think that the European Union's shift towards a policy of strategic autonomy will soon translate into a more active presence in the region and into constructive initiatives of cooperation and conflict resolution. An Eastern Mediterranean conference under the auspices of the European Union, with the participation of all countries in the region, could provide the solutions we want. The agenda should include the settlement of maritime zones, security, environmental externalities resulting from hydrocarbon extracting, and migration flows. On the latter, it is our obligation to work for a humane management of refugee flows that must involve the EU as a whole. Our countries are transit countries. The destination countries are in the prosperous Northern Europe. Greece, as a member of the European Union and a transit country, must fight for a European collective management of migration and asylum applications, with mandatory solidarity between member states and fair, proportional responsibility sharing. All our countries together must push for this. They cannot be punished for their geographical position or become vast refugee prisons at the borders of the European Union. In other words, and to sum up, we need to get along with each other first, leaving domestic electoral agendas, revisionisms, constant threats and provocative rhetoric on the side, and start to think of ourselves as a geopolitical entity of global importance, built on cooperation and fairness. There is room for all, and there's a future of prosperity for all. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for, among other things, bringing into focus the potential of the European Union, which is very interesting to discuss in a panel that is the European Union is underrepresented, which is very interesting. And also, thank you very much for pointing out the gender imbalance, not only of this panel, but of the conference as well. I take full responsibility, and I make a public pledge that next time will be as we should have been today. Anyway, let me now turn to Professor Ephraim Imbar, who is the president of the Jerusalem Institute for Strategy and Security in Israel, the institution, if you are interested in sound strategic analysis in Israel and beyond, the most prominent think tank in Israel. An old friend, a precious friend. Ephraim, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me here. It's always a pleasure to be back in Athens. I will make 6 remarks, short remarks. First of all, the East Mediterranean is becoming strategically more important. First of all, because of its energy resources that were mentioned already. Also, we should realize that the East-West land routes were blocked by the Ukrainian war, and the Mediterranean Sea is an alternative. Its choke points, the Bosphorus, become more important because the Russians need it, and if somebody wants to help the Ukrainians, it has to go through the Bosphorus, and also the Suez Canal, because it is the route for transportation of energy, not the only route, but it is an important route for transporting energy from the Gulf. And of course, this makes Egypt a more important country. And there is another issue which makes East Mediterranean important, and this is the I-2 or U-2 and U-2. This is Israel, India, United Arab Emirates, and the US. Not long ago, Secretary of State Blinken called Modi when he was in the Middle East and tried to establish this new alignment, which basically is an alternative to the Belt and Road initiative of the Chinese. And the Indians, of course, are interested because they are competing rival of China. In the Gulf, we have a great, large Indian diaspora, and the United Arab Emirates is, of course, interested in good relations with India as well as with Israel and the United States. Israel is at the center of this new alignment, which has been initiated and remains to be seen how it will develop. But the Indians want to get to the Mediterranean. It's quite clear. And India is a rising power and a rival of China, which makes it more important because of the United States is competing with China. My second remark is the East Mediterranean remains the historic border between Europe, the West, and the challengers from the East, what ancient Greeks called barbarians. Turkey, of course, challenges Greece in Aegean, in Cyprus, in Syria, they are in Libya. Iran is in Syria, in Lebanon via Hezbollah that basically took over the country, in Gaza where Hamas is ruling, and even in the Balkans, nearby, particularly in Kosovo and in Albania. Russia resists NATO westward expansion and has a naval and air base in Syria. And we'll see how this will work out in the new developing world. Number 3, as a result of the Ukrainian war, we see a Russia-Iran-China alignment. It's not clear yet how this development will influence the East Mediterranean, particularly Syria, but it may well affect the balance of power in the Middle East. Will we see a nuclear Iran that can project easily power into the East Mediterranean, into the Balkans? Its missile range reaches all Eastern Europe, and they are developing even longer range missiles. 4, we cannot count on US being here. We heard today that this is a simplistic view. Yeah, but sometimes truths are very simple. The Americans are busy in Ukraine, are busy in other places, rightly so, trying to contain China. And I'm not sure that they will have a presence, a serious presence in the East Mediterranean. And even if they have a presence, we should always question their determination to act forcefully. Number 5, the Cyprus-Greece-Israel alignment is the corner of stability in the East Mediterranean. We definitely need to try to bring in Egypt, a very important country on the littoral of the East Mediterranean, particularly since Egypt will become probably the address of the energy resources in East Mediterranean to be transferred into LNG and then go to Europe or anywhere in the world. And this is a reality already several years. It is a fruitful cooperation between those states, and this democratic alignment is very important for the stability in this region. 6, above all countries interested in stability should adopt realpolitik lenses and not engage in liberal dreams. We should relate definitely greater importance to military force. And if we do not adopt self-reliance, meaning the ability to defend ourselves by ourselves and not rely on allies, even if they are formal allies, will be in trouble. I will end with that. Thank you.
Well, dear Ephraim, thank you very much for a geopolitical analysis of the strictest of meanings and the global perspective that you brought into the Eastern Mediterranean discussion. Again, now let me turn to another old, very old friend and colleague, Professor Mustafa Aydin, President of the International Relations Council of Turkey. And
we are not old. You are.
All friends. And also former rector of Kadir Has University and a professor of international politics at Kadir Has, where I had the privilege to spend almost a decade. Mustafa.
Thank you, Kostas. I also have 6 points, but I'm not as competent as Ephraim, so I'll take longer to express myself.
I can edit you.
Yeah, you can. After I finish, you edit my speech. The title of the panel is New Geopolitics of the Eastern Mediterranean. I've been talking, one of my talking points for a number of years now, that Eastern Mediterranean is not a theater of operation, a single theater of operation. And the Black Sea is not a separate theater of operation. We have now a one single united theater of operation since 2015. Black Sea and the Eastern Mediterranean has joined because of Russian forces in Syria, which were supported and operated from the Black Sea naval bases in Sevastopol. So this is long before the latest escalation in Ukraine-Russia war. And I say latest escalation because it seems that people are mistaking that the war just started in Ukraine. The war in Ukraine started in 2014. This is only the last stage now we are seeing. Right? 2014, Russia attacked Ukrainian territory of Crimea and annexed it illegally. Although not many countries recognize that annexation, nobody really vehemently objected it. Right? Let's accept neither the European countries nor the NATO countries, including Turkey, did anything to stop Russia or push back Russia in Crimea. Of course, we didn't recognize the annexation, but, well, that's what it is. But let's accept that Eastern Mediterranean and the Black Sea has long been a new geopolitical unit of analysis from an academic perspective. And Russia now has a couple of, well, at least 3 important bases in Syria, alongside small bases, but a naval base in Tartus, air base in Latakia, Hamamain, another one in Al-Shayat, and another one in Tias, and several smaller ones. And also, this is the largest ever presence of Russian forces in the Eastern Mediterranean ever in history. This is the first time, I don't know, not many people tell this in Turkey, but I keep telling it. This is the first time that we are having a Russian neighbor in our south. Right? We used to have Russian neighbor in the north for centuries, but for the first time now, Turkey is sandwiched between Russian forces. It's not only Turkey. Russia also has important forces in Libya, as in terms of Wagner Group, but also some other Russians, advisors, and etc., some bases there, and especially controlling the energy areas in Libya. So they are bracketing Eastern Mediterranean or redefining the Eastern Mediterranean. Eastern Mediterranean used to be, during the Cold War period, when people talk about Eastern Mediterranean, they usually talk about Cyprus. Eastern Mediterranean was where Cyprus was located. Not anymore. Now the Eastern Mediterranean runs from Syria to Libya. And I think it covers both countries also, so that's length of Syria too. So let's think in this wider term. My second point is there is a diminished and diminishing cohesion of NATO in the Eastern Mediterranean. Only real problem in the Eastern Mediterranean during the good old days of the Cold War was Greek-Turkish competition and rivalry or conflict or whatever you like to call it. But it was kept under control by the looming American presence and American Sixth Fleet in the region. But Americans are not as much interested at the moment to broker Greece and Turkey. Germans are much more interested, but they are not as efficient as the Americans used to be. So this is, the cohesion of NATO in the Eastern Mediterranean is diminished not because of the Turkish-Greek rivalry, because we are used to it anyway, but now we have increasing rivalry between Turkey and France, another NATO country, not only in traditional Eastern Mediterranean, but in Libya, in Sahel as well, and in Syria France are very unhappy about the Turkish position and activities in Syria as well, as much as going to say that NATO isn't brain dead because Turkish activities in Syria. Okay. So this is undermining NATO's ability to be more active in the Eastern Mediterranean. The third point is there has been, and I hope we are coming towards the end of it, but there has been emergence of regional axis of competition and rivalry in the region. My friend Ephraim described Greece-Cyprus-Israeli connection as a guarantee of stability in the region. Well, maybe from Israel, corner of stability. Well, from the Turkish perspective, obviously this is not it's a corner of instability, obviously. So it's a matter of perception, right? It depends on where you are looking. But obviously there has been this axis being created, and it was, again, this axis groups of countries, let's define them, let's not say axis, it's an ugly word. Let's say group of friends of countries, but they've been active, again, from Syria to Libya, and different issues, and not only the energy aspect. Although energy was the case, that brought a number of countries together in the ISMET Energy Forum, etc., but it's not only about energy, right? It's everything from Syria to Libya. Fourth, on top of all this, there has been bilateral disputes in the region. We are all familiar, we are in Greece, of course, I'm a Turkish citizen, so we are all familiar with Turkish-Greek dispute in the Aegean, used to be, but now in the Eastern Mediterranean, right? We get used to dealing with Turkish-Greek problems in the Aegean. And the two countries had tremendous experience to deal with that issue. We had moratoriums, we had different aspects, different various ways, methods of dealing with that. But now it's spilling over into the Mediterranean and Eastern Mediterranean. That's more dangerous. And of course, the age-old problem of Cyprus. And it seems there was a moment in last 10 years, couple of moments actually, of possibility of solution. We found ourselves in number of cases, in number of times, at least twice, in very close to solution, and we lost those opportunities. Now, the country, the sides are divided more than ever. The Turkish side, Turkish Cypriots and Turkey are pushing for a different direction that they never pushed before in Cyprus. So this is not that easy. Let's not ignore Cyprus. And I keep telling this whenever I talk about Greek-Turkish relations. One of the problems in Greek-Turkish rapprochement in the last 20 years was that we ignored Cyprus problem. We thought that we could leave Cyprus aside and go ahead with Turkish-Greek relations. That's not the case. Cyprus always come back and ruin the things. So that's there, it's still there. Turkish-Egyptian rivalry, the Ambassador Fahmy, I think, has left us, but we had talked this before with him in different mediums. It goes beyond energy issue, obviously. It was personal, very personal between two presidents, but it was about also how they imagined their country's future and how they imagined the political places for their own countries. But also it was more about the economic and influence from Syria to Libya again, right? Who would be more influential in Libya, who would be more influential in Syria, and of course in the Eastern Mediterranean. Fifth, there is an energy dimension and refugee dimension. We already heard this. These are new layers of competition and confrontation. People were very optimistic about the energy in the Eastern Mediterranean in the early days when the energy discoveries were. I was never, I think by nature I'm never optimistic, but I was never optimistic for the energy in the region founding the peace. Because I watched, during the 1990s, I watched very closely what happened in the Caspian Basin and how that competition between Turkey and Russia created rivalries and problems. And I knew instinctively, I told instinctively that energy in the Eastern Mediterranean would not be financing peace, but would be bringing more conflict. And it didn't bring conflict, but it brought tension, that's for sure. And in the eyes of EU, of course, especially after the Ukraine war, the energy dimension had become much more important. Then, for the first time in recent years, then the refugee dimension. People are not talking about the refugees anymore, except Turks and Greeks, attacking each other, treating the refugees badly. But forget about that. Think about 3-4 years ago how hot this refugee issue was. We sort of handled that quite well, I believe.
You got paid.
We got paid, yes. When I say we, I meant Greeks and Turks, but nevertheless. But now the energy is becoming much more hotter topic as far as the EU is concerned. Finally, let me make a point about Turkey. Energy is an important, obviously, for everybody, but for Turkey too. But it's a secondary issue. Let us not make a mistake why Turkey has been so active in last couple of years in the Eastern Mediterranean. It's not about energy. It might look like it, but it's not. For Turkey, I think Syria is the survival issue. So I'll give you kind of a list of priorities. Syria is the survival issue because it touches the Kurds. It touches the Turkish domestic politics, it touches Turkish borders, everything. So it's the survival issue. Aegean, and maybe now is part of the East Med but Aegean is a sovereignty issue for Turkey. The discussions about the islands, the militarization, territorial waters, continental shelf, everything, it's not a survival issue, but it's a sovereignty issue. It's secondary, but it's important. And I think Ukraine, as well as Cyprus, I'm going out of limb here, Ukraine and Cyprus are regional security issues for Turkey. So let me repeat it again. They are not survival issues, they are not sovereignty issues, but they are regional security issues. Energy is an economic security. It's even down the list. So we have to keep this kind of a list when we are analyzing what Turkey is doing and why it's doing. Turkish response to the regional developments was what I would call 3D. Turkey felt when East Med Energy Forum was established, not only by the regional countries, but it was supported by outsiders, including the United States and France. Turkey felt that it was left out, accepted and granted that Turkish actions left it friendless in the region, that's for sure, but nevertheless the end result is being left out and being isolated. The response was 3D, drilling, diplomacy, and deterrence. Right? And they are all combined. Drilling is not for energy resources. And diplomacy is not for the sake of friendship. And deterrence is not for aggression. These are all tools to create an environment where Turkey has a place in the Eastern Mediterranean, where it was felt isolated, how we thought how we can break out this isolation. Out of this came more emphasis on naval forces, agreement with Libya, and further exploration in the Eastern Mediterranean. Of course, all this has created more tensions. Nevertheless, you can face and you can accept the tensions. Finally, recent developments. The war in the north is affecting everybody's calculations. The war in the north making all this layered confrontation in the Eastern Mediterranean look small. Because war in the north is about more issues rather than the regional Eastern Mediterranean rivalry over refugees or energy or territorial control. It's about the future. It's about future. So everybody is recalculating. And I think Turkey also quietly has been doing recalculation of its foreign policy and of its security policies. And we have seen the results of this in last, I would say, 8 to 10 months. Turkey has been reaching out to United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Israel, now Egypt. When I was interviewed just before this panel, I said Greece will be the last, because it's the old friend and its old rival. And it will be the last because, unfortunately, this is the election year in Turkey, in Greece, and in Cyprus. That's once in a decade or once in 2 decades, and it came this year. But let's look at from other perspective, from other side. This is a window of opportunity is coming for the Eastern Mediterranean, for the Greeks and the Turks. That's after the election. There will be no major general elections, if not early elections, in either of the country, in Turkey or in Greece. That will give us a time to heal the relationship, because elections and politics in the both sides of Aegean doesn't help confidence building, and it doesn't help conflict resolution. I'll finish with a positive note. With this window of opportunity, I'll support with Ambassador Fahmi's idea, because I've been also circulating this idea of economic cooperation initiative. He called it ISTMED Forum. I'm using example of Black Sea, BSEC, Black Sea Economic Cooperation Organization. It was initiative at first. This is an idea we've been keep talking about. Another Greek friend of mine, Dimitris Triamtafoulou, we've been old hands, let's say, on the Black Sea issues. So this is an idea. Why don't we recreate or try to establish similar something at Eastern Mediterranean BSEC, Eastern Mediterranean Economic Cooperation Initiative? It will be the ultimate confidence-building forum that Ambassador Fahmi was arguing. And I think recent Israeli-Lebanon agreement on energy development and the limitation, even if they didn't agree on how to solve their conflict, is a great example for Greeks and Turks in the Aegean Sea, and also I think for the Cyprus, for the Cypriots and the Eastern Mediterranean. If we can use it, well, we'll see. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let's go quickly to another friend and colleague, Professor Manos Karagiannis, who is a reader in international security at the Department of Defense Studies, King's College London, but also a professor at the University of Macedonia in Thessaloniki, and also a regular lecturer, a fellow at the Royal United Services Institute, RUSI. So, Manos, please, let's wrap it up in a rather provocative way.
Do I have 10 minutes? Okay. I hope you don't mind. I usually give my presentations in English, but I will take the opportunity to speak. Yes, if we have. Yes, if you don't mind.
Yes. Can I have a set of?
Okay. Yes. Λοιπόν, σε 10 λεπτά θα προσπαθήσω να...
So, in just 10 minutes, I will try to wrap it up and share with you my view. When Mrs. Afendouli some weeks ago told me and invited me to participate in this event, of course I said yes. I saw the names of the panel, and my first idea was, what should I say to that panel? What will be my news to that panel? Because we have a former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Egypt, quite experienced person, and 2 colleagues, members of the academia, who are very experienced. And then I monitor them closely for many years. Since some years separate, I monitor them since I was a student. I know their views. The easiest thing for me would be to talk about the Greek-Turkish relationships, talk about energy, but these have been uttered many times. I will try to be innovative. In just 8 minutes, don't look at me like that. Kostas, I will be very brief. And let me skip the demand of geopolitics. Let me open a new debate, the debate on geoculture. This does not mean that I do not adopt the main principles of the realistic theory. If you know me personally, you know that I'm a hard fan of this view, but I wanted to impress you. Let us talk about geoculture. It's a notion that we don't use that much in international relationships. In Greece, nobody dares to touch upon culture and religion, but many times I wondered, why is there so much intensity? Why is there so big hatred in the Middle East and Southeastern Mediterranean? This is the reality. The reality is that this is a very difficult area. We have fragmented or destroyed states, Libya, Syria. We have a failed state, which is Lebanon. We also have wars, of course, in the area or close to the area, like Yemen. Of course, we also have a continuous militarization of the area. As we speak, there is a race of maritime weaponry and equipment. So things are really bad. There are not many good news to talk about on Southeastern Mediterranean. I would be naive to come here to you and tell you that Southeastern Mediterranean, when it comes to energy, can become a North Sea, where the Dutch collaborate with the Brits, the people in Denmark collaborate with their neighboring countries. We cannot have that in Southeastern Mediterranean. So I will not go into that. Let me touch upon geoculture. Let me also focus on the factor of religion. The previous year we saw a non-state entity, the Islamic State, which not only was a turmoil and led to a turmoil in the area, there was a non-state entity behaving in an uncontrolled way, in a way that got red-handed, not us, because we know the area, we know the neighborhood, but it took red-handed the Russians, the Americans, and the Europeans. I wonder, is it accurate to say that religion has been instrumentalized in Southeastern Mediterranean and in the Middle East? We must not fool ourselves and say that clashes or the different tensions are not related to religion. I believe that we are towards another direction due to political correctness, and we don't want to speak about religion, which is false. What is the cruel reality? There is Islamophobia, there is anti-Christianism and anti-Semitism. And out there are many powers, many forces, state and non-state entities that in reality they have done what? They have instrumentalized religion. They have started using religion at a strategic level to provoke and to cause pain, clashes, wars. So what can we do? We can use religion, that is, the religious factor, in a positive way. And there are countries and forces that can make it happen, starting from Egypt. I will not start from Greece. I will start from Egypt. Egypt is a country that is considered to be a pillar in the region, the most important Muslim country, and Arab, both Arab and Muslim. It's not Indonesia with the biggest population. I'm talking about Egypt, historically, culturally, in terms of education. Egypt may play such a role if it wishes to. You will never listen to myself talking about democracy. I will not talk about human rights either. I will talk about religious cooperation, dialogue, and mutual understanding. Egypt is such a country. If it wishes so, a country that has a big Christian minority, it might play such a role. Israel might also play that role. Israel is a country which has many different Jewish communities, not only one Jewish community, there are many Jewish communities. It's not just the Ashkenazi and the Sephardites that we all know. This is about something else. There are the Orthodox, the other forms of Jews, there are Christians, there are Muslims that have been included in the Israeli society. I'm not talking about Gaza, I'm talking about 20% of Israel, mainly northern Israel, that are Muslim Israeli people. There is the secular part. Now, Cyprus may play this role as well. But Cyprus, when you go to both parts of Cyprus, and I'm saying so because I served in Cyprus, I am not a guy who is naive. I served my military service there. Not everything is peaceful, I know, but you see in Cyprus that there are churches, you see the synagogues, you see the mosques, you see the Alavites tradition there. And of course there is Greece. Greece can also play that role. It is a Christian country, but it is a country with a very important Muslim community, very important for the Balkan region. There is an increasing number of Muslims, of migrants who become citizens. We see them participating in demonstrations. They can participate in the Greek society. Apart from our monasteries, apart from our churches, we have many Ottoman mosques, which are monuments. So we must look at things in a bit different way. You know why? Because there's no other choice. There is no other choice for us. I will never tell you that Greece should never have a navy. I will never tell you that everything is rosy or peaceful out there. But there are big forces that overcome Greece and Turkey. The only thing that they want is what? They want everything to be dismantled. And let me give you another final point. Let us forget about ISIS. Let us forget about what's going on in Libya. The biggest enemy of all of us is climate crisis. So I was looking in the airplane because I just came to Greece. Well, I was paying attention to the following. What will happen in our region? My children will experience that in 30 years' time. How our region will look like in 30 years' time. Our region could not be inhabited. It could not be inhabited any longer. When temperature will be 45 to 50 degrees Celsius, when precipitation will decrease by half, when the sea level will have risen so much so that cities like Beirut will be flooded, then our problems with the Turks that might seem very important today, and I'm deeply concerned about it, of course I'm concerned, but then in the future this might seem not so important. It might not seem so important, this problem. So let me end with a proposal. Let me end with a suggestion. Religion might be used not just for reasons of destabilization and clash, but also for a positive reason. In 2015, there was the summit in Paris. Nobody, or almost nobody, paid attention to the following, that 154 religious leaders voted for a resolution, many coming from the Middle East. We had the Patriarch of Jerusalem and the Archbishop of Cyprus. They demanded from political leaders in the name of Christ Yahweh Allah to do something to fight against climate crisis. The Greek government, even if I don't agree with Mr. Kotsias, I'm saying so publicly, just to be frank with you, I don't play games today. In 2015, there was an international summit that took place in Athens on peaceful coexistence. I disagree with Mr. Kotsias, broadly speaking, but this was a brilliant proposal and a brilliant initiative back then. Greece could play this role, not contrary to anybody else, but in cooperation with everybody else. So, religion and the Abraham agreements demonstrate exactly that. At the end of the day, we don't have so many things that set us apart. Geopolitics, okay. Energy interest, we know, no doubt about it. But I'm telling you, and this is the end, in 30 years' time, all that might sound weird and tragic. We must see what unites us. What unites us, in my view, is not money. It's not cooperation just for the pipelines, because by definition, somebody will be excluded. In this game called exploitation of hydrocarbons, there can be no win-win situation. I cannot tell you now that there will be a pipeline that this will cross Cyprus to solve the problem in Cyprus. No, we cannot do it. But what we can do is to have a parallel discussion, a parallel dialogue at the level of churches, at the level of civil societies, like Mr. Koudias wanted to. And then let us discuss in the midterm or in the long run. Okay, now, okay, we shall fight. All right. We cannot find a solution, so let's fight. But what can we do 20 years, in 20 years' time, in 30 years' time? And let me repeat, this can be done with the proper use of dialogue in terms of culture and religion. Let us go from geopolitics to geoculture. Thank you.
Well, dear Manos, thank you very much. I should have been more strict with you speaking in English because Professor Fahmy could not follow your submission. But anyway, you know, I'm tempted very much to let you know that Manos Karagiannis holds 2 PhDs. The second one is on religion and theology from King's College. So he is an expert. Okay, he's not just someone who advocates. Okay, well, now. Good. The floor is yours. Let's get 2 or 3 questions. We have 15 minutes before the conclusion of our event today. I can see 2 hands. Please.
Thank you. Νομίζω την πρώτη ερώτηση πρέπει να την κάνω στα ελληνικά γιατί δεν ξέρω πώς να την εκφράσω στα αγγλικά.
Address the first question in Greek. I'd rather address it in Greek. And my question is addressed to Mr. Karagiannis. I will be very brief. Do you believe that the intervention of the church, of the religious authorities would blur the distinction between state and church? Μισό λεπτό να ακούσουμε και την άλλη ερώτηση.
Question is for Mr. Bournous. First of all, thank you for being here and listening to us. My question has to do about some votes that were cast yesterday in the European Parliament regarding both the Turkish-Libyan memorandum and Russia being characterized as a sponsor state, terror sponsor state, sorry. And my question would be for you to clarify, because I feel that there have been some misunderstandings about your party's position in both of these issues. So I'd like, a clarification just for the record. Thank you.
Okay, let me be courteous to our Egyptian friends, and let me ask him whether he has a comment to offer on what has been said following your talk before I give the floor to the rest of the panel. Please, go on.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much for that. I apologize. I can't comment on the last speaker, but it's okay. These things happen. My comment to you, frankly, and I think strangely enough, when you have a panel of 5 people, we seem, at least 4 of them, to agree with each other. The East Mediterranean has huge opportunities and huge potential problems. It all really depends on how we decide to deal with them. I think think it's more about geopolitics than anything else. But I also, having the bruises of 35 years in diplomacy, I would caution against trying to take big steps and then facing problems. I'd much more focus on confidence-building measures, incremental steps, not only on economic development, include economic development, but not only that. I don't think we can ignore dealing with the conflicts in the political conflicts in the region. That would be a misnomer. We've tried that before in the 90s with the Middle East, and we ended up stopping. But my last comment is basically, again, thank you for having me with you, and I enjoyed the event. My next appointment is late, so I will be with you until you finish.
Thank you ever so much. Mr. Bournous.
Okay. So, well, our party's position concerning the war in Ukraine is ambiguous if you're dependent on information from government-friendly media. That's the only case that it's ambiguous. With our stance both in the National Parliament and in the European Parliament, we have clearly stated with official positions of the party being published since the beginning of the Russian invasion that we stand on the side of the people of Ukraine. We supported the handling, the immediate acceptance of refugee flows from Ukraine and management by the European states. Greece is among them, and there has been a very just management of Ukrainian refugees in full comparison with the EU policy in 2015-2016 that let our country alone. We clearly condemned Russian imperialism and revisionism of the Putin regime in order to justify this invasion. We supported the immediate sending of humanitarian aid. We have a different perspective than the current ruling party in Greece concerning the engagement of Greece on sending military equipment to Ukraine, but that's another long discussion. Concerning your very concrete question about the role of Russia, our position, I repeat, is crystal clear. We fully condemn the Russian invasion, and we demand the immediate withdrawal of Russian troops in order to find then some kind of resolution of the conflict, which, in my opinion, is quite difficult right now. It seems that we're moving towards a frozen conflict model. I see this as the most viable scenario for the next period, but even this is debatable. And concerning the second question, again, our position is crystal clear, and I think that this is a position of all the political forces in the Hellenic Parliament. Since the very first day of the announcement of the Turkish Libyan memorandum, our party has denounced it as illegal and as non-existing. You know the chaotic situation concerning who's governing Libya. And in this sense, we have denounced it numerous times, both in the National Parliament and the European Parliament. So I think there's no ambiguous stance here.
Thank you so much. Professor Karagiannis.
Okay. German philosopher Jürgen Habermas, a very prominent European philosopher, came up a few years ago with the concept of post-secularism. It's an illusion to believe that in this part of the world, religion plays no role. In Greece, there is no separation between the state and religion. And let's be very honest here. The church, whether we like it or not, is very influential. Cyprus, the same. Egypt, yes, it's a secular state where, according to its constitution, every legislation must respect Sharia. Israel is secular, but Israel, more than anything else, is a Jewish state. It's a self-declared Jewish state. So, no, this is not Western Europe. In this part of the world, religion still is very important. Whether we like it or not, whether we will acknowledge this or we will hide it. So why not to turn this into a positive force? And I'm telling you, this is not my crazy idea. We have already the experience. We have already some dialogue. It's just that states, governments, will always emphasize, hard power. It's fine for now. It's not fine for the next 20, 30 years. And okay, I understand, Professor Mbar, what you just told me about Hamas. I'm not saying that, everyone will subscribe to this idea, Hezbollah, Hamas, or no, but there are enough forces out there that they can start the dialogue.
Guys, they don't want to talk.
Okay, a second set of questions. Now I can see 1, 2, 3, 4 hands, 5. Let's take all together and then we can conclude our session. One and then the rest, please.
Thank you so much for this discussion.
Just.
Yes, thank you. Mine will be a more theoretical one. It will be about the new geopolitics. And given that we have so many academics here, I would like to ask, now we don't have a system of balance of powers anymore. It's a kind of a new system that emerges, that is bound by rules, but forces, yes, there are rules that can or cannot be implemented. So force is a very important factor. What I would like to ask is how you see the new geopolitics, the role of new geopolitics in this system, and how cooperation and economic interdependence could play a role in this.
Okay, that calls for your final follow-up comments.
Thank you.
Okay, let's be quick, please.
Hello. Thank you all, gentlemen, for your insightful remarks. I have a question towards Mr. Riding. I would like to ask, you said on your speech that Turkey felt more or less isolated from East Med and kind of left out. But in which terms and on what basis Turkey aims to have a dialogue with its neighbors? Because we see actions such as the Turkish-Libyan memorandum and also threatenings from even the president of the Turkish Republic. So in which terms Turkey wants to have a dialogue or cooperation, or does it even want to have cooperation or dialogue? Because at least from this side of Aegean, it doesn't seem like that. So I would like your remarks on it. Thank you.
Please raise your hand. Yes, 1, 2, and that's it. Okay.
Thank you very much for your remarks. I would like to address a question to Mr. Bournous. I get what you said about the maritime law and the international law as a tool to protect the stability in the East European area. You let me be a bit pessimist about that. I would like to ask you, since we have Turkey that questions the status quo of the area, sometimes based on law, we have Greeks that tries to support our thesis based on the maritime international law. I would like to ask you, at what extent you believe that law is able to play this role in the stability of the area? Thank you.
Okay, and the final one.
First, I would like to address a question to Mr. Karagiannis, who is apparently concerned with the climate crisis, his opinion on the COP27 conference in Egypt, and to Mr. Inbar on the threat of terrorist organizations around the world and how much of a threat they pose in the world.
Okay. Well, who's going to kick off our final phase? Mr. Bournous.
Okay. In the panel debates I participate, they tell me that I am the blunt one, but today I tried to be kind and gentle in my intervention. But fortunately, my co-speakers were far more blunt than me, and I enjoyed it really. So I would like to thank the organizers once again for giving me the opportunity to.
That's the whole point, isn't
to
it?
exchange views with experts and also with students. I think this is very valuable. I will start. I will focus on the last question about law, the power of law. I don't come from a legal studies background, but my impression is that the level of effectiveness of the law and conflict resolution today depends on whether the side that supports a resolution through the rules is proactive and has a coherent strategy. And vis-à-vis Greek-Turkish relations, what we advocate for is a proactive stance with a coherent strategy behind it. What does it mean? That it's not enough to denounce Turkish actions or rhetoric in international organizations? Yes. Last week I was in a delegation of the Greek Parliament in the COSAC, in the Interparliamentary Assembly for European Affairs of the 27 national parliaments. We tried to add the sentence of 3 lines having to do with the denouncement of all revisionisms. But this didn't pass. This didn't pass in a European Assembly, in a European Union Assembly. This very small addition didn't pass in the final text. So you need to be very proactive in trying to drag Turkey, if you want my very blunt opinion, to a strategy of abandoning the current rhetoric and the current tactic and dragging them on the table. And if you want to drag them on the table, you need to have a very specific proposal and way to propose towards the resolution of conflict. That's why we insist on the possibility of dragging with initiatives Turkey into a discussion about the possibility of signing a common paper and going to The Hague. If you just denounce the opponent, you're not achieving anything. It is obvious within the framework of the European Union itself today. You need to have a coherent strategy pointing somewhere. That's why we're talking about going together to The Hague for the continental shelf and the exclusive economic zones issue. And that's why we're also advocating in favor, as I mentioned in my presentation, of an Eastern Mediterranean conference, which will not include only the exclusive economic zones, but it will also include the whole parts of the agenda that make our life harder. The difficult points, the hot potatoes, must be put on the table. So, when we're addressing to the European Union about the Greek-Turkish problems, which are at the same time Euro-Turkish problems, we are demanding the European leadership to be strict and play according to the rules when Turkey is violating this or that. But at the same time, with being strict and asking for possibility of sanctions or a very strict denouncements, etc., you need to have a proactive agenda of keeping the door of dialogue open in order to try at least to bring things in a better position. And I still hold the hope that was reaffirmed by Professor Aydin's speech, that maybe this window of opportunity maybe can become visible after the triple elections next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ephraim, Professor Imbar.
I think that the nature of the international system has not changed. It remains so because a simple reason. We don't have international police. There is no international sovereign that can impose the international laws. International laws are a mere recommendation. And if a state doesn't want to accept it, doesn't accept it. That's it. And uses force. Even the UN accepts use of force for self-defense. And self-defense can be explained in many ways. So that's the reality. Don't fool yourself about going to this court or the other court. Sometimes you have to fight for what is important to you. About the question about terrorism, terrorism, in my view, is a minor threat, is a secondary threat. Terrorism, we should remember, is a weapon of the weak. The strong don't use terror. The strong use tanks, airplanes, which terrorists don't have. If there will be nuclear terrorism, maybe it's a different issue. But generally, terrorism is a secondary strategic threat for any country. At my institute, I do not encourage any one of my researchers to do work on terrorism. We deal with the most important issue. And I want to make a remark, it's the whole day I heard your moral indignation at what the Russians have done in Ukraine, and which I found quite intriguing, because I sense and I see a lack of consistency. The Russians grabbed pieces of Georgia. What did the West do? Nothing. When they grabbed Ukraine, what did the West do? Crimea, yes. What did they do? Nothing. So what is the learning curve of a leader like Putin? And I'm not defending him. I'm not a fellow Russian. Our country is receiving many immigrants from those two countries. We have tried to have a good relations with Putin because he's our neighbor, not only your neighbor. So we have to be careful. And nobody talks about the lack of caution on part of the Ukrainian leadership. You have such a big bear next to you. You should be careful. When you go into a zoo, if you put your hand into the tiger's place, you may lose your hand. Listen, Russia is not the priests, let's say, Pace Vobisco. Let's face it, Russia is a different animal. And I must say that with all the sympathy to the Ukrainians, I think that the continuation of this war is destroying their country. And if they don't start negotiating, it will be worse. And by the way, any negotiation will bring about an agreement that will be at the expense of the territorial contiguity, territorial integrity of Ukraine. Nobody envisions in the West any agreement that Ukraine will receive back all what it claims. It's not in the cards. So I think that you should keep your moral indignation in perspective and try to be more realistic in what can be achieved in order to prevent the bleeding of the Ukrainian people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ephraim. And Mustafa.
Yeah, I'm usually accused of being cynical, and it's refreshing to find somebody more cynical and realist than I am here. I realize why I like Ephraim.
Thank you for the compliment.
Exactly. That's why I like you. Let me start with the international system, and I contradict here Ephraim, actually. There was an international system, and we are moving out of it, obviously. This is a period of change in international system. As a result, I argued previously that we have seen the return of geopolitics, meaning that realist politics came back with all its goods and bad sides, and I think Russian actions in Ukraine is an example of that. And by the way, the rule-based international system is an invention. It's an invention of United States, and it's an invention of United States hegemony. And Putin has been saying this for years in a number of places, and some places that I heard from him saying that he doesn't, Russia and China included, they don't want rule-based international system. They want what he calls institution-based international system. And again, this is a euphemism. Like the Americans, when they're using rule-based international system, they are meaning that American continuation of American hegemony. When Russia is using institution-based international system, they mean 1945, because that's the place when they were at their highest at their power. You know, one of the 5 powers in the United Nations Security Council. That's what they want to continue. So both countries want their own national interests to continue. The lesser countries like ours, smaller ones, we have to get by because the international system at the moment is not certain. And it induces the countries, for example, Turkey also. Let me connect that to Turkey to the second question. From the perspective of the Turkish leaders in recent years, they have seen an opportunity in this system-changing environment. They saw an opportunity for Turkey to be more influential in its neighborhood, right? And they tried to implement that. Whether they were successful or not, I leave it to your determination. But on what base and terms Turkey wants to have a dialogue? Well, it's obviously, it's based, I hope, it's based on reality and realism, and I hope it's based on mutual interest with the countries that Turkey hasn't have a dialogue. With some countries, I'm sure it will go ahead. With some others, it won't, obviously. But nobody forces anybody either to conflict with each other or have a dialogue with each other. It's how the countries and the leaders read the international environment. I think Turkish leaders have seen the signs on the wall that they need to have a dialogue with its neighbors. The sign on the wall was saying that we are isolated and we have to get out of this isolation. Remember, you know, it's 10 years ago, in let's say 2011, 2012 or 2013, there was a moment when Turkey was having relationship, very close relationship with everybody around the neighborhood, right? We were being a go-between between Israelis and Syrians, between different Palestinian groups, between Iran and the West.
And see how successful it was.
Well, maybe or maybe not. It was. I think it was. I think it was. I think it was until it wasn't. The realities is important. You have to be in tandem with the realities of international politics. Otherwise, you get punished. And finally, let me say something again controversial. But don't listen to your politicians. The current company excluded here, obviously. Mr. Burnous has been tremendously exemplary today. But, you know, take a grain of salt. I have been critical of politicians, very critical of politicians, both in Turkey and Greece. The last time I was here, about 10 days ago, I think, I'm a co-coordinator of Greek-Turkish Forum. And in that number of meetings we had, I'm not going to say who we met and what we talked, but I got a confirmation that I suspected, I knew from other resources, that Turkey and Greece came to signing a deal, not solution of the problems, but signing a deal very close in 2003-04 and 2010, twice, very close signing. So that means that actually,
was ready to sign.
That's what I've been told by the Greeks. Right? So that means that actually the solution is there. right? Politicians, diplomats, negotiators, they know the solution. They are not signing it because of political reasons on both countries. I'm not assigning blame, who didn't sign and what etc. But I assign the blame to politicians on both sides. The solution is there, everybody knows it, and I know it. And don't trust the politicians when they say that they want to solve these problems going to the international court. Politicians do not trust international court, neither Greek nor Turkish politicians. I'll just leave you with the point that Greece, when it was signing UNCLOS, had 3 reservations. Those 3 reservations is about 3 problems that Greece has with Turkey in the Aegean. So we cannot go to the international court for territorial waters. We cannot go to the court for the demilitarization issue. Right? We cannot go to the court for airspace issue because Greece has reservations. You cannot take these issues to the international court. For Greece, you can take it only continental shelf. Well, that's the easiest problem to solve. If we can solve territorial waters, the continental shelf will continue to it. It's very easy. But don't think that law would solve all your problems. In order to go to the international court, the 2 countries have to sit down and agree on the terms and sign a memorandum of understanding how they are going to go to the courts and which laws are going to apply. If the 2 countries agree on this, well, the solution is already there. There is nothing left. The politicians will go to the court to assign the blame to the court for concessions, because there has to be a concession for the solution. And nobody wants to have a concession, either in Turkey or in Greece, because concession is a bad word in Turkish and Greek politics.
Okay. Well, Manos.
It crossed my mind to switch my answer and address Greek-Turkish relations, but I will not do it. Okay, about
Don't worry, I'll do it.
Yeah, the COP27 conference. Okay, so the timing was really bad due to the war in Ukraine. Okay, and it's not easy here to convince some countries like India, Pakistan that they have to do more because there is a sense of injustice there. Okay, so one very positive development was the creation of the loss and damage fund for very poor countries. Okay, so wealthy countries have committed themselves to support this transition period. Egypt, symbolically speaking, was really important because it's a country that cannot survive without the Nile River. And we know that Egypt has too many environmental problems. So overall, I think it was a positive development, but there is more space for improvement there. So again, the timing was really bad. I mean, now we have to explore oil and gas to survive because of what happened in Ukraine. We have to open up again nuclear plants because renewables are not there. But still, I think it's a positive development. And one important thing to remember, and Kofi Annan, the former UN Secretary once mentioned that, global warming and the climate change is one of those problems without passports. So there is no other way to do it. There is no other way to do it. And this is a positive.
Well, thank you so much, Manos. And that brings us to my concluding remarks for the whole thing. Remember, I kept telling members of the audience that this would be the most entertaining panel, and I was right. So it's good that you stood your ground and stayed here. We had an ambitious agenda for this
very fair.
Entertainment you should pay.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, as I said, when we were designing that that event with Ino Afenduli, who has been instrumental, and she is the first to thank part of the ED's team, but thank you very much, Ino. We thought that the agenda would be ambitious, but life proved that our guests repeatedly hit the bullseye with their comments and their talks and their presentations. So we are extremely happy that this thing was a success. Let me just say that what is the major point of the major conclusion, at least in my understanding, and the implication for the transatlantic community, for NATO and for the EU, is that we have a much larger region in geopolitical terms to deal with. Gone are the days of where we could compartmentalize and we could deal with the Gulf independent of the rest of the Middle East, or we could deal with Northern Africa, or we could deal with the traditional Arab-Israeli conflict and then the Aegean. I think what we have is the geopolitical unification of a region that begins at Maghreb and goes to Afghanistan, and from Ukraine and Caucasus to the Horn of Africa. And this is not because we see it that way, but it's because of strategies that actors have been implementing. So, for example, Egypt's geopolitical gaze has spans the region. Turkish activism is reshaping the reality and the perception of Turkish position in the region. Israel's security concerns are more than ever entangled with a wider regional, even global balance of power. And Greece's geopolitical coming of age, for the wrong reasons, I'm afraid, in many ways, has been changing the strategic landscape. So we are dealing with a new geopolitical animal in energy, cultural, and thanks Manos for reminding us that Huntington has always been, he remains relevant, which is not a good thing, but anyway, that's life. Thank you very much. Let me thank the IDIS, the Institute for International Relations team, our volunteers, our staff, for its truly exceptional job, Maria Deca and Populaina for orchestrating the whole thing with Ino. Let me thank the Department of Defense for letting us have a small contingent of officers. Happy to be, let's hope next time the whole school of national defense. And of course, let me remind everybody and express my gratitude to our supporters. NATO, Public Diplomacy Division, very generous. The Konrad Adenauer Stiftung for picking up the bill for this event, which is of course, the European Parliament and the Martin Center for also supporting us, and of course the Harriman Institute at Columbia University, and the municipality of Athens, the city of Athens, and the mayor Kostas Bakoyannis for also being very supportive and provide us with the visibility that we need. We are planning a rich menu of events for the next year or so, and we also looking forward to welcome you all next year in the 2023 Athens Security Forum. Please stay tuned. Thank you very much.